Chapter 468. The origin of the Golden Bell. At this moment, Li 15's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him. He saw the baby first extend its hands, then in an almost violent manner, break free from the chest of the Golden Bell. Giggling, the baby was covered in blood, continuously emitting a chilling laughter, each sound sharper than the last. At the same time, Li 15 noticed that the baby was extremely deformed, with a completely sunken face and a notably protruding forehead, resembling a living longevity star. Its lips were cracked, even more hideous than a cleft lip, and there was a finger-length gash on its cheek, making it hard to describe. Li 15 couldn't find the words to express it. If he had seen it under normal circumstances, he would probably have been unable to resist the urge to stomp it to death. Moreover, 3 bloody umbilical cords were wrapped around the ugly baby, tightly connected to the chest of the Golden Bell. "My lord, what is this?" Li 15 took out a half-arm-length machete, looking loyal and devoted. "If my lord needs it, I will immediately cut it down." Upon hearing this, the baby immediately revealed a fiercely hostile expression, glaring at Li 15 with malice. Chapter 469. Face change after a short incense stick's worth of time. The female cultivator lay naked and bloodied in the icy wilderness, having already lost her breath. Beside her, an incomplete Golden Bell had clear eyes. Bending down to gently kiss the forehead of the female cultivator, then extending his hands to gently close her wide-open eyes. Behind Li 15, the old Taoist was furious. "Disciple, this place is worse than the white paper world. In the white paper world, the most heard is the harm to people, but here, the people are worse than that harm." The Golden Bell stood up, facing the 3 with a smile. "This young master kills people, innocent. My father allowed me into the filthy domain with the intention of turning a blind eye and letting me act recklessly. Moreover, this young master only kills the lowly prisoners confined here." He took a deep breath and looked into the distance. "Tonight, this is my stage. As for you 3, you must not interfere. After we go out, this young master will indulge you properly." A young man grinned. "Rest assured, my lord, we 3 are merely your spectators tonight." "Brother 15, wouldn't you agree?" In the snowy valley, the wind and snow grew denser. "My lord, with your status, you must have a lot of treasures, right?" Li 15 said with a playful expression. Chapter 470. The cowardly Taoist lore. "My name is Yao Ge." Li 15, do you know who I am? One word can make you have no way to heaven and no door to earth. But you have repeatedly played tricks on me. This matter has already little to do with whether you are calamity. On the snowy plain, Yao Ge's hair, both black and white, fluttered in the wind. His eyes cold as ice, even colder than the raging snow. At this moment, he was stepping towards a young figure in the white robe. Meanwhile, the female cultivator carrying the sedan chair behind him couldn't help but murmur, "Master, let's be realistic and not boast too much. Remember last year when you suddenly lost all your cultivation and went door to door begging from those mortals? You were just short of stealing leftover food from the children's bowls." Yao Ge's body stiffened, and as he turned back, his eyes burst with flames. On the other side, a certain Taoist lord opened his mouth wide, his expression extremely obscure, and muttered, Shan Lian brother. "Shiwu, could this Yao Ge be referring to that evil Li 15? How can he be worthy of the word good?" In the void, a female voice fell into profound silence, seemingly unsure of what to say. Seeing this, a certain Taoist lord hurriedly said, "Taoist friend, you have been deceived by that evil person again. He has bet the human race away, casually drawing cold knives to kill, bullying children, and torturing the elderly." Chapter 471. The dragon head Avalokiteshvara. At this moment, the sky was gradually beginning to brighten. This night lasted nearly 9 hours. The Golden Bell moved gracefully, slowly removing his immaculate raincoat. He had killed so many people tonight, yet not a trace of blood stained him. Behind him lay dozens of broken corpses, blood having spread out, making the white snow seem to be drenched inch by inch, more dazzling than the brightest vermilion. Each corpse bore an expression of terror, as if they had endured unspeakable fears and torments before death. "Do you know why I brought them here at night?" the Golden Bell casually asked. Without thinking, Li 15 replied, "Because nighttime suits killing better." The Golden Bell laughed. "Correct. So, 15, when did you prefer to kill?" Li 15 replied, "My lord, I always thought of myself as kind, really. However, when it comes to killing, I prefer to do it from behind." The Golden Bell couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm different. I like to watch them in the eyes as I kill them slowly. seeing death spread like a drop of red ink in their eyes. 15. You can't do what I can. Li 15 flattered. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Chapter 472. Arrogant. The back behind the monk in yellow, the figure of the dragon head Avalokiteshvara, gradually faded away. He stood up and performed a Buddhist salute, saying, "The inheritance I have received is to betray the human race, but you kill them for amusement. What does that count as?" The golden bell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile becoming increasingly horrifying. This young master was born high above them. Who can control me? Who dares to control me? Do you really dare to kill me? At this moment, among the four nascent souls, an old man had red eyes and raised his hand as a giant sword descended from the sky, angrily declaring, "I will not spare my life to avenge my entire clan, and I will eliminate you, the harm. However, my lord, be careful." A startled shout rang out. A middle-aged cultivator dashed into the sky without hesitation, taking the blow for the golden bell. The middle-aged man was pierced through by the giant sword, falling to the ground in a bloody heap, writhing in pain. Seeing this, the golden bell couldn't help but laugh. "Good dog, 15. You really are a good dog raised by this young master. Hey, are you dead?" In the snow, Li 15 slowly lifted his head. "My lord, almost." The golden bell nodded in satisfaction, as expected of someone who could gamble away over 1,000 lives of his clan. "You have some substance, and you're still alive." Chapter 473. A stabbing in the back. Drip. Drip. Bright red blood flowed from the golden bell's chest, one drop after another, falling onto the snow below. Behind him, Li 15's eyes had turned completely blood red without him realizing it. It wasn't bloodshot, it was simply red. Even his pupils had turned red, making him appear filled with an indescribable eerie and strange charm. At the same time, there was a faint blood-colored dog shadow on him, its gaze cold, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the dark, sending chills down one's spine. "Devious golden bell, how's my method of killing from behind?" Li 15 grinned widely, wearing a terrifying smile, as if he was completely immersed in the pleasure of successfully stabbing someone in the back. Slash! Li Shiwu drew the Huadian knife, taking advantage of the moment when another young man beside him was momentarily stunned. The source of 10 paths of power erupted violently, the knife tip tracing an unpredictable trajectory, sealing the other's throat with one strike, and the corpse fell from the air into the snow. "You lowly dog." Jin Zhong's mouth foamed with blood as he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. "You dare to betray me?" Chapter 474. Kill. At this moment, the power within Li Shiwu was still crazily growing, seemingly endless, even stirring invisible ripples in the void, causing the swirling snowstorm to rage. At this moment, Jin Zhong finally changed his expression. Unable to suppress his anger, he shouted, "You dog servant, how much power have you cultivated?" He added, "And what is your origin?" Li Shiwu, however, was too lazy to waste words with him. Swish! An unpredictable blade light, accompanied by a sharp Huadian opera tone, cut through the snowstorm, like a god or demon awakening, heading towards Jin Zhong's face with an almost overbearing posture. Clang! Jin Zhong met it with his hammer, but at the moment the knife and hammer collided, he was sent crashing to the ground like a comet, unable to resist the overwhelming force. Boom! Another loud sound erupted. After Jin Zhong hit the ground, he directly smashed out a circular pit hundreds of feet wide, unfathomably deep. The residual force spread out, devastating all vegetation, soil, and stones within 100 miles, sending countless snowflakes soaring into the sky, swirling back towards the heavens. Jin Zhong, your cultivation is truly lacking. If not, as a son of a mountain official, you wouldn't have encountered such a huge mishap in the nascent soul realm, resulting in the birth of an evil infant. Chapter 475. The dog's backlash. It was at this moment that the monk in yellow also fell into the deep pit, clasping his hands together in a Buddhist salute. "Little brother, that armored man has already been transcended by me." He dared to ask, "What is the name of the archery technique you used that was able to annihilate Jin Zhong's primordial spirit and even the evil infant he cultivated so thoroughly?" Without the protection of a physical body, Li Shiwu's primordial spirit was already weak. Annihilating them was not difficult at all. He was unwilling to elaborate and felt puzzled. The demon song recognized the paper man Etion technique at a glance, and even claimed to have seen the paper man perform it. Yet Jin Zhong, a son of a mountain official, and this monk did not recognize it. After glancing at the monk again, Li Shiwu rose from the ground and returned to the surface. He needed to ensure there were no mistakes and had to leave quickly. This beast. Li Shiwu frowned deeply, staring intently at the huge winged beast snoring thunderously. Now that Jin Zhong was dead, the two young men who followed him were also dead. The more than 400 cultivators had long since perished in the Snow Valley, with not a single survivor. Thus, only this beast had seen Li Shiwu's true appearance. At this moment, the monk in yellow stood before the giant beast, again bowing in a Buddhist salute. Chapter 476. The dead puppet Zhonga, you can die, but your father still hopes that you can take revenge for your own grievances, even if you have already perished. The man's back, resembling a towering mountain, looked at the chaos in the snow with a sudden recitation of 2 or 3 phrases. His tone was neither joyful nor sorrowful, yet the raging snowstorm dared not fall upon him, as if the heavens feared his authority. In the next moment, as the man raised his hand, a blood-stained and tattered golden ghost mask flew out from the snow, gently landing in his palm. This golden mask was worn by the armored man who called himself the circuit inspector. He had been killed by the monk in yellow using the guanyin technique during the previous battle. The man gazed at it and then uttered 2 words, "Soul come." In an instant, particles of white soul light began to appear, rapidly gathering towards the blood-stained mask under the man's overwhelming power. Initially, these soul lights scattered like fireflies, but in the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a faint shadow, which was the circuit inspector from earlier. Even within his brows, one could faintly see the lingering fear and unwillingness from before his death. Lord Mountain Official. He seemed to regain some clarity, now looking at the mountain-like man before him with eyes full of terror. Chapter 477. Zhou Jiu Domain. Li Shiwu revealed a contemplative expression, muttering that this time, it seemed he hadn't encountered any life-and-death crisis. But why did Crow Yi keep calling out nonstop? The old Taoist behind him quickly said, "Disciple, you were decapitated. Consider it as having died once." Li Shiwu immediately darkened his face. "Old thing, I cut my own head off, and it was due to the dog's backlash. Stabbing myself in the back." The old Taoist sighed. "Disciple, let me ask you this. If you hadn't successfully cultivated the immortal seed, would you have already died?" In a moment, Li Shiwu fell silent. After a long time, he murmured, "Could it be that the danger Crow Yi warned about this time originates from me? What a joke. The dog's backlash is a stab in the back, but I can't even kill myself. Wouldn't that mean there's no backlash at all?" The more Li Shiwu thought about it, the more wrong it felt. With his temperament, if he didn't clarify the strange reason behind the crow's warning this time, he would be like a thorn in his throat at all times. "Disciple, didn't you eat the slave pill before?" The old Taoist lowered his head, stammering, "Li Shiwu Rabia. The slave pill made me loyal to Jin Zhong. The dog's origin is precisely to stab Jin Zhong in the back." Chapter 478. Against the demon, Li Shiwu then said, "Also, if I see a red one and a white one, 2 theater demons singing in harmony." Moments later, seeing Li Shiwu's departing figure, the female cultivator of the Golden Core was somewhat puzzled, muttering about killing not being enough and helping to catch the evil spirit. Her cultivation is about the same as mine, yet she relies on a broken official position to command others. The female cultivator rolled her eyes and was about to leave when terror suddenly arose. The night seemed to come alive, continuously writhing, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the female cultivator like a worm, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, Zhou, the ninth prison. Li Shiwu walked in the snow, repeatedly chanting. Although he had become the prison officer of Zhou, he was unclear about how many people and cultivators were in his territory. Sigh, I wonder if that demon fool has been caught by Lord 15. And Yuan, she also practices the guanyin technique. She has been labeled a traitor to humanity and still wants to cause trouble for this officer. In a hurry, 3 days passed again. The candle domain remained pitch black, with the sun, moon, and stars not visible, as if abandoned by the heavens and earth. Chapter 479. Burn the body, peel the shell on 2 simple wooden platforms. A person and an evil spirit faced each other, continuing their confrontation. The sizzling sound of the iron-burning flesh did not instill fear. Instead, it drove the surrounding commoners of the turbid domain into a frenzy, becoming increasingly excited. Brother Shanlian, Yao Ge leaned on a wooden crutch, using one hand to pull Li Shiwu's arm forcefully, passionately saying, "Brother Shanlian, with such a world-shaking Shanlian present, these people in the candle domain are surely saved." Hearing this, Li Shiwu twitched his eye and said, Taoist Yao Yao. Just because I am kind doesn't mean I am powerful. In this place plagued by evil spirits, it's better for you to take action. Yao Ge frowned and replied, Brother Shanlian, if my cultivation were intact, I could naturally deal with this demon. After saying this, he couldn't help but scrutinize Li Shiwu with his eyes, as if pondering something. Seeing this, Li Shiwu felt speechless. After all this time, he had dug himself into a pit. He said, Brother Yao, don't be anxious. It's not that I'm dragging my feet. It's just that I need to cultivate the kindness in my heart first. He turned around and silently tossed 2 goodness pills into his mouth. Instantly, a more benevolent aura, filled with compassion, radiated from him. Chapter 480. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong on the wooden platform. Li Shiwu's eyes were bloodshot as he peeled off the burnt shell from his body. With each peel, a black fire evil beast emerged behind him. As for himself, he was a mix of black and red, looking so terrifying that anyone who glanced would have nightmares every night. After another incense stick burned down, there was not a single good piece of flesh left on Li Shiwu. At this moment, his state was no different from when he was skinned as a seed immortal, resembling a skinned red monkey. However, he looked down at the crowd and calmly uttered 2 words. Continue. It was at this moment that groups of black fire evil beasts rushed out from the bodies of the citizens, truly numbering over 30,000. They trembled all over, bowing deeply to Li Shiwu, seemingly completely intimidated by his fierce demeanor, no longer daring to confront him. Get lost. Li Shiwu shouted angrily. He then turned to Yao Ge and asked, How do you kill these things? Yao Ge replied, Brother Shanlian, there is no need to kill them. They are quite useful. Their true form is a mass of black fire that can merge together and change freely. They are now subdued by you. Li Shiwu murmured, Freely change? Chapter 481. The secret of races on the snowy night. The 2 continued walking side by side. The heavy snowflakes fell silently, and the world was quiet, with only their footsteps leaving shallow imprints in the snow, quickly covered by the newly fallen snow. Li Shiwu broke the silence again, carrying a hint of confusion. That unholy Yuan, practicing the so-called Guanyin method, seems to have abandoned the human race. What is the reason? Yao Ge said, I happen to know a little about this matter. Brother Shanlian should know that besides the mountain of humanity, there are other mountains, all towering and immense, surrounded by countless stars, forming their own worlds. Among them, one is occupied by the Guanyin clan. Li Shiwu's eyes trembled. The Guanyin clan? Are they really a race? Yao Ge took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Yes, the Guanyin is not just a title. It is indeed a powerful race. Those ancient Guanyins are terrifying beyond imagination. Strong enough to occupy a mountain, strong enough to suppress everything, making countless beings bow their heads. Brother Shanlian, with your perspective, you likely cannot comprehend the weight of my words. Even I only understand it partially. Chapter 482. A woman knocks on the door. The world was covered in white, and the snow fell silently. Li Shiwu stood quietly in the snow for a long time. Brother Shanlian, Li Shanlian? Yao Ge waved his hand in front of Li Shiwu. Nothing. Li Shiwu came back to his senses, speaking lightly. He pretended to be casual and asked, What is the star official? Is it also an official title? Yao Ge coughed. As I said, it's based on rumors. How could I know every detail? Li Shiwu nuda al-riyut. Then he smiled and said, I have actually been very confused about one thing. What exactly is the unholy you mentioned? Is it really some kind of obstacle from the future coming back to the present? Upon hearing this, Yao Ji's expression suddenly became serious, no longer casual. Shanlian, be cautious with your words. In the eyes of those powerful beings, no one believes in the concept of time. No one believes in the so-called past and future. To those truly ancient existences, time is merely a part of the universe's operation, a concept set by humans, not something reversible or alterable. They believe that the past is fixed, the future has not yet come, and so-called time travel is just a delusion, the dreams of fools. Chapter 483. Human head porridge. Human leg mountain drink porridge? Li Shiwu stared at the viewing door, shivering all over. Then he asked, What is your name? Where do you live? How many people are in your family? Are you married? At the same time, a red string of causality suddenly appeared in his hand to deal with any possible accidents. Outside the door, the woman's voice grew sharper, and one could clearly hear her nails scratching against the door, creating a chilling sound. I said, I want to drink porridge. Drink porridge. You deserve to die for not giving me porridge. Why? Listening to the voice, Li Shiwu's eyes widened, and he looked out through the door. He saw a woman in a red dress with disheveled hair, filthy all over, even with dry branches and leaves tangled in her hair, showing no sign of cultivation. Looking completely ordinary. Want to drink porridge? Li Shiwu asked lightly. Yeah, what kind of porridge? Brown sugar black rice porridge. What the hell? Li Shiwu's face twitched. No longer being accommodating, there's no black rice, no brown sugar, don't go too far. Yes, you have some. The woman outside the door let out another sharp sound, while her nails kept scratching at the door, making one st fake. Chapter 484. Rice and dwarfs, what is your name? The woman in red suddenly asked. By C. No, you don't match the character by. Listen to the candle. That's not right either. The character Zhu has too short a fate. Shawudiajin. Outside the door, the woman simply said, Hey, we are all not easy. Really take care of yourself. Then there was silence outside. Even the wind seemed to pause, terrifyingly quiet. Hours later, Li Shiwu confirmed that the ghostly woman had really left and showed no signs of returning. Only then did he wave his robe and open the door of the Taoist temple. Outside the door were two neatly arranged long female legs, severed at the thighs. Wearing a pair of embroidered shoes, their skin pale as snow, looking extremely horrifying. The immortal cultivation temple then vanished. Li Shiwu didn't even glance, turning around and swiftly leaving, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the terrifying woman with disheveled hair, holding a bowl of human head porridge, quietly appeared, gazing in the direction Li Shiwu had left. 15, the ghost gate. In a hurry, another 3 days passed. In the murky domain, it was still pitch black, with no sunlight or starlight visible, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression in people's hearts. Chapter 485. Arrival of various parties in the snowy night. Li 15, clad in a black robe with swirling flames, left behind a twisted, dark flame tail as he constantly flashed and maneuvered across different places. Daojun 15. Li 15's face was expressionless. Only the sounds of shouts echoed in this boundless, snowy domain. He called out Huang Shiyu. The other party most likely wouldn't respond. But calling out Daojun 15 would definitely provoke him to jump out and justly reprimand. 10 Viangmen, Huang Shiyu, Biambidok, Yaye Sereminder, Yunian, Vianyuanzi, Zong Liangwan. 10 feet 10 eyes, mountain. These words kept repeating from Li 15's mouth. He felt that all of this seemed to be tightly strung together by an invisible thread. Yet from his current perspective, he couldn't make sense of it or see through it. However, he felt that when this thread completely surfaced, it would be the moment when a curtain involving countless beings and destinies would be fully drawn open. In fact, with Li 15's cautious nature of seeking survival and avoiding danger over the years, he wouldn't actively provoke these matters, but this thread seemed to be tightly wrapped around him, making it hard for him to breathe. In just a short time, 3 days had passed. Chapter 486. Daojun displays might. How is this possible? In Yaoga's eyes, horror and astonishment coexisted. At this moment, he felt that his entire magical power seemed to have a personified feeling. He could even clearly sense that his magical power seemed to be repenting, feeling ashamed. Not just him, even Yuan, the 3 black-faced people of unclear cultivation, and the 7 dwarfs shared this illusion. However, in the void, a woman's voice seemed to declare a verdict, stating that magical power is the original sin of worldly chaos. The article she had just written conveyed only one meaning. Magical power is sinful, and its essence is evil. It was as if she was using a pen to stir up disputes, twisting worldviews, shifting the sins of human nature onto the term magical power. Yaoga shook his head, horrified. I must be going mad. He felt that his magical power was trying to convey a certain emotion to him, as if apologizing and saying sorry. In the next moment, something even stranger occurred. His magical power began to dissipate on its own, as if it felt guilty and believed it should not exist in this world. Chapter 487. Meeting an old friend. Li 15 turned to look back. Yaoga was limping toward him from a distance. Upon getting closer, he showed a puzzled expression and said, Shan Lian, I follow this Wunyan here, but why does she seem to have committed suicide? Li 15 coughed lightly. That's a long story. Let's just say, may the deceased rest in peace. Let's give her a cremation first. However, Yaoga shook his head. There's no rush on that. I was just thinking, what exactly is going on with Li 15? Not to mention the source of his 9 paths of power. He is accompanied by such a strange woman. Don't you have any doubts about his identity? Li 15 asked. Why should I doubt? Yaoga replied. So many people are causing him trouble. Could it be that everyone is looking for the wrong person? That would be too ridiculous. Li 15's mouth twitched. That makes sense. Then he asked Yaoga, what is your cultivation level? Brother Shan Lian, don't worry. Not many can truly kill me. Not even Li 15. He can't bear the consequences. Is that so? Then it's fine. However, just then, a grand voice like a great bell echoed from somewhere, clearly resonating in both their ears. Officials of the Zhuangyu, come quickly. In an instant, both turned to look back, their expressions bewildered. Chapter 488, Battle Against the Demon 9 Ascensions. The wind and snow continued relentlessly. Under the night sky, Li 15's eyes were deeply fixed on the young fat man across from him, who wore a red hat and a white robe, such an unusual and special outfit. Definitely from the Warren sect. Moreover, those squinted little eyes were exactly like a fat infant's. At this moment, Li 15's black robe was fluttering in the wind, billowing like a sail. His expression relaxed as he took steps toward that figure, leaving a series of crunching sounds in the snow. Dao friend, who are you? How do you know my name? The fat man cleared his throat, adjusted his red hat, and bowed solemnly. Suddenly, Li 15 raised his hand and slapped the fat infant's neck, knocking him to the ground with a loud bang, sending snow flying like a giant white mushroom cloud bursting on the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding officials who had arrived early were instantly dumbfounded. Yaoga was equally shocked. Brother Shan Lian, what are you doing? Li 15 waved his hand casually. This kid's eyes are slippery, evasive, and he harbors treachery. He is definitely not a good person. Chapter 489, Yaoga Goes to Battle. For a moment, the cultivators looked at each other in confusion. They had never heard the term battle against the Demon 9 Ascensions and did not understand its meaning. Even Yaoga was puzzled, lost in thought for a long time. Sir, what does this mean? An official asked. Ming Quan explained, battle against the demon, as the name implies, is a cursed demon. This cursed demon likes to sweep through various places with tens of thousands of cursed troops, leaving no grass growing in its wake, with corpses littering the ground. Li 15 furrowed his brow and hurriedly asked, Sir, are we supposed to subdue this demon? Ming Quan shook his head. No, this cursed demon is too terrifying. It has long been subdued by an unknown great figure with great power. However, you all must be aware that cursed demons are particularly strange. If you want to completely eradicate it, you must do so in a predetermined manner. Even that great figure can only barely suppress it, unable to completely eliminate it. Therefore, every 3 years, a group of people is sent to meet that cursed demon in a predetermined way. Ming Quan sighed, but after 1,000 years, no one has been able to fare well under that cursed demon. Even if they know how to kill it, still, no one can do it. Chapter 490, Guaxiu. Requesting battle. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the cultivators in the murky domain instantly turned horrified. Li 15 looked up and saw that Ming Chuan's figure had already vanished, as if he had suddenly evaporated. Li 15's expression darkened. Fellow seniors, have you ever heard of the title of Chief Prison Officer established in the murky domain? A Yuaning-level cultivator said in a deep voice, It seems not. Another person widened their eyes. You all haven't heard of it, so what are you bowing for? One person stammered. Seeing you all bow, I just followed along. Li 15's eye twitched. It seemed he had been tricked, as the other party was not a chief prison officer at all, and had easily deceived them into this cursed demon's realm. In the murky domain, the wind and snow continued. As folds appeared in the void, Ming Quan stepped out, his face full of a mocking smile. Interesting, truly interesting. Just between a few words, these big fools from the turbid domain were deceived into that battlefield of war demons. I estimate they will suffer total annihilation. In his hand, a round pebble appeared, weighing it a bit. He realized that this thing could indeed send people to the battlefield of war demons. But it was stolen by me. Chapter 491. Small defeat, Li Shiwu, please fight. The blood-red setting sun cast a shadow over this ancient world seemingly eroded by time, and a resonant male voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. For a moment, all the cultivators turned to look. Shan Lian, what are you doing? The expression of Yaoga became extremely serious. Shan Lian, this war demon is unpredictable and unimaginable. With my wisdom, there is no good to be gained from it. Beside him, a chubby infant wearing a red hat was the first to bow in respect, saying, Li Daoyu, you are facing difficulties and going against the current. Such a bold act, I admire it. Although he said this, his small eyes rolled around, revealing discontent, clearly harboring resentment against Li Shiwu for confronting him right away. As for the other cultivators, they merely watched silently, in the face of this unsolvable situation. It seemed they were all at a dead end, merely familiar with the circumstances, and they did not believe that Li Shiwu could change anything. Shanlian, your real name is Li Shiwu. Before Yaoga could finish, Li Shiwu soared into the sky, heading towards the illusory battlefield in the distance. Alas, Shanlian not only has kindness, but also righteousness in his heart. Under such circumstances, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Yaoga looked at that figure, and his expression gradually turned cold. Li Shiwu, dare you to utter another filthy word? If Li Shanlian dies, I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 492. Ruthless methods upon stepping into the Bronze War Hall. The chilling killing intent and ancient atmosphere made Li Shiwu's hair stand on end, and his heart raced. The Military Merit Hall only recognizes heads for military achievements. It only acknowledges heads. Suddenly, a hoarse voice, like a saw, rang out, piercing the ears. Li Shiwu looked towards the sound and saw in the center of the hall a large, ancient book standing upright, seemingly soaked in blood, recording what was known as military achievements. The headless general said, "It is the Military Merit Book. How many enemies we kill, it records all." He glared at Li Shiwu, his voice growing colder. "Kid, you're even less than those who died before. Fighting against you is less fun than teasing a dog." At this moment, the Military Merit Book let out a hoarse roar. "I only recognize heads. Throw them out." "Yes, yes." Li Shiwu quickly nodded, as besides 5 heads in his hands, he also had a severed arm of a cursed soldier. After several breaths, both military merits were recorded, and they returned to their respective camps. This is troublesome. At this moment, Li Shiwu furrowed his brows deeply. How could he, with his military strategies, be a match for the headless general? Chapter 493. Killing the innocent for military merit in the Bronze War Hall. Useless. You have killed only 22 enemies. The Military Merit Book's disdainful voice arose, a blatant mockery. Then the pages turned, and on one page, the number 22 automatically appeared, while the 22 heads of cursed soldiers on the ground instantly vanished. Seeing the scene, Li Shiwu's expression remained unchanged, but his heart surged with waves of shock. His method of killing the innocent for military merit was indeed feasible. He was not only killing the innocent, but was also slaughtering his own soldiers to falsely claim military merit. Such actions, if exposed to the outside world, would undoubtedly attract countless infamy, and many would seek to eliminate this vicious criminal. The phrase killing the innocent for military merit is intolerable to mortals, and equally so to cultivators. Even the so-called demonic sects that commit numerous atrocities would likely have to eliminate such a scourge among their ranks. After all, everyone risks their lives to fight enemies, only to have someone who specifically kills their own people, even beheading them to forge a false claim for military merit. Who could tolerate this? Thank you, Lord Military Merit Book. Li Shiwu lowered his head, his tone filled with fear and trepidation. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt, as if mourning for the tragic deaths of his cursed soldier brothers. Chapter 494. 5 measures at this moment. Li Shiwu sat on a white bone chair, quietly gazing at the scattered cursed soldier heads. His sense of loyalty grew heavier. Suddenly, he tossed a white loyalty pill into his mouth, feeling a bit bitter. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So loyalty is bitter." Then his gaze gradually turned cold as he ordered, "Send out 100 cursed soldiers to launch a sneak attack on the headless general's camp. Even if it costs their lives, they must not retreat a step." Understood. The red-armored cursed soldiers responded in unison, their bronze spears gleaming coldly, their fighting spirit soaring to the sky. Half an incense stick later, Li Shiwu returned to the ground, and indeed saw the headless general carrying 100 heads, heading towards the Bronze War Hall. Seeing this, he let no magical energy flow through him, merely bending his knees slightly as he exerted force. The ground beneath him cracked like spider webs, and he shot into the sky like an arrow, landing steadily before the 1,000-foot-high Bronze War Hall. "No, Headless Senior." Li Shiwu bowed, as the other party had just recorded military merit and was walking out of the hall. A buzzing voice rang out, "Kid, having only loyalty is not enough. As a general, what you need is to lead your soldiers to victory. Also, you first dug a hole, then sent cursed soldiers over to die. What kind of trick are you playing?" Chapter 495. The truth of the headless, two cursed soldiers at odds on a bone chair. Li Shiwu held up a frog leg, constantly observing. He murmured, "This frog's belly is excessively large. How many blood buns did Qian Yuanzi feed it? Or is it because it has gained some good luck from Qian Yuanzi, which is why its belly is so absurdly big?" After saying this, he raised his eyes to stare at the heads of the cursed soldiers scattered throughout the cave, with a thought. Their head armor gradually transformed from mottled red to pitch black, like moss growing. Thus, Li's military merit was about to rise again. A smile appeared in the corner of Li Shiwu's eye. Now, there were only about 10,000 red-armored cursed soldiers left in this underground cave. Just at that moment, the battlefield within several dozen miles was once again engulfed by that strange yellow sand, which meant not only the body but even the sight and perception of those within it. At this moment, watching the yellow sand surge towards the cave, he sensed fierce auras rushing in from all directions. Li Shiwu clicked his tongue. "Come on, I need to exchange for military merit." Meanwhile, the officials of the turbid domain were all filled with a sense of desolation. One person sighed, "Alas, this yellow sand obviously requires some time to successfully refine and use. This time, Li Daoyu is probably completely finished, unable to escape the inevitable death." Chapter 496. Eat, cured leg in the center of the Bronze War Hall. The battle was about to break out. Although the military merit book was a book, every time it turned a page, a terrifying killing intent erupted. The black-armored cursed soldiers fell like cut wheat, with no opportunity to resist at all. "Great demon!" Li 15 hid outside the hall, gazing intently through the thumb-sized hole at the scene before him. Only then did he realize why these two twin monsters had been captured for so long. Yet no one could truly kill them. It was because these two were rare great demons. Sighing inwardly, Li 15 thought, "If this headless general didn't use formations to fight me, but charged directly, I would have died 10 or 8 times by now." Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged through him. He sensed that the robe he wore, which feared the weak and bullied the strong, seemed to have the impulse to break free, as if it wanted to rush towards the two great demons in the hall. "You dressed in bright colors, yet you don't realize you have a mouth full of blood." The headless general let out a long howl, brandishing his spear as he charged forward. The spear blade slicing through the void with a sharp whistle, fiercely aiming to pin down the military merit book. Bang! The collision caused the ancient bronze war hall to shake, emitting a muffled wail. Chapter 497. The All Things Clan. The snow wind was biting, the chill piercing to the bone. However, looking at the two blood-soaked human legs, with uneven severed ends as if they had been torn off alive, the various prison officials present all change color. Their eyes filled with unmistakable shock and fear. "Sigh, young master, be a bit kinder to yourself." The red-clothed ghost lady tilted her head on her shoulder, slowly adjusting it, and one could even distinctly hear the cracking sound of her neck bones. Her tone was very light, yet it gave a chillingly gentle impression, as if coaxing a disobedient child. Then she said, "You like to eat legs? I'll give you some." At that moment, Li 15 felt a chill run through his head, spreading along his spine to his limbs. He looked at the two human legs in the snow, forcing a stiff smile, and said, "Girl, these legs are too fresh. I'm not used to it." At the same time, the fat infant's small eyes were filled with horror, staring fixedly at the broken bowl in the ghost lady's hand, trembling as he said, "Blood and plasma as water, human heads as rice, cooked into porridge. She is." Just as he finished speaking, the figure of the red-clothed ghost lady gradually twisted and bent, as if scattered by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 498. The Oath of the Fat Infant. The two words of chess at this moment. The demon's song stepped on the snow and smiled at the fat infant. "Fat baby, can you feel the kindness from Shanlian?" Just standing beside him, I feel as if I'm in the warm spring of March, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers. The fat infant nodded, feeling it, but for some reason, he felt a bit awkward, not knowing if it was an illusion. The demon's song narrowed her eyes. "Awkward?" The fat infant muttered, "I always feel like a flower is stuck in a pile of cow dung. The flower is fragrant, but the cow dung is ultimately smelly." The demon's song glared at the chubby baby. "You have ill intentions. You deserve a beating." In an instant, the magic surged in the snow, raising the accumulated snow and obscuring all sight. The two had already tangled into a ball. Li 15 stood aside, silently watching this scene. He felt that the fat infant had a profound connection with the so-called beasts of the six realms, and he himself had a hint of insight into his true nature. Moreover, this fat child was born and raised in this land, He was neither a calamity nor someone who had escaped from the blank world. In recent days, Li 15 had cleverly tested this point through various conversations. After a while, the wind and snow gradually dispersed like dust. Chapter 499. The Departure of the Taoist Lord. Encountering the twin monsters again at the same time, in a grove of yellow maples. The snow scenery and yellow maples complemented each other, like clusters of yellow flames burning amidst the ice and snow, indescribably magnificent and strange. A certain Taoist lord, dressed in white, stood under the yellow maple tree, looking up at all of this, murmuring, "Do people really change with their surroundings? Just like these maple trees, they have adapted to the harsh cold of the turbid realm. The leaves that should have withered still burn like fire." A female voice smiled and said, "Do you think the Taoist Lord is too kind-hearted and wants to change a bit? After all, at that time, you could have killed the demon Song Yuan and those black-faced men." The Taoist Lord shook his head. "No, I always feel that if good and evil are indecisive, they become the sharpest knife. The holder of the knife always says it's unavoidable, but those who get hurt are always the innocent grass and trees. I think I'm not kind enough." The female voice said, "As long as the Taoist Lord's heart is not stained with dust and your clothes are not stained with dirt, that's good. And as long as you like it." But Li 15 also said he wasn't kind enough. The Taoist Lord was taken aback. "How do you know?" The female voice laughed. "The last time the Taoist Lord fought against the demon Song and others, I saw him standing several miles away in the sky." Chapter 500. Have you eaten, my dear? Dong dong klang, dong dong klang. In the gray sky, snowflakes fell like willow catkins, lightly drifting onto the red wooden stage. Drumming and Swana sounds suddenly echoed around the stage, and the faces of the thin people in the audience blossomed with smiles. What was once a cold and desolate turbid realm now seemed to burst with a sense of festive joy. Good, good, good. The common people smiled broadly, clapping in appreciation. They found the singing of the red-clothed performer very amusing, especially the part where she cursed the stinking outsider. Her expressions were simply exquisite. "Shanlian, it turns out there are two monsters performing a duet. Interesting, simply interesting." The demon Song looked at the stage, her brows dancing with delight. She also pinched her fingers and imitated the tone to curse the stinking outsider, not noticing that Li 15 had his right hand resting on his left thumb, smiling in a way that was somewhat chilling. "Good," the demon Song exclaimed again in delight. On the stage, the red-clothed performer waved her sleeves, glancing sideways and saying, "Look at that big fool. He can't tell a person from a dog, treating dogs as people and people as dogs." The fat infant, wearing a red hat, stood beside her and shouted, "Good." Chapter 501. The thousand-year dried legs. The young master appears again on the ice surface. The red-clothed ghost lady nodded numbly. "Just ate. Not hungry." The red and white duo, the two monsters, giggled and said, "You actually ate, then let us sing a duet for you. He's a stinking outsider. And I'm a big fool." The ghost lady shook her head and gently asked, "I want to ask, how old are you two?" The two monsters exchanged glances and said in unison, 2008 years old. The ghost lady fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Oh, that should be considered old, right?" At the same time, Li 15 and the other two were still in that small city. How outrageous, how outrageous. The demon Song's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Those two things, do they understand what it means to be as intelligent as a demon? The fat infant muttered, "They curse me with the smell of beasts all over." Saying this, his gaze fell on Li 15. He then asked, "Li Shanlian, why do they call you a dog?" The demon Song rolled her eyes. "They have been mocking me with the word fool. So this word dog is definitely just nonsense. What else there to ask?" But fortunately, the title of dog has always been associated with loyalty and righteousness, so it's not too harsh of an insult. At this moment, the three stood shoulder to shoulder outside the small city. Chapter 502. The fool Li 15 turned around, looking towards the direction of the karmic red thread. For some reason, an unsettling feeling arose in his heart. Strange, is the injury doll not working anymore? How did this sense of palpitations directly affect my true self? Li Shiwu stood churnat, and he inexplicably felt that the 15th Taoist might have already left the turbid domain. "Shanlian, take care," Yaoga murmured, pulling down 4 black and white strands of hair from her head. With a flick of her hand, they transformed into 4 servants, 3 men and 1 woman. The female servant chuckled at her master. "Did you catch that twin-horn spirit?" The male servant laughed. "Do we even need to say? With our master's intelligence." "She definitely didn't catch it. Then, a dark blue sedan chair appeared out of nowhere and landed on the ground. Yao Gan nodded slightly and stepped into the sedan chair, gradually disappearing into the snowy night. Seeing this, the smile on Li Shiwu's face gradually faded. He said in a deep voice, "Fat infant, where did you learn the human taming technique?" The fat infant lowered his head. After a moment of vague mumbling, he finally spoke, "To be honest, I came from a cycle of reincarnation." Li Shiwu's pupils constricted. "Is that true?" The fat infant nodded. "It is true, but this kind of thing is hard to explain. It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that I can't put it into words. It dissipates before it reaches my mouth." Chapter 503. The Fool Wife. And friends, being heartless and loveless is not good. A so-called eunuch is merely severing ties, not severing love. The fool stood with a warm smile in the snowy field, a pair of white maple leaf ears giving an indescribable sense of strangeness. 3 zhang, about 10 meters away, Li Shiwu silently observed, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head. "Sir, we have never met. Why are you telling me this?" The fool replied, "I just feel that friends should perhaps treat themselves a little better, find a girl to accompany you, and from then on, be together day and night, through all 4 seasons." In an instant, Li Shiwu's pupils shrank. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, are you in cahoots with that ghostly woman holding the head porridge?" He clearly remembered that the ghost woman also kept saying he should treat himself better. This fool saying the same made him associate them together. Li Shiwu quietly clenched his right hand into a fist, a hint of coldness in his words. "Sir, what do you intend by seeking me out?" The fool merely shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. In life, one only seeks to be full, warm, and to have a companion. That is the greatest blessing. Friend, have you ever had a good day in your life so far? Chapter 504. Yuan's narrative after being swallowed at this moment. Looking at the figure with maple leaf ears, Li Shiwu felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Bizarre, truly bizarre. He often felt this way himself, but at least he wouldn't misinterpret what others said. So he proactively asked, "Fool, can you cultivate illusions?" The fool shook his head. "I don't cultivate illusions, nor do I understand them." He took the hand of a non-existent woman beside him, deeply and affectionately saying, "I just want to be with her, as the years go by, until the dawn. So, I never cultivate those strange things." The fool sighed and continued, "Tonight, my wife and I came here through the snow, just to advise you to treat yourself a little better." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu completely could not understand. So he asked, "How long have you and your wife been companions?" The fool, with a smile in his eyes, replied, "Since I can remember, she has been with me. We were innocent as children, from knowing each other, accompanying each other, to falling in love, and then marrying. Since then, we have been inseparable, supporting each other." In the snowy night, Li Shiwu's expression remained unchanged. Whether in the paper-white world or the mountain of people before him, he had never encountered a normal one. Not even one. Chapter 505. Hiding the woman in the coffin. Gathering again, the snow fell silently. While listening to Yi Wan's narrative, apart from feeling somewhat horrified in his heart, Li Shiwu actually had no great feelings. "So how did you get out?" The little woman said, "With the Avalokiteshvara technique. It automatically manifested and brought me out from that strange place. Do you know that cultivating the Avalokiteshvara technique will gradually turn you into a member of the Avalokiteshvara clan?" I didn't know at first, but slowly I began to feel it. Yi Wan lowered her eyes, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "Every time I activate the technique, an ethereal chanting resonates in my mind, as if something is guiding me, causing my body and consciousness to start transforming into another life form. It is both compassionate and cold, both ancient and sacred. I know that it is Avalokiteshvara." Li Shiwu said, "I can understand that you obtained the technique, but why can you be reborn after death? Don't tell me that just because you are at the golden core stage, you can achieve this with the so-called Avalokiteshvara technique." Yivan Yispirit. The Avalokiteshvara technique I practice represents an ancient Avalokiteshvara that seems to have already fallen. I not only obtained the technique, but also received part of its remnants, which is why I can do this. Chapter 506. The undead in the snowy region. The killing intent on Yao Ji's face was clearly visible, flowing like water. "Shanlian, no matter how much you plead, no matter how kind your heart, these 2 twin-horned spirits have already found their path to death here with me. So don't try to advise me anymore." Li Shiwu merely nodded slightly. A smile appeared on his face. My kind heart never changes, so regardless. If you manage to capture those two spirits, I hope you can hand them over to me for disposal. The fat infant, still wearing a red hat, took a few steps closer and mumbled. Those two twin-horn spirits also said the same thing. This dog can be kind. This dog truly has a kind heart. The tone and expression were exactly the same as yours right now. I don't know who is imitating whom. The fat infant shrank his neck, continuing to mumble. This is not me talking nonsense. I personally saw those two spirits perform like this yesterday when I passed by a place where people gathered. They're no longer performing twin horns, but have changed to singing in unison. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's face, which resembled an old man in the style of Qian Yuanzi, darkened frighteningly. He looked around. 80 jail wardens were present, most of whom were familiar faces that had survived in the world of battling demons, with over 20 being newly appointed jail officers. Chapter 507. Both enter. The fool's expression turned cold. Sir, these so-called undead are clearly not good news. So, why don't you catch them yourself? The red-clad man flashed a trace of coldness in his eyes and said, using everyone to their fullest, aren't you all from the candle domain lowly folk just suitable for doing this? Today, I'm not afraid to tell you all. The seeds of cold rise from 100 years ago are merely a means to control you, a stick hanging over your heads. Promising you a path to the mountain is just a date for you. The red-clad man revealed a mocking smile, his pale fingers lightly tapping his jade belt at his waist, then continued, the stick is real, and the sweet dates are also real. So, do you want to take the stick or eat this date? Everyone answer me. The fat infant looked at this senior, searching for the so-called undead, fearing for his life. The red-clad man shook his head. I don't know. You must be clear that these 80 cages are merely a tiny place in the entire polluted domain. The rumored immortals exist outside these 80 cages. Chapter 508. Senior, do your words count? A prison warden's expression turned grave, as if he had made a decision. Now, these 80 prisons are not easy to endure. Perhaps venturing out for a while is indeed a good choice for them. The man in red smiled, his fingertips stroking his red jade seal, and slowly spoke. You all, spread your palms. In an instant, as golden light burst forth from the jade seal, 8 golden characters appeared in the palms of the gathered cultivators. All that is decreed above must be obeyed. The man in red stated that the human race has laws, and everything spoken must be backed by action. It is essential to keep one's word and act consistently. The concept of trust is the foundation of a race's cohesion. If everyone is untrustworthy, it marks the beginning of a race's internal collapse. Therefore, if I go back on my word in the future, someone will surely capture me and punish me for it, for a grave crime. So, are you all reassured now? In an instant, the remaining 78 prison wardens bowed their heads in agreement, understanding. The chubby baby sighed and lamented, why do I always feel that ever since I met Li Shiwu, I've been having bad luck? Chapter 509. The use of 3 Dan. The world was dim and desolate, looking at everything before them. The group of prison wardens simultaneously thought of the same phrase. The chubby baby murmured, if we really find the immortals, how do we go back? At this moment, they did not even know exactly where they were, only that they were still in the polluted domain and had left those 80 prisons. Yao Ge gazed at everything around, recalling that the polluted domain was not originally this harsh. It was once beautiful, with mountains and clear waters, and various sources of blessings could be seen everywhere. How did it end up like this? Yao Ge spoke heavily. I have heard someone mention it by chance, but I don't know if it's true. On other mountains, there are some terrifying ancient beings whose cultivation is hard to describe. When they arrived at the mountain of humans, a bizarre battle occurred here, and many of them perished. After that, the polluted domain became the current polluted prison. Hearing this, the prison wardens were captivated. The chubby baby asked, a battle is a battle. What do you mean by a bizarre battle? Yao Ge lightly snorted. The so-called bizarre refers to those ancient beings who are high above, displaying madness and insanity, as if they have lost their rationality and everything they do cannot be understood through normal logic. Chapter 510. The Maggots of the Bone. Lu Xingzhou moved like an underground fish, aimlessly traversing beneath the earth. Occasionally, a chilling aura would flash by on the surface. But Li 15 and the others had not yet figured out what was happening when it inexplicably disappeared. I vaguely remember you mentioning that some ancient beings on other mountains died in the polluted domain. Could there be Guanyin among them? Li 15, sitting cross-legged at the stern of the boat, suddenly asked while staring at a red good fortune Dan in his hand. There might be. Yao Ge turned to look. Why do you ask this? Li 15 smiled. Do you remember Yuan? She practiced the Guanyin method and claimed to have obtained the remnants of Guanyin. So I just thought of it. What? Yao Ge was shocked. Yuan is not only a non-evil, but she also obtained the remnants of Guanyin. Which ancient Guanyin did she get? Li 15 said, countless arms, countless laws, divinity, compassion, mercy, and murderous karma. All of these can be seen in her Guanyin form. Yao Ge focused, is that so? Then didn't she pretend to be dead last time in the snow? However, he paused and continued, the Guanyin clan, aside from the Joy Guanyin, also includes the androgynous ones who give birth to themselves. They are also called Yin-Yang Guanyin. Chapter 511, Fortune Demon. Yao Ge took a deep breath and continued. As for the bone maggots, how should I put it? Disgusting, purely disgusting. If one person is afflicted by the bone maggots, gradually, everyone around them will also be afflicted by new bone maggots, as if it is a vicious cycle that continues. He looked at Li 15 and said deeply, Shanlian, even if you cause great trouble in the future, I know your original intention is still good. You were just forced into it. The chubby baby asked, did you notice earlier that this female cultivator was afflicted by these broken bones? Yao Ge frowned. With my wisdom, I naturally sensed it. Are you questioning me? The chubby baby chuckled, taking a step from his stern to the bow, standing beside several Yuanying. With arms crossed and chin raised, he said, you can tell those two double-tongued demons about this. If they believe me, then believe. At this moment, looking at the nearly incinerated white bones, the prison wardens displayed unprecedented seriousness. Everyone, now there are other races appearing on this mountain of humans. Do they intend to seize the human race's mountain? Not necessarily. This small bone maggot clan is like a crawling insect in a gutter, unable to stir up much trouble. They only took advantage of our confusion with their methods to gain the upper hand. Chapter 512, Fortune Realm. Meeting with fortune, the fortunate live, while the unfortunate die. In the dim world, the chubby baby murmured, repeatedly savoring the deep meaning of this phrase. The other prison warden's pupils shrank suddenly, their faces as white as paper. This simple distinction between fortune and misfortune seemed to carry unspoken mysteries and cruelty, making their minds flicker like a candle flame, nearly extinguished. Haha, it's really been a long time since I've seen a real person. The fortune demon muttered again. Yao Ge coldly said, Fortune demon, what do you intend to do? Meanwhile, Li 15 had buried his head deeply, trembling hands continuously sending good fortune and righteousness pills into his mouth, one after another. Behind him, the old Taoist figure appeared and disappeared intermittently, his voice intermittent. Disciple, you have learned badly again. The dog smell on you has become stronger. His tone was heavy with pleading. Disciple, I beg you, if this continues, something will really happen. Just give up the immortal view. I will definitely respect you well in the future and honor your wife properly. In Li 15's ears, the terrifying voice from the abyss echoed, growing distant, and then close again as he kept swallowing the good fortune and righteousness pills. Chapter 513, Li 15. Let us continue. The fortune demon waved her hand, and another female cultivator's body shrank, falling into the microscopic fortune realm. Before her appeared the same narrow mountain path. Help! Help me! She cried out hoarsely, rolling and crawling down the mountain. Sure enough, 4 fierce men appear behind her, each dragging a string of nuns' heads, some of which had their flesh worn away from rubbing against the ground, exposing clear, eerie white bones. It was at this moment that a young man in white holding a sword suddenly emerged, his eyes filled with sternness. Don't be afraid, young lady. He then drew his cold sword and confronted the 4 fierce men. The scene shifted. The young man in white brought the female cultivator to a city, softly saying, Don't be afraid. No one can harm your life now. Thank you, young master. The female cultivator was genuinely frightened and still performed a bow. Then, the man took her into a secluded mansion and entered a study. Inside the room hung sheets of white paper tinged with flesh color, and in some places, small black dots could be clearly seen, resembling small moles on a person's body. Chapter 514. The winner on the doll-like face of Xing Yao. A rare hint of seriousness appeared. This old man has some skills. He has managed to become a general. In the Xing realm, at this moment Li 15, dressed in full armor, was leading tens of thousands of troops under orders to suppress a rebellion. He sat atop his horse and commanded, in my name, set up camp in that canyon ahead. General, that canyon has treacherous terrain if the enemy lays an ambush. With a flash of blood, Li 15 beheaded the deputy general and angrily shouted, All troops, follow me, advance. As the scene shifted, various logs, boulders, and arrows fell from both sides of the canyon, and the tens of thousands of troops were like caged birds, unable to avoid the ensuing massacre. Li 15, holding a torch, stood outside the canyon and observed it all. Hey, didn't expect that, did you? I've already secretly contacted the enemy camp. As for this rebellion, I have no interest in being a general. It was at this moment that a beautiful woman rode up frantically and said, Old sir, my master suddenly fell ill tonight, and on his deathbed. He entrusted you as the new master. Because you can trap and kill tens of thousands of troops, you must be thoroughly disappointed in this dynasty. We need your thunderous methods to overthrow the old dynasty. Chapter 5:15. Small Zhou Tian, the wind howled, in this dim world, like countless whispers drifting from distant ages. Am I wise? Did you grow back after being castrated? The chubby infant stared at a certain person's crotch with bulging eyes. Yao Gu, in a purple Taoist robe, clapped his hands and said, that so-called Xing realm is too special, which led to my being at the mercy of others. Now that I have broken free from it, is it worth mentioning a mere few inches? At the same time, in the Xing realm, the Xing Yao, who had completely doubted the death of the Cui, had dissipated in a cluster of ghostly red flames. At this moment, the remaining prison officials gazed solemnly at an old figure standing among the remnants of limbs and bodies, feeding a bronze toad with a bun dipped in human blood. Quack, quack. They could clearly see that the seemingly cursed beast toad had its mouth quivering with excitement, even with tears in its eyes, as if it was finally being fed. The prison officials exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear, confusion, disgust, and a hint of deep-seated awe. Wasn't that Xing Yao's death a bit too hasty? It wasn't that his death was hasty, but rather that this Taoist friend named Shan Lian was simply unreasonable. I really couldn't understand. Chapter 5:16. The painting, the Yao painting clan, hearing the echoes in their ears. The prison officials exchanged glances and stood at the ready. What the hell? Who dares to play tricks in front of Yao? Yao Gu shouted angrily at the ground. Everyone, come out. That powerful voice rang out again. Then, Lu Xingzhou was pulled out from hundreds of feet underground, as if he were a toy, by an incredibly terrifying force. Yu, at this moment, looking at the incomparably terrifying figure 30 feet away, Yao Ji's eyes were filled with deep astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. You are from the Hui clan. Your clan also occupies a mountain. The chubby infant stammered. Hui clan, what the hell is that? He saw that the figure was nearly 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape, with an incredibly deep blue color all over, covered in dense bony scales and dragging along. Sharp bony tail behind. Violence, cruelty, power, aesthetics. All these words seemed to manifest in him. Not only that, on his body, vivid patterns could be faintly seen, as if they were lifelike paintings, including beasts, other creatures, and even a statue of Guanyin. Chapter 5:17. The undying city, the chubby infant continued to flee with his head covered, while muttering, Am I wise? What happens after they paint living beings on themselves? Yao Gu said solemnly, Everything of yours is shared with me. This is why this clan can also occupy a mountain. Their racial talent is simply too unreasonable. On the other side, the nascent soul had become as thin as paper, about to become a new painting on the incense body, a painting belonging to a human. Just then, a shocking change occurred. Boom! In the sky, a purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, cutting through the sky with blinding purple light and deafening thunder, heading straight for the location of the incense. In an instant, scales on the incense body flipped outward, and many even burst open, with streams of blood raining down. He curled up on the ground in pain, his whole body shaking violently as the residual power of the lightning seemed like sharp little knives, tearing at his soul and flesh. The nascent soul also returned to normal with a bang for being a paper figure, but with lingering fear in his eyes. He fled madly without looking back. Meanwhile, the prison officials simply stared blankly at the sky. What the hell? Isn't this lightning a bit too coincidental? The chubby infant exclaimed. Chapter 5:18. Again hearing the seed, immortal view at the city gate, a cold wind blew. At a divination stall, a lamp burned oil, and an impatient old fortune teller sat. Along with them were Li 15 and a group of prison officials. Fortune teller, say that again. I'm old and can't hear very well, Li 15 said, holding a firewood knife, his crooked mouth widening. The old man, with sparse white hair, glanced at him and said, "You and your disciple's relationship. Think for yourself. You must have seen it. Look at you, already 70 or 80. You must have become muddled in your old age." No need to ask. Li 15 nodded. Makes sense. But in the next moment, a horrifying smile suddenly appeared on his face. Holding the firewood knife, he swung it down at the old man's face, the blade sinking deep into the eye socket, causing blood to drip onto the ground. The scene was both brutal and shocking. The old man's piercing scream rang out, with a deep gash across his head, making him look like a bloody Pac-Man. Shan Lian and Yao Ge stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. But soon, Yao Ge shouted angrily at the old man, "What kind of evil being are you? Shan Lian's killing you proves that the fault lies with you." Chapter 519. Subjective? Objective? The prison officials stared at the writings on the wall, constantly reflecting. However, they did not understand the deeper meaning behind it, nor did they know what the seed immortal view represented. Instead, they found this sentence amusing, as if it were a child's nonsensical nursery rhyme. Everywhere, everywhere, Li Shiwu was running wildly through the city, and on every wall, these words were everywhere, densely packed, as if they would never end. Undying city, undying people. What do they have to do with the seed immortal temple? Li Shiwu murmured and suddenly stopped. Ahead, about 100 feet away, in a small house, some candlelight was faintly visible. Li Shiwu squinted his eyes, raised the machete in his hand, and stepped closer. "Shanlian, wait for me." The demon's song followed suit. With a creak, as an old wooden door opened, Li Shiwu stood at the doorway with the machete in hand. Inside, a white candle flickered slowly, casting an uncertain light on Li Shiwu's face, accentuating the eerie and terrifying look of his aged face. "Old man, who are you?" A girl dressed in a peach blossom skirt, startled, hurriedly stood up. Chapter 520. Poor frog, useless, useless. Disciple, these fools do not have my great fate and fortune. They can't even get in. Li Shiwu sneered a couple of times before turning to survey the temple. He saw that the doors and windows were tightly closed, and there were not many furnishings, only a glass oil lamp on the ground providing some light. Earth, there is earth. Li Shiwu stared at the ground, his eyes full of excitement. He saw that the ground was covered with a layer of black soil, constantly surging like ocean waves, giving a strange feeling that was hard to describe. Disciple, this is the real seed immortal temple. This is it. As soon as the words fell, Li Shiwu's gaze sharpened, and his robe of the weak and the afraid instantly split into 30,000 weak and afraid demons, scattering like clusters of black flames throughout the hall. As for Li Shiwu, he revealed his shriveled, aged body. "This immortal, I must succeed," he roared. However, at that moment, a shocking change occurred. Li Shiwu suddenly froze, his facial features melting like wax, then suddenly reformed, yet still maintaining the same ugly old Taoist face. Following that, an indescribable aura of brutality, cruelty, coldness, and gloom began to rise from him. Chapter 521. Truly useless. Li Shiwu's expression remained calm as he swung the coffin frog's leg, shaking off the human blood bun from its mouth. Quack quack, two indistinct frog croaks sounded, filled with sorrow. Even the officials of the town prison clearly saw that the bronze frog's small eyes had developed some mottled copper rust, as if covered by tears. The wind howled continuously, causing everyone's Taoist robes to flutter in the breeze. Li Shiwu bit the frog back onto his earlobe, and then turned around to look at this so-called seed immortal temple. The entire undying city, with all its houses and towers, was fake. Only this main temple before him was real. "I can be kind, I can be wise." The chubby infant, wearing a red hat, looked perplexed. What is going on? Can someone explain clearly? Not just him, apart from Zhao Sholing and the demon song. Everyone else was confused, truly believing that the undying people, the undying city, and this kind of immortal temple were all real. In the next moment, Zhao Sholing raised his hand, and the main temple before him gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a miniature palace the size of a fist, suspended 3 inches above his palm. Then he took out the bronze Greenland boat. Chapter 522. Only by thinking of death can one die after burning the paper. Li Shiwu took out a stack of fine white paper and ink, focusing intently on drawing portraits of the old Taoist, still of Qianyuanzi. "Shanlian, what do you mean by this?" the demon song asked, puzzled. "But your drawing skills are quite impressive, aren't they?" Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's face darkened. He had no painting skills. He only painted Qianyuanzi. "So, I will offer sacrifices to this old man. Perhaps it can bring good fortune. If the egg thief could make his kin worship the doll's portrait, then why couldn't Li Shiwu do the same, for example, to make others worship? He then raised his voice. All of you, fellow officials of the murky prison, worship this old man. Perhaps it can increase our fortune and help us find the undying people faster. For a moment, the officials of the town prison turned back, all confused. Zhao Sholing smiled and said, Li Shanlian, isn't this the old man's face you used before? Another person said, Brother, our future is uncertain. Life and death are unknown. You've already made enough trouble. Don't make us seek this amusement again. However, the demon song had already bowed to the portrait. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Shanlian has just explained to me that the person in the painting is his master, Qian Yuanzi. Chapter 524. Sea Dog Under the Broken City Gate. 2 bloody eyeballs were carelessly discarded, rolling into the dust. A woman in white with disheveled hair supported her chin with her hands, facing Li Shiwu with 2 deep blood holes where her eyes should be. Her tone was rather unfriendly. What is going on? You didn't come to tell fortunes. You came to amuse me, right? Li Shiwu and the officials of the town prison looked at this sudden, bizarre scene, all wide-eyed, and then their hearts filled with vigilance. Something unusual had happened. There must be a demon, and they could not afford to be careless. Seeing this, Li Shiwu instead put away the action of preparing to pull out the flower knife. The woman had already gouged out her own eyeballs. What else could he do? Did that count? The woman with 2 bloody eye sockets stared at him expressionlessly, as if something chilling lingered in her empty eye sockets. Can you tell fortunes accurately? Li Shiwu asked, his expression devoid of warmth. What fortune teller would tell their client that they can't tell fortunes accurately? The woman replied with a lightly mocking tone. Are you really that foolish to ask such a question? Li 15 is reasonable. So can you really calculate accurately? The woman in white can't. Chapter 525. Madwoman, undead ha. Breeding dog. Under the broken city gate, the woman in white pointed at Li 15, laughing so hard she bent over. Breeding dog, breeding dog. Young man, so you're a breeding dog. Endless descendants of dogs. Seeing this scene, the group of prison officials all had a flash of surprise in their eyes. Just now, her breath had completely vanished. How did she come back to life? It's unclear, a bit eerie. Only Li 15, grinning with a mouthful of teeth, laughed chillingly. He said, Miss, I can't quite tell for a moment whether you're truly good at calculations or just pretending. Also, you're only in your 20s, yet you call me young man. Holding a flower knife upside down in his hand, he raised a finger and said in a melodious tone, Dare I ask your age, miss? The woman in white laughed broadly. Nini is 3 years old. Are you confused? Seeing this, Yaoga quickly said, Shanlian, this woman has probably been a madwoman from the beginning. Do not entangle with her. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. The woman in white actually took off her skirt in public, squatting down beside everyone. As they say, fart is the sigh of the intestines, urine is the tear of the butt. She. Yaoga turned her head away. Gritting her teeth, what a mad woman. Chapter 526. The undying monument. The night was dark and the wind howled. Li 15, along with the others, walked side by side among the broken walls, occasionally stepping on a piece of shattered tile, producing a crisp sound. Yaoga sneered, well, you do have the so-called taming technique, which is quite extraordinary. Yet why are you so short-sighted? The fat infant retorted, am I not smart? Was there a problem with what I just said? Among those legendary existences, which one of them doesn't go through countless tribulations and remain unscathed? The so-called immortality is probably the least significant thing for them. Yaoga raised her chin, unwilling to argue with fools. The fat infant said, the duality of the clever and the foolish is indeed wonderful. Li 15, seeing this, spoke slowly. Yaoga, I would like to hear more. He felt that although the one named Yaoga might not be as smart as a demon, she did have some knowledge, as evidenced by her understanding of soul scripts and the Huiji clan. Shanlian, you still understand. Yaoga smiled. Then she said, Fat kid, you say those legendary existences won't die? Then let me ask you, do you know the Guanyin clan? There are legends of ancient Guanyin falling in this polluted domain. And even that unborn Yi one has a great opportunity to obtain the remains of Guanyin. Chapter 527. The Death Line in the Broken City. In the central area. At this moment, pairs of eyes were all fixed on the towering, undying monument, all puzzled. The fat infant took a deep breath and looked at the characters on the monument. What does it mean to completely eliminate the concept of death from life? Yaoga clicked her tongue. It means literally you won't die. Just as the two finished speaking, a beautiful figure covered in deep blue scales, with flowing mercury-like hair, stepped into the crowd. The Undying Monument. The Huaiji clan's incense burner looked up, her deep purple eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. The prison official, Zhao Sholing, followed closely behind. Seeing everyone on high alert, the incense burner slightly nodded, signaling that he was here to greet them. Everyone, rest assured, I do not wish to quarrel right now. Li 15, seeing this, casually threw out a portrait of Qian Yuanzi. Another one, what does this mean? The incense burner reached out to catch it, but still looked puzzled at the ugly old Taoist on it. Li 15 smiled. I said, I always like to give my master away. By the way, worshipping him can really bring good fortune. I gave you two. Hang one in your own temple, and remember to carry the other with you. Rest assured, it will bring good luck. Chapter 528. Exchange of gifts. The Huaiji clan's incense burner, with a white light figure behind him, also holding a knife, continued to swing above his head. He said, actually, he wasn't wrong. Once upon a time, I also heard the term death line. Li 15. Are these white light figures behind us cutting what death line? He could barely accept the term death line, after all. That causal red rope in his hand could strongly pull the fate line above others' heads. The fat infant looked at everyone, so, is this ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? If we cut off the death line above us, will we no longer die from now on? The incense burner shook his head. Your Excellency, the undying may not be something to look forward to. The fat infant's eyes brightened. Your Excellency, the red hat? I can be wise. You see, the Huaiji clan is very polite. As for Li 15, he had already turned around and headed back into the city. Shanlian, wait. Yaoga quickly followed. The Huaiji clan's incense burner saw this, and his 2-meter-tall figure gradually shrank to a regular human size and followed along. This Excellency, Shanlian, exchanging gifts of masters, could it be some kind of human custom? Chapter 529. In the shadow, Yaoga showed an anxious expression. Countless? You have to give a rough idea. The middle-aged man, hearing this, just lowered his head and murmured, I really can't remember. I've lived too long, too long. I only remember that in the past, the sky was not as dark as it is now, and I could even see a brilliant starry sky every night, listening to the chirping of insects. Looking at the stars, Yaoga's gaze froze. You mean, before the polluted domain turned into a polluted prison, and even before the extreme night phenomenon, you had already been alive? Yaoga's tone was incredibly complex. Then you really have lived a long time. Li 15 asked, so, you have always been in the coffin? Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly filled with sorrow, and he wailed continuously, tears of blood dripping from his eyes, making it hard to bear. He roared, you will know soon, you will soon know. The incense burner stepped forward and said in human language, Your Excellency, the mortal, please speak clearly. The middle-aged man was stunned, as if he was mesmerized by the incense burner's beautiful figure. He painfully said, I have always been locked in an iron coffin. Do you know that when that iron coffin closed, there wasn't even a seam? I couldn't breathe. Chapter 530. Father, Father, Father in the Broken City. Whoosh, whoosh, the cold wind swept up the dust, wailing as it swept through the ruins of the city. Click, click, the sounds of nails scratching the coffin lid echoed from over 100,000 scattered iron coffins, one after another, coming from all directions. These sounds were not urgent, but persistent, not loud, yet clear enough to send chills down one's spine. In front of the Undying Monument, looking at the yellow-faced man emerging from the monument, the human Zhao Sholing, the Huaiji clan's incense burner, and a group of prison officials all changed their expressions, a hint of chill appearing in their eyes. Yet Li 15 was smiling, cupping his hands and saying, This gentleman, your Taoist robe looks quite unique. May I ask, is your surname Chen? At this moment, the yellow-faced, thin man showed a hint of surprise upon hearing these words, unable to help but click his tongue and say, Dad, you know the Chen family? Everyone was confused. Li Shiwu was even more astonished, turning to Shanlian. So you have a son now? Who is the mother of the child? Seeing this, Li Shiwu's expression was also quite strange. This senior, or perhaps fellow Taoist, are you calling me father? Dad, you're asking for death. The yellow-faced, thin man's eyes were filled with killing intent, his gaze terrifyingly cold. Chapter 531. Tao born in the dim night. The yellow-faced man's face was frightening, yet he called everyone Dad. This stark contrast made people feel both creeped out and unable to laugh, feeling a strange, even comical terror. Senior, what do you mean? Zhao Sholing inquired after observing for a moment. The yellow-faced man's cultivation was like a deep pool, impossible to gauge. The yellow-faced man took a deep breath, recalling a time when there was a group whose cultivation reached an unimaginable level compared to ordinary people, where their life level was like dust compared to supreme beings. Yet, they still felt it was not enough. Perhaps, after reaching their level, they felt a vague sense that there was another path beyond immortals. Li Shiwu calmly said, "What you refer to is probably yuan, symbolizing the most essential, primitive, and original thing in the world." This was something Bai Shi had told him before. Li Shiwu continued after they found it. "They refer to it as yuan." The yellow-faced man showed a hint of appreciation. "Dad, your cultivation is not high. How do you know these things?" Chapter 532, Master. Teach me in front of the immortal monument. The town officials looked at each other in confusion. Geik uttered a word must, causing a huge stir in their hearts. They knew it was not ordinary, but they could not understand the deeper meaning. After a long pause, Geik slowly spoke. "I have said before, for all living beings in the world, they will eventually meet with death. More accurately, all thinking entities in the world will one day cease to think, which is to die. Everyone, you cannot escape this. Only I have this opportunity." A hint of smugness appeared on the yellow-faced man's face. He continued, "All existences cannot escape the conclusion of inevitable death. Only people like me might be able to do so." "Li Shiwu, I would like to hear more." Geik lowered his head and inexplicably said, "Actually, I haven't seen humans for a long time. Today, seeing you all, I feel a strange sense of closeness. So saying a few more words is not a problem." Yao Ge was taken aback. "So you're not in the mountains now?" Geik's tone was vague as he quietly said, "I can't come back." Chapter 533. The child blocks the calamity master. Li Shanlian prayed to the heavens, inviting the heavens as witnesses. If the senior does not mind, Shanlian wishes to pay respects as a disciple. Li Shiwu bowed deeply with a humble posture, behaving respectfully as if facing the most revered existence in the world. From him emanated a sincere, filial piety and honesty, leaving everyone present speechless. Shanlian, are you serious about wanting to take him as a master?" Yao Ji's expression shifted, then said, "Do you know that a master is not someone you can just casually worship? We are practitioners, not ordinary mortals. Every action we take affects the karma in the dark. If you take him as a master, from now on, the master bears the burden of the disciple, and the disciple bears the master's debts." Yao Ji's eyes showed a hint of urgency. "Shanlian, with your goodness, taking this senior as a master is clearly a huge loss for you. So be cautious." "You must be cautious." Li Shiwu had no emotional response, simply uttering two heavy words, "Shut up." In the darkness, Geik stood in front of the immortal monument. The vivid doll image rusted on his robe flickered in the dim light, with a pair of wide-open eyes that seemed to smile, yet not smile, staring directly at Li Shiwu. Chapter 534. Flesh Fruit. Severing the fifth line, the Chun family. Geik's laughter was chilling. Every action this family takes is likely breaking the lower limits of humanity. Saying this, his gaze fell on the chubby baby. "Chubby dad, you've already lost one death line." The chubby baby's neck shrank, and then, Geik said, "If I sever 3 more of your death lines, kid, you'll become a human-shaped ginseng, a great tonic for all living beings. Of course, we have a special term for such people, flesh fruit." In an instant, the other practitioners present exchanged glances. Geik continued, "After severing 4 death lines, the person gains longevity and becomes a flesh fruit. Eating its flesh and drinking its blood can allow for rebirth and extend life. So the outcome is clear, being captured and raised like livestock, bled and butchered, unable to die even if they wanted to." Geik shook his head. "Those 10 death lines are shackles that come with life. Severing 1 allows for transformation. Severing 4 times leads to becoming a flesh fruit." He looked at the crowd. "Now do you understand why one must not casually sever another's death lines?" Chapter 535. The White Must Line Senior. Severing the 5th death line? Watching this scene, Li Shiwu's mind shook, continuing, "It can't be that coincidental, can it? We arrive here and encounter your breakthrough?" Geik snorted, "Dad, stop flattering yourself. I was capable of severing the 5th death line hundreds of years ago, but I was entangled with trivial matters. After all, I was under someone else's roof. I couldn't act freely. However, tonight, I sensed a living person entering the city. So I revealed an avatar before you and incidentally severed the fifth death line. Seaguy took a deep breath, his gaze incredibly profound. He murmured, after so many years, "It should be enough, right?" In the city, over 100,000 iron coffins rose into the sky in unison, stretching across the 100-foot-high sky, blocking out the sun. Inside these coffins were citizens whose death lines had been severed, and also human-shaped flesh fruits. Seaguy looked up at the scene and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, laughing wildly, making people tremble. He suddenly waved his hand, and a tremendous force burst forth from his palm, sweeping towards the 100,000 iron coffins in the sky. In an instant, one by one, the iron coffins began to melt under this irresistible force, along with the flesh fruits inside. Chapter 536. The reason, one sentence, Dad, you're bold. Seaguy's yellow face was now filled with anger. Surrounding him was a layer of white, misty Tao light, but it could only be manifested based on his Tao bones, cultivated over long years to protect his body with Tao light. Moreover, anything related to the word Tao had surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. It could be said to repel all evils and be immune to all loss. This is also the reason why he brazenly cut the fifth deadline here. But the figure before him, which merely has the form of a human, is not a human at all. He actually passed through the light of the path without any hindrance. "Father, who exactly are you?" Seaguy shouted fiercely, his gaze seemingly piercing through the person. In the next moment, he felt a surge of killing intent and said harshly, "Kid, what is your relationship with that ghostly thing?" As for Li 15, he looked up at the four white must lines and muttered, "Tisk, interesting, truly interesting." Every time a senior cuts a black must-die line, a white must line emerges. This means that the total number of must lines above your head, whether black or white, always adds up to 10, and this total is constant. Chapter 537. No deadline. Truly feasible? Li 15 was stunned. His words seemed to take root and grow within the white must lines, constantly expanding. However, he did not truly let Seaguy call him father as if he were a dog or a cat. After all, the other party's cultivation was profound, and they were not in their true form here. There was no need to make things absolute. It was at this moment that a shocking change occurred. Seaguy's fifth deadline was unexpectedly severed completely at this moment. In an instant, an ancient and indescribable aura, as if it nurtured the very beginning of everything, surged from him. "Father, do you really not want to live anymore?" Seaguy stood up, a layer of mysterious path light swirling around his body, his whole person standing in the light, giving an indescribable sense of mystery. Meanwhile, Li 15 had been blown away 100 feet, as if caught in an overwhelming storm, unable to stand steady. However, he was smiling brightly. "Senior, lines must be handled this way. If I guess correctly, you probably can't kill me." Seaguy smiled with hidden daggers. "Father, with your insight, can you understand an existence that has severed 5 deadlines?" Chapter 538. Being a dog, another human race senior. "One of the dead fruits sealed in the iron coffin go mad?" Li 15 asked in confusion. Any normal person would probably go completely insane in no time. Seaguy's expression grew cold upon hearing this. "Naturally, it's because I cast a spell. The entanglement of cause and effect is too complex, and I'm too lazy to explain it. Anyway, they deserve it. I'm just administering some punishment." He looked at the ruined city before him, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. "In fact, this is my homeland. Once upon a time, I thought a city would be my whole life until I encountered that ghostly thing." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to elaborate, Li 15 simply responded with a smile. "If the senior doesn't want to say more, that's fine, until the day you die. And then, Junior has a technique that is related to you." Pretentious. Li 15 did not explain further, but asked, "Senior, that white-clothed woman who was divining under the city gate, was she also severed from the deadline?" "That's right," Seaguy replied. "Then why wasn't she sealed in the iron coffin?" "Because she is my younger sister." "What?" Li 15 found it hard to believe. For a moment, Seaguy buried his head, as if recalling the past. Chapter 539. Return trip. Fire burned, smoke rose. Paper ash floated. Regret, sadness, and nostalgia. As Li 15 tossed down the last stack of paper money, the flames blazed for the last time, then gradually began to dim, leaving only a pile of embers slowly extinguishing. The demon's song silently observed from the side. "Shanlian, I have never inquired about your past. I only know that you created a false person." Li 15. Li 15 looked at the sky, full of scattered paper ash, slowly rising. his expression shifting from solemn to calm and distant. He smiled and said, "In my life, I am bound to the word good. When I first emerged, my master Qian Yuanzai fell ill, constantly shouting about some kind of immortal view. To cure his illness, I even skinned myself to accompany him in madness. And to make him completely give up, I even said that I had occupied the immortal view. My master saw that I had gained an opportunity and passed away with a smile of satisfaction, even praising me as a good disciple before he died. Later on, I encountered a demon called the gambling demon, and nearly 200,000 citizens were moved by my kindness, voluntarily betting their lives on me to gamble against the gambling demon. Moreover, I found a love letter that could bring harmony between Tao companions and marital bliss, allowing me to be in you and you to be in me, love intertwined, especially warming to the heart." Chapter 540. Various races encountering demons upon hearing this. The cultivators exchanged glances. They had left the turbid prison through a portal and had been rampaging underground the entire way, but returning would be troublesome. The drawing tribe, burning incense, spoke up, saying, "You all intend to enter the rumored 80 turbid prisons?" Li 15 turned his head. "You know," burning incense nodded. "We are the beings from another mountain, and that is exactly why we came. Esteemed ones, if you don't mind traveling with us, I can take you into that turbid prison." Upon seeing this, all the prison officials focused their gaze on Zhao Sholing, seemingly waiting for his decision. "Dao friend, how much can your words be trusted?" Zhao Sholing cupped his hands and bowed. He wore a slightly worn blue Dao robe, and, at this moment, even his breathing became heavier. Burning incense calmly replied, "You can trust me." Zhao Sholing nodded. "Then it will be troublesome." Burning incense said, "Everyone, follow me to gather first, and then we will enter that so-called turbid prison together." In an instant, the cultivators soared into the sky, transforming into streams of brilliant light, following burning incense in a certain direction. In a hurry, 10 days passed. It had been nearly a month since Li 15 and the others came out, and the hundreds of millions of people in the turbid prison had probably run out of food, wandering between life and death in the icy wilderness every day. Chapter 541. Good Demon, Good Lotus. At this moment, a demon appeared on the deck, its body also composed of black mist, humanoid in shape, with a horizontally placed crimson eyeball on its forehead, giving an indescribably eerie feeling. "To fight for life with you?" Guanyin said with unkind words. The demon smiled and said, "Yes, that's me." Its voice sounded like a young man, carrying an inviting warmth, unlike a demon, more like a scholar. He continued, "You can call me the good demon. A good heart gives life, a bad heart leads to death." Li 15 was taken aback. "What? This thing can still be called a good demon?" The good demon ignored him and raised his hand, causing a table made of black mist to begin to form in front of him. Then, with a flick of his hand, a female prison officer flew up and landed on the other side of the table, her eyes filled with indescribable fear. "Miss, we are starting to fight for life, so please perform well." The good demon spoke with a smile, and the crimson eye on his forehead glimmered with a captivating light. He seriously shook his head and said, "Miss, your skirt has not reached your ankles. It's short by a few inches, revealing your snowy skin, indicating that your nature is extremely lewd. You are a promiscuous woman." Chapter 542. Good Lotus, Good Demon. At this moment, the black mist enveloping the 1,000-foot-tall ship became thicker and denser. The crimson single eye on the good demon's forehead blinked repeatedly, seeming particularly astonished. "What did you say?" the good demon exclaimed. "You are untrustworthy, eating from both sides, betraying your master, insidious and cunning. Come on, can you at least show some reaction?" Li 15 nodded, his smile growing even more radiant. "All right, I accept your praise." The good demon, shrouded in black mist, questioned again. "This is poking at your lungs, revealing your scars, stabbing at your heart. Aren't you angry?" Li 15 shook his head, sincerely stating, "Not at all, because what you said is the truth, and I, Good Lotus, do not feel ashamed but rather proud. So why should I be angry? Our meeting in this vast world is fate. How could I harbor murderous intent over just a few words from you?" Li 15's gaze was intense as he looked at the enchanting figure across from him. "I'm Good Lotus. You are Good Demon. If this is not fate, then what is it? So, Good Demon, do not be narrow-minded. How can you think that just because someone is a person, they want to kill you? That's not good. Truly not good." Chapter 543. Both sides exchange, not wanting you dead. The demon's song continued passionately. Li Shanlian has carried this mountain of human legs day and night, just to use his goodwill to help the spirits. Thus, day after day, he bore this mountain of human legs, traveling across mountains and rivers, reciting scriptures and burning incense at every place he visited, hoping those spirits could rest in peace, be reincarnated, and enter the cycle of life once more. Of course, Good Lotus would not let anyone see this, for his kindness was too subtle to notice. But I can assure you, he must be doing just as I said. The demon's song buried its head, its gaze deep and distant, as if penetrating time and dust, looking at that figure carrying human legs, walking alone. The world only sees the terrifying mountain of legs, but does not see his compassionate heart. Good Lotus is not an evil ghost, but the most lonely good person in this world. Li 15, good demon? A group of alien beings stared with wide eyes, stunned for a long time without reacting, their minds struggling to process this twist. The Yin Yang Guanyin asked again, "Where did you get these two guys from?" Burning Incense turned to look. "You've asked this several times already. Do you find it annoying?" Chapter 544. All parties at this moment. Every face was filled with astonishment. "Good Lotus, what are you doing?" The demon's song asked in confusion. Li 15, however, smiled as before and sighed lightly. "I am Good Lotus. He is good demon. We are both of the good kind, so why rush to harm each other?" Facing him, the good demon's black mist surged. The tone turned cold. "Kid, we are currently fighting for our lives. If you do not try to eliminate me, this entire ship full of beings may not escape disaster today. Come on, I don't believe this good demon could lose to you, this Good Lotus." Li 15 narrowed his eyes but shook his head again. "Is that so? But you also said before that the good live and the unkind die. If I try to anger you with words to kill you, wouldn't that mean I have harbored murderous intent against you, thus not being the good person you speak of? Then I would also end up on the deck, beheaded by a giant axe." Instantly, the scene fell silent. Then, gasps of cold air echoed, filled with fear, and a chill surged through their chests. The insidious cunning of this demon was simply terrifying, far exceeding what ordinary people could imagine. He had been subtly luring Li 15 into a trap all along. Chapter 545. Departure. The cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell like a torrential rain, obscuring faces. On the 1,000-foot-tall ship, Li 15 stood at the bow, his ink robe fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. In the next moment, pairs of flickering red eyes like candle flames opened densely all over him, grinning savagely, their laughter mocking and harsh, filled with madness and strangeness. This made Li 15 appear like an otherworldly demon. Just standing there was enough to captivate hearts. "Ah, everyone has arrived." Li 15 looked at those figures, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips, unafraid, only finding it amusing. Behind him, twisted black shadows were howling, seeming to want to tear him into pieces and chew him clean. Above his head, the good demon's crimson single, I had 5 pupils spinning chaotically, seemingly shocked by this scene, for behind Li 15, there were more than 1,000 twisted black shadows. "Kid, in the first round of the gambling on the lifespan of the Spirit Hall, you lost your entire family, totaling 1,000 lives? Are you really that insane?" Those witnessing this scene felt their hearts flutter. The majority of them were seeing such a bizarre sight for the first time, and they had no idea what the black shadows behind Li 15 were, but just one glance made them shiver uncontrollably, filled with horror. Chapter 546. Leaving Death. Haha. "So your name is Li 15. The good demon continued to laugh. "What a true fool, what a fake good. But no matter what, this demon has finally exposed your true colors. Good, truly good." The crowd of prison officials, who finally understood the situation, were at a loss, not knowing what to do. Zhao Sholing said, regarding the son of the mountain official, "I don't think he did anything wrong. You should have heard that the son of the mountain official came to this filthy prison because he believed the lives of the prisoners here are worthless, akin to ants. Therefore, he came here to slaughter at will, satisfying his pathological desire to kill. And you should have heard that the heads he raised are like towers." After Zhao Sholing finished speaking, his gaze fell behind Li 15. "As for the so-called gambling, I do not gamble or understand it. For things I do not comprehend or have not experienced myself, I will not arbitrarily evaluate or speculate, and I hope everyone can remember this." In front of Li 15, Yuan raised her head, her stunning face looking eagerly. "Young master, please let me go. I promise, everything about you will be kept buried in my heart. No one will hear a word." Chapter 547. Another crack on the 1,000-foot-tall ship, seeing the good demon choose to leave. The group of alien beings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were all extraordinary, but they genuinely felt uneasy about the bizarre and unreasonable existence of the demon. But there is still a woman. Suddenly, a Inyang Guanyin exclaimed in surprise. For on the ship, there was indeed a frail woman in white left behind, the sister of Si Ban Yu and Si Gui Ku. This woman is so weak. Just kill her, an alien said carelessly. Burning Incense turned back to look at the speaker. I advise you to put away such thoughts. Oh, why? Because her brother's cultivation is extraordinarily high, likely far exceeding your imagination. How high? Burning Incense said in a deep voice that a bizarre battle once occurred in the turbid domain. And our clan's great powers and the ancient Guanyin were all caught up in it. And her brother is one of the human race who existed before. And he is also cultivated, having already walked half the path. In an instant, fear spread in the eyes of the other race. As for Burning Incense, he leaped from the ship and landed in the snow. We should get down to business. Chapter 548. Meeting the porridge girl again, undead? Are there really undead? In the wind and snow, an old man with both legs severed dragged his body slowly toward Li 15, leaving a long drag mark in the snow. At this moment, his eyes were filled with urgency and even vaguely tinged with greed as he constantly assessed the figure of Si Banu behind Li 15. Could she be the legendary undead? The old man couldn't help but breathe heavily. Little friend, let her come over. Let me take a good look. Li 15 held the cause and effect red rope, standing firm in the wind and snow, while the other end of the red rope tightly bound Si Banu's hands, preventing her from escaping or causing any trouble. His tone was somewhat cold. So, you're the one who previously sent us to search for the undead, the official Shangguan? Upon hearing this, the old man's face immediately turned serious, and the greed and urgency in his eyes vanished in an instant. He took out a red jade official seal and said sternly, "Does this not prove my identity? However, little friend, you seem to be neither the warden of the turbid prison nor one of the 80 wardens. Or have you changed your face?" Li 15 smiled slightly, my lord. Do you want to check my bones to see if I've changed my face? Chapter 549. The Way of Life. Born at the wrong time, my friend's master always has good fortune. Li 15 added. Zhao Sholing showed no reaction to this, only staring intently at the old man. My lord, where is the new variety of cold rice? The old man hesitated and then asked, Can I see your 8 characters? 8 characters? Zhao Sholing seemed confused. Cough. The old man cleared his throat and explained, The undead are said to endure 1,000 disasters and remain unextinguished through 10,000 tribulations. Their souls like stars that never cease. I just want to see what is different about you. However, Zhao Sholing and Li 15 exchanged a glance, vaguely forming a circle to surround the old man. Li 15 laughed. My lord, you sent a group of wardens thousands of miles to search for the undead. You wouldn't even know what it truly is, would you? The old man narrowed his eyes boldly. You, a lowly commoner of the turbid prison, dare to question me. A human official? Li 15's words turned cold as ice. My lord, who exactly are you? At the same time, as Zhao Sholing spread his fingers, a 5-fingered cage condensed from the void, carrying a binding force as it descended toward the old man. Lowly commoner of the turbid prison. How dare you touch my tiger whiskers? Chapter 550. Coincidences, you must believe me too, gentlemen. Please wait before making a move. Ming Quan exclaimed in shock. Now the people of the turbid prison are out of food, and under the severe cold, they probably won't survive this polar night. Zhao Sholing asked, Do you have a way? Ming Quan hurriedly nodded. Spare my life. I'll handle the new variety of cold rice. Just then, a loud bell-like sound rang out from a certain location, shaking the mountains and making the drifting snowflakes pause momentarily. Then a male voice followed, booming like a flood. All cultivators of the turbid prison, those at the foundation establishment level and above, quickly come to guard the mountain platform. Join us to protect the human race. This voice echoed continuously through the 80 turbid prisons and lasted for a long time, shaking both cultivators and ordinary people alike. Guard the mountain platform. Li 15 murmurat. His expression thoughtful. The first time he saw the Golden Bell was at the mountain platform. It was a magnificent city wall stretching thousands of feet and towering 100 feet high, filled with an ancient and majestic aura. Like a mountain range spanning between heaven and earth. Guard the mountain, attack the mountain. Those foreign races came here. Could it be to attack this mountain platform? Li 15 murmured twice, constantly sorting through the connections of these events in his mind. Chapter 551. On the mountain platform in the 80 turbid domains, suddenly, the wind rose and clouds surged. A group of unexpected mountain cultivators wandered through the entire turbid prison in a particularly arrogant manner, driving the cultivators of the turbid prison to immediately head to the so-called mountain platform to protect the human race. The sky and earth were filled with snow, and the howling wind was blinding. The mountain platform, stretching 1,000 feet and towering 100 feet high, exuded an ancient and majestic aura, resembling a mountain range spanning between heaven and earth. At this moment, about 2,000 young men and women stood atop the mountain platform city wall. Their auras were extraordinary, surrounded by faint or dense mysterious light. Some were enveloped in sword energy, ringing sharply, while others had the faint shadows of strange beasts behind them, howling at the sky. Some, with their garments fluttering, had golden lotus petals blooming beneath their feet, revealing cultivation and depth far beyond the ordinary. And these young men and women were all so-called guests from the mountains. Their brows displayed arrogance, and they looked down at the harsh world of the turbid prison with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Among them was Dao Jun 15. In addition to these people, there was another group, even larger, exceeding 10,000 in number, also crowding onto this mountain platform. Chapter 552. Both sides arrive. Zhao Shouling's gaze briefly flickered between Li 15 and a certain Dao Jun, seemingly filled with doubt, but in the end he said nothing more. He heard Dao Jun speak. I remember back then, Fat Baby always loved to test me with a pot of human beast meat, and every time it was Dao Jun 15. You must join my sect. Li 15's expression remained unchanged, while Fat Baby's face turned dark. He angrily said, I can't. I have sworn to the heavens that I will never eat that human beast meat for all eternity, and you still deliberately bring this up to disgust me? Seeing this, a certain Dao Jun was stunned. Could it be that you really are Fat Baby? But your Huaran sect originally transforms into human beasts and eats human beast meat. Why are you reacting so strongly? Li 15 stood between both parties, smiling to mediate. He then asked this Dao Jun, what exactly is the situation with the mountain guarding battle? Can you explain? The Dao Jun nodded, his expression growing serious. He began to explain that in this world, there are mountains that are surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, forming magnificent and majestic landscapes that are indescribably marvelous. Only the most powerful races in the world can occupy a mountain. However, this mountain guarding battle is not truly about guarding a mountain, but rather a clash between these races, a collision between the new generations that has continued for a long time. Chapter 553. The human race's dawn comes to surrender. As the man's words fell, the ground began to rumble with a booming sound. A shadow of a mountain slowly coalesced behind the mountain platform, surrounded by swirling sun, moon, and stars, exuding an indescribable and mysterious allure, drawing attention. The mountain presents a faint purple hue, rising about 1,000 zhang high, existing between reality and illusion, visible yet intangible. The sword-bearing man heads towards the incense-burning path to guard the mountain. Scheduled for 3 hours later. No problem. The incense burner nods in agreement. After saying this, they all return to the ship, disappearing from sight. On the mountain guard platform, a massive, oval light curtain rises, enveloping everyone within, simultaneously concealing their forms and voices. The sword-bearing man says, my name is Gu Ao, a cultivator in the late Yuan Ing stage, age 62. His words are laced with a hint of arrogance. The damp and ghostly man, Yun Longzi, with a swift motion, opens his folding fan, which displays the 4 characters useless and crazy. He remarks, Gu Ao, although those in the filthy prison have lowly lives, we must acknowledge that their cultivation environment is different from yours. Do you really need to mention your cultivation age separately? For them, they probably don't even have a master and have relied solely on their own exploration through some techniques. Chapter 554. The poem of Surrender the World is dim, and the wind and snow are fierce. This vast mountain guard platform is enveloped by an oval, silver-white light curtain, resembling a giant barrier that only allows exit but not entry. Behind the mountain guard platform stands a faint purple, somewhat illusory mountain towering 1,000 zhang, surrounded by countless sun, moon, and stars, symbolizing the mountain of humanity. The mountain being guarded is this illusory mountain. At this moment, the 15 Dao Jun has an angry expression, his eyes burning with fury, as if he wishes to burn everything in front of him. He points angrily, saying, "These filthy prison cultivators are people too. They are also human beings with emotions and vibrant lives, not mere ants that can be easily exterminated and trampled upon." However, nearly 2,000 young cultivators on the mountain merely chatter among themselves, scratching their ears, appearing indifferent to his words. With a swift motion, the damp and ghostly man, Yin Longzi, opens his white paper fan again, on which the 4 characters, "a person of worth," are inscribed. He laughs and says, 15 Dao Jun. You always speak beautifully, but your actions do not match your words. But it's not entirely your fault. It said that your source of 9 Dao forces enter the golden core, but ultimately, your cultivation still falls short of our level by a significant realm. Chapter 555. Not bad at this moment, whether they are the human race's prison guardians or other races from different mountains, everyone is trembling at the corners of their eyes, looking as if they have seen a ghost. Finally, a paper figure can no longer contain himself and says, "Kid, do you often engage in treasonous acts? Otherwise, how could you recite a poem of surrender so fluently without any hesitation?" A slight, almost imperceptible embarrassment appears on Li 15's face as he replies, "My name is Chaoyang, and although my cultivation may not be impressive in your eyes, I have dabbled extensively in the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting." However, he is not lying. In chess, he possesses the demeanor of Qian Yuanzi, having mastered the art of the game. In painting, when depicting Qian Yuanzi, he captures the essence so vividly that it seems to come alive from the paper, leaving no room for criticism. In calligraphy, he can compose poems of surrender without repeating himself for half a day, clearly displaying some innate talent in this area. As for the qin, he believes it could also be used to smash someone. "Old man, why are you popping up again?" Li 15 says, expressionless, glancing back. The old Taoist-sized disciple. "I want to visit a brothel to find a fair maiden, but I can't remember the way and have forgotten what the girl looks like." Chapter 556. A scheme. As Li 15's words fall, a hole appears in the silver-white barrier, just big enough for one person to pass through. Seeing this, Li 15 steps inside. Meanwhile, a certain Dao Jun is furious. "Did you hear that? The people of the filthy prison are not worthless. Even if they die, they have killed several from the Guanyin clan, proving their worth as humans. Unlike you so-called mountain dwellers, hiding on this guard platform and letting those filthy prison people go to their deaths." Yin Longzi looks at Li 15's demeanor, opens his white fan, and the 4 characters, "a person of worth," are written again. He laughs and says, "How about you give me a Guanyin corpse? I want to refine it into a puppet. That would be far more impressive than any heavenly treasures." Li 15 bows, "As you wish, senior." However, Gu Ao interjects, 15 Dao Jun, if you wish to guard the mountain for humanity, there will be a time for you to exert your strength, but not now. He carries the ancient sword on his back, his eyes deep and profound, continuing, "There are a total of 202 cultivators in the Yuan Ing stage present, and 2,100 in the perfect golden core stage. The opposing foreign races are equally formidable, with 100 light drawings, hundreds of Guanyin, and 3 paper figures wielding the Etienne technique, along with many other foreign races." Chapter 557. Humanity's Chaoyang leads the foreign races to attack the mountain. "Thank you all for saving me." Chaoyang says, "Although my life is cheap, I have not dishonored humanity. I would rather be shattered to pieces than bend my spine. I would rather go to the underworld than serve foreign races." Li 15's eyes are gouged out, his left arm severed at the root, and his leg bones crushed inch by inch. He can only support himself in a bizarre posture. "Brother Chuyang, just lie down. Don't force yourself," a certain Dao Jun says, visibly moved, his eyes filled with compassion. Li 15 shakes his head, letting blood soak through his chest, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "I am not supporting my own spine, but the spine of humanity." At the same time, the loyalty emanating from him is almost palpable, like a raging river, like a flame growing fiercer. This is, of course, the effect of the righteous pills. Earlier, Li 15 had consumed 10 righteous pills in one go, which forged this spirit of righteousness and loyalty, this image of perseverance. On the mountain guard platform, there is a profound silence. Nearly 2,000 mountain cultivators gaze at that figure. Some feel moved, some feel a pang of emotion, and some remain puzzled. For this younger generation, loyalty to humanity and sacrificing their lives for humanity has often been just a declaration. But when such a person truly appears before them, even weaker than them, and is considered a lowly being from the filthy prison, the impact is unimaginable. Chapter 558. The battle begins. All sides crack, crack, crack. The silver mist surrounding the mountain guard platform begins to crack and shows signs of collapse under Li 15's betrayal stab. Humanity's Chaoyang leads all foreign races to attack the mountain. Li 15 shouts again, increasing the force in his palms. At the same time, the blood-red dog shadow on him almost envelopes his entire being, making it indistinguishable whether a person or a blood dog stands in the air. Unfortunately, this scene is difficult for outsiders to witness. On the mountain guard platform, emotions of anger and disbelief surge, and murderous intent fills the air, causing the mountain cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. Moments ago, they were moved by Li 15's self-sacrifice, but in the next instant, he pierces through the silver mist, loudly urging the foreign races to attack the mountain. How dare he? How dare he? How can the scoundrel act so convincingly? Can that appearance of loyalty truly be put on at will? Chaoyang, do you dare to betray the human race like this? He is merely at the golden core level. How can he break through this layer of silver mist? At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators on the 2,000 mountains were extremely grim. The 15th Taoist was the angriest, glaring at Chaoyang, saying, "You and that Li 15 are both unforgivable in my eyes. I will spend my entire life to bring you to justice." Chapter 559. The diagram of restraining people, filthy fragrance. Fight? Of course I want to fight. A certain Taoist roared in anger, "Since I am human, I cannot take a step back in this kind of racial conflict. Otherwise, what is the difference between me and that traitor Chaoyang or Li 15? At this moment, 3 paper figures surrounded a certain Taoist, while others were pushed back 100 feet, not allowing anyone to approach. "Fight," one paper figure said with interest, "then show us your bow, my brothers, and I want to see how well you have learned our clan's techniques." In the void, a female voice laughed, "Taoist, go ahead and act, don't be afraid," pretending to be mysterious. Another paper figure coldly spat out 4 words. "All right." The certain Taoist nodded heavily. He saw a pale white paper bow beginning to condense in his hand, carrying an indescribable ancient and unfathomable meaning, along with a blood-red arrow slowly taking shape. At this moment, over 10,000 miles away, in a place of ice and snow, a figure that could be described as shattered lay face up in the snow, covered in thick layers of snow, emanating a nauseating smell of decay like a rotten corpse by the roadside. This person was Jin Zhong. Chapter 560. No protagonist, all protagonists. The wind and snow howled, wrinkling people's eyes. In the sky, the diagram of restraining people continuously emitted mysterious light. Under its cover, the cultivators on the mountain seemed to be pressed down on their life veins. Their magic power solidified, and even their souls trembled. "Finally, it's my turn." A certain Taoist growled, his snow-white robe billowing in the wind, his eyes filled with excitement that was hard to express. "Today, this 15th Taoist will let you know what a perfect golden core is, the source of 9 Tao powers." On the other side, the foreign races, including Fengxiang, were covered in the gray mist that erupted from the incense ashes, their cultivation also stagnating under the spell, making it difficult to use even a bit of power. He said solemnly, "The source of 9 Tao powers, what does it mean?" Guao spoke, "You don't need to know. You just need to understand that now the human race has reformed its foul energy. Once they enter the golden core realm, their bodies will no longer be weak. Instead, they will be continuously tempered by the source of power that is being lifted, allowing them to flatten everything with just their physical bodies. So, this battle for guarding and attacking the mountain is far from over." Ainyang Guanyin scoffed, "In fact, you have already lost, because you have all been captured." Chapter 561. Who is the traitor? The fighting continued. This kind of brutal combat, where every punch connected and every knife drew blood, though lacking in mysterious tricks, was equally cruel and made people's blood boil. However, even though there was no protagonist on the battlefield, there were still more dazzling presences, such as Guao, Yin Longzi, a few Inyang Guanyins, several drawings, 3 paper figures, and naturally, a certain Taoist. "Shiwu, today this Taoist will wash away all my infamy. As long as I am here on this mountain guard platform, the foreign races will not step over this threshold." A certain Taoist unleashed punches and kicks, with 9 golden orbs swirling in his left eye, his snow-white robe puffing up like the wind, making him seem like he was in an uninhabited realm on the battlefield. Boom! He swung his arm horizontally, and Yin-Yang Guanyin immediately fell like a comet, crashing down onto the mountain guard platform and into the snow below, creating a mushroom cloud. Taoist, you could be a bit harsher when you strike, just a little bit, a female voice echoed in the void. The certain Taoist shook his head. Shiwu, you are wrong. Those foreign races captured us before, but they did not kill us, so if I am ruthless, wouldn't that be no different from that Li 15? You have to know, he can laugh with you one moment and then stab you the next. Chapter 562, Please Release the Grain. On the mountain guard platform, a certain Taoist saw the situation and was naturally furious. Chaoyang, you're turning black and white upside down. It's simply unforgivable. Li 15 turned back to look, his expression gradually turning cold. What black and white? Listen well, I have always been white and never black. You. A certain Taoist was enraged by this statement. He clenched his right palm into a fist, charging forward with the force of a mountain tsunami, causing the void to shake and emitting piercing, explosive sounds. Watching this scene, the human cultivators all showed expressions of astonishment, feeling that the source of power of the 9 Taoists truly deserved the title of perfect golden core. Looking at Li 15, there was even a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions. Taoist, kill this Chaoyang. Qingyin tightly clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Li 15 slightly raised his gaze, his expression calm, not wavering at all. He merely commented, your physical body is indeed quite good. Then he raised his palm and collided with the punch of the 15th Taoist. Boom! In an instant, a loud sound erupted like thunder. A visible ripple of power, centered on the two of them, spread wildly in all directions. Where it passed, mountains and stones shattered, the earth cracked, and even the void seemed to ignite, hot and violent. Chapter 563, Live Flaying. Chaoyang of the filthy prison, I ask all the lords to release the grain. This shout was not loud, but it was deafening, resonating throughout the dim world. At this moment on the mountain guard platform, Li 15 stood in the wind and snow, and at some point he had a half-arm-long black iron cleaver in his hand, looking up at the pitch-black sky where no stars or moon could be seen. A sense of righteousness seemed to emerge from him, enveloping his entire body, this righteousness thick like fog, truly giving people a visible feeling. All the lords on the mountain. The people of the filthy prison have starved and frozen to death by over 20%, and this number is growing by hundreds of thousands every day. Li 15's words were firm, sharper than a snowstorm. He continued, since the extreme night arrived, the cold rice only grows leaves and does not bear ears. And now the entire filthy prison is filled with frozen corpses. Their stomachs are shriveled, their bodies curled up, and their chests still bear the bloodstains from scratching at frostbite. There are also men holding their wives' corpses, their eyes shining as they stare at the flesh on their shoulders, while nearby in the cave, a dying child is eagerly waiting for their mother to cook porridge. Li 15 paused, suddenly questioning the heavens. Chapter 564. On the fan surface, all are Wong characters. On the mountain guard platform, a terrifying scene was unfolding. Li 15, holding the cleaver, had a bright smile on his face. Yet he was slicing one after another into Gu Ao's flesh. This scene was extremely brutal and shocking, causing everyone to feel a chill all over. You bastard. Do you know what you were doing? Gu Ao's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, sweat pouring down his forehead, the unprecedented pain making him dizzy, as if he were about to faint on the spot. Li 15 slightly frowned. Can't you endure this? Actually, being skinned alive isn't that painful. It just sounds terrifying. If we really talk about pain, what about the moment when flesh is torn apart or when the heart is ripped from the chest? Even skinning the face is less painful than being skinned alive. Don't worry, I'm experienced, and I wouldn't deceive you. At the mountain guard platform, a sudden wave of a bloody stench arose, the strange sweet smell making the human beings present feel a bit nauseous, especially some of the women. Disciple, stop immediately. The old Taoist urged, pacing anxiously. You really seem to have improved, but you've gone a bit overboard. Even if your intentions are good, how can you skin someone alive? A certain Taoist was even more flustered, asking how he could stop him. Chapter 565. The cursed fan, damn it. How dare a broken fan challenge me? At this moment, Li Shiwu looked at the fan covered in the character Wong, his expression extremely unsightly, his fingers cracking as he squeezed. Huh, who wants your broken fan? Li Shiwu violently threw the cursed fan back to Yun Longzi, then raised his knife, slicing off a piece of flesh. I'll skin you first, then this broken fan. Yun Longzi let out a scream that echoed like a pig being slaughtered. At the same time, the folding fan in his hand accidentally opened again, revealing two powerful and vigorous characters, comfortable. Both Li Shiwu and Yun Longzi fell silent. The human cultivators and even the other races around them turned their heads, making the silence even more pronounced. However, at that moment, a shocking change occurred. A wave of killing intent, boiling like fire and seemingly capable of drowning everything, appeared glaringly on the mountain guard platform, as noticeable as a torch in the dark night. In an instant, all the beings on the ground, or those who could remain conscious after being skinned alive, turned to look. What caught their eyes was a figure completely shattered and dripping, even decaying, carrying a foul stench of rot, the only thing that stood out being the half-broken human face on its chest. Chapter 566. The Strange Demon Song on the guard platform. Yauga stood in front of the sedan chair, dressed in a narrow-sleeved black brocade robe, with long hair of black and white colors flowing wildly in the cold wind. He wore a serious expression, slightly frowning, allowing the falling snow to cover him. Mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, these words seemed to manifest on him. What are you all standing there for? With the world-renowned Shanshe Lien present, and the human wisdom behind him, this farce of guarding and attacking the mountain should come to an end. Behind him, a white-clothed female slave lowered her head, mumbling nonstop. Master, what wisdom do you have? You've taken a wrong path. We for carrying the sedan should go east, but you insisted on forcing us south. Now look, we've gone the wrong way, wasting more than 2 incense sticks of time, and along the way, we encountered that kind demon who toyed with us like a joke, chasing us until we were in a panic. Sigh, we begged for help to shake off that kind demon and rush to this guard platform. And even your robe got torn while you were fleeing. I hurriedly helped you sew it back together. Master, don't stand sideways. Show your front so they can see how good my sewing skills are. Chapter 567. Young Master, how have you been lately? As the snow grew heavier and the wind became more fierce, a pungent smell of rot emanating from Jinzhong filled the nostrils of both the human and other races present, drilling straight into their lungs and making them feel nauseated. What is this? What exactly is he saying? They couldn't hear clearly. His body was so rotten, let alone his throat. Listening to the chaotic murmurs in his ears, Li Shiwu cautiously observed that terrifying figure. He remembered the last time Jinzhong appeared. Although his body was also shattered, it wasn't as rotten as it was now, almost like a half-decayed corpse dug up from a grave. Previously, while his voice was also low and hoarse, it was still somewhat understandable. This time was different. The words he spoke seemed rusty and stuck together, making it impossible to hear a single word clearly. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Jinzhong was half-rotten and suddenly got back up? Li Shiwu fronut. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. As he continued to ponder, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a certain Taoist, remembering that the other party had briefly revealed the paper man Etienne technique. At that moment, Yauga stepped forward and blocked Jinzhong's path. I don't care if you're a human or ghost. Today's guard mountain battle should stop here, understand? Chapter 568. False accusation at this moment. Feeling the changes in this world and the scorching distortion in the void, and looking at the melting snow on the ground, the rushing waters flowed like the sea. Both the human and other races present had their faces filled with shock and reverence. Those two figures, that invisible power, seemed like ancient behemoths awakening, carrying a pressure that made all things tremble. That monster should be a body refined by some great power. But why does that morning sun possess such great power? Everyone, quickly look at his left eye. In an instant, the pupils of the gathered cultivators constricted sharply, falling silent. Is that 10 paths? On the mountain guard platform, Li Shiwu took a deep breath. The soft and hard robe he wore at that moment fell away, revealing his upper body, which was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. But flowing through those cracks was not bright red blood, but a dazzling golden color. He stood there like an eternal sun that would never extinguish in the dark night, enough to shatter and drown everything. On Jinzhong's body, a rolling black mist emerged, a solidification of resentment and killing intent, making anyone who looked at it feel disoriented, as if they were about to faint on the spot. Young Master, Li Shiwu smiled. It's been so long. This is my first time fully activating my body. Truly rare. Chapter 569. Someone finally appears on a mountain guard platform. Amidst the wind and snow, Li Shiwu held a paper bow, fully drawing it like the moon, condensing a blood-red arrow filled with obliterating killing intent, shooting it at Jin Zhong's rotten and broken head. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "All esteemed ones on the mountain. The turbid prison morning sun is here to accuse Jin Zhong and the mountain official behind him of betraying our human race and colluding with foreign races, harboring treasonous intentions. I hope for your clear judgment." Li Shiwu's voice roared like thunder, penetrating the wind and snow, echoing in this dim world. Meanwhile, he looked at Jin Zhong, who was equally pitiful. Half of his head had been smashed in by Jin Zhong's punch, and even under pressure, his right eye socket had exploded, the juice splattering on his face, and his internal organs had been thoroughly smashed. He could survive in such a miserable state, ultimately overpowering Jin Zhong, tearing his head off, all because of the connection to the immortal viewing seed. After all, he was still a flesh-and-blood body, while Jin Zhong was essentially a dead puppet, personally refined by a mountain official of unknown cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the other races present showed little reaction, but the cultivators on the mountain all opened their eyes wide, stunned. Chapter 570. Reasonable and justified, not defamation. The old man's voice was like a mountain collapsing, pressing down on Li Shiwu and making his stance unsteady, with echoes constantly ringing in his ears. "Old man, Chaoyang's words are evidence. Isn't that enough?" Yaoge retorted coldly, confronting him with a frown. Li Shiwu raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Then he said in a deep voice, "Senior, the so-called mountain official is tasked with guarding this mountain and protecting all beings. Is that not the case for the pioneers of the human race?" The old man nodded. "Naturally," Li Shiwu continued. "It is said that the mountain has laws, and anyone who produces evil offspring cannot take a step outside, for fear that their temperament will change drastically and bring disaster to the world. Is that not true?" The old man nodded yes. In the next moment, Li Shiwu suddenly raised his head, his sunken face filled with grief and anger. "Sir, this Jin Zhong is the son of a mountain official, and he has produced an evil offspring. Yet his mountain official father allows him to roam in the filthy abyss, slaughtering cities, killing people, and indulging in soul consumption, all for the sake of satisfying his morbid desire to kill." Li Shiwu took a deep breath and spoke with precision. "I only know that if no one stands up today, then in this world there will be no one left to seek justice for the innocent, and there will be no such thing as fairness." Chapter 571. One scene after another, seeing Gu Ao and Yin Yangguanin in a dispute. Both the cultivators on the mountain and various alien beings felt a wave of frustration. Were they really going to endure this while being half dead or skinned on the mountain guard platform? Meanwhile, Li Shiwu was busy helping Yi Wan collect corpses and prepare coffins. Gradually, the snow became denser, covering the mountain guard platform with a thick layer of fallen snow and burying much of the bloodshed. Sigh. How long will this extreme night in the filthy abyss last? Li Shiwu casually leaned against the city wall, showing some weariness in his eyes. Beside him, Yaoge was clumsily sewing her Taoist robe, which had been torn during her earlier conflict with Jin Zhong, using needle and thread like a mortal. Seeing Li Shiwu looking, she quickly smiled and said, "I can't let those slave cultivators help me sew, or they'll take advantage of me." Of course, it wasn't that Yaoge couldn't afford a new outfit. It was just that patching it up wouldn't show much, so it didn't matter. Li Shiwu smiled and said, "What is the big deal? I used to be so cold that I would strip off a dead person as clothes and wear them, just like my fellow disciples." He gazed at her and slowly spoke. "Yaoge, I feel like your appearance this time is somewhat different from before. Why is that?" Chapter 572. No way. Even the fan is harmful. My father is a star official. On the mountain guard platform, amidst the wind and snow, Yaoge looked up at the massive hand descending like a mountain, her long black and white hair billowing wildly in the howling wind. Her tone was calm, yet it seemed capable of shattering everything like a boulder exploding on the water surface. "Your father is a star official?" The Jin surname mountain official, shrouded in mist, still spoke in a deep and powerful voice, but the hand he prepared to crush Li Shiwu suddenly halted in midair, not continuing to descend. Seeing this, Yaoge's mouth slowly curled into a smile. She softly said, "Shanlian, although I often act comically, as if I have occasionally lost my cultivation and fallen to begging for mortals, or being exposed by those slave cultivators, or being chased by curses, I have never spoken a false word. Just like I often say, if I wanted to, with a single word, I could turn this filthy abyss upside down. Of course, this sentence was only directed at the people of the filthy abyss, at those beings rumored to be imprisoned within it, and did not include others. At this moment, the mountain guard platform was as silent as death. Chapter 573, finally ending. Faking death to exit such a scene left the beings present speechless, and they deeply realized the diversity of a certain entity. However, deep down they felt uncertain. After all, it was one thing to kill the son of a mountain official, and another to accuse the mountain official of betraying the human race. Such things couldn't just be said casually, could they? At this moment, Li Shiwu looked straight ahead, not even glancing at the mountain official before him. What did it matter? After all, the other party was a mountain official, and so was he, who was lower. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, what exactly do you plan to do today?" The mountain official replied coldly, "Why do you slander me?" Li Shiwu took a deep breath and inexplicably chuckled softly, a deep self-mockery appearing on his sunken face. But when the self-mockery faded, all that remained was a face full of determination, and his anger burned hotter than the sun, growing increasingly intense and never extinguishing. He shouted angrily, "Because I refuse to accept it. Why is it that only those on the mountain count as humans, while those in the filthy abyss can only be called lowly people? And why is it that you allow Jin Zhong to run rampant in the filthy abyss, slaughtering at will? Are the lives here not lives? You regard the people of the filthy abyss as pigs and dogs from a high and mighty position. Yet I am different. I see them as vibrant lives, each with their own joys and sorrows." Chapter 574. Name spread in the filthy abyss. Time flowed slowly. Before one knew it, 3 days had passed. The filthy abyss was still shrouded in darkness, and the mountains and rivers were covered in silver. Yet beneath this breathtaking scenery lay countless corpses, with an unknown number of people dying from hunger and cold every day. In a cave in the filthy abyss, Li Shiwu's body had regrown. However, at this moment, his condition was particularly poor. His entire body was cracked, and the new body still bore the cracks, which had become even denser. The previous cracks had been as thin as a pinky finger, but now they were almost as thick as 2 pinky fingers. It looked as if it would completely shatter at any moment, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. "Disciple, good disciple, are you going to die?" The old Taoist was full of excitement and continued, "Once you die, I can inherit your mantle." Li Shiwu did not respond, just leaning against the cliff wall. The pain from the cracks in his body far worse than when he had been skinned. He even felt that if he moved, his body would collapse, and he would never regrow again. "Disciple, your 10 leg are quite good, really good. I am very satisfied." The old Taoist looked at Li Shiwu's 10 legs beneath him, his smile becoming even brighter. "Once I grow 10 legs too, I'll go find you a 10-legged master wife." Chapter 575, Behind the Scenes Disciple. "I beg you, I bow to you. To go die, okay? Once you die, I can be at ease. I also want to grow 10 legs, and I want to grow eyes on my fingers." In the cave, the old Taoist was crying and snotting, looking as if he had suffered a tremendous grievance. As for Li Shiwu, he had returned to his original state of being afraid of the weak and hard against the strong, with only 2 legs left, quietly turning back to stare at him, saying nothing, allowing the old Taoist to cry to his heart's content. After a moment, seeing that Li Shiwu still had no reaction, the old Taoist immediately stopped crying, laughing through his tears and saying, "Disciple, weren't you about to die? Why have you suddenly come back to life?" Li Shiwu casually replied, "Because I am good. Good deeds bring good rewards. This is just the good reward I deserve." The old Taoist immediately shook his head, a look of doubt on his face. "Disciple, I don't believe you. Deep down, you still disregard everything, still think that everyone you see is a scoundrel. In my opinion, you could never be so kind-hearted." Li Shiwu chuckled. "Am I pretending to seek food for the people of the polluted abyss?" The old Taoist lowered his head and fell silent, his murky eyes revealing a look of contemplation. He was recalling the events that occurred on the mountain platform, trying to discern their deeper meaning. Chapter 576. The 4 Questions of Humanity. In an instant, Li Shiwu was greatly alarmed. Could it be that he had ultimately attracted the attention of those people on the mountain? Just as he was entangled in how to justify himself, he saw the middle-aged man take out an ancient copper mirror, which had crimson, archaic patterns on it, as if stained by blood. The middle-aged man did not say anything further. He simply raised his hand and pointed the copper mirror at Li Shiwu, projecting a mysterious light that enveloped his entire body. Behind him, The old Taoist's aging head suddenly began to emit light, like a newly lit oil lamp or an unextinguished sun, with circles of radiant halos appearing behind his head. Disciple, where did this light come from? Oh, it hurts my eyes. The old Taoist kept calling out, even trying to lift his robe to cover his head, but it still shone brightly. Seeing this scene, Li Shiwu fell silent. Why was it that twice now? Others' techniques had affected the old Taoist instead of him. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man seemed to relax, smiling slightly as he said, "There is no paper. So it seems you are not a descendant of calamity. Rather, we have overthought." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu pretended not to understand. Senior, what do you mean? Chapter 577. Counterattack. At this moment, Li Shiwu glanced back at the old Taoist. Old man, you should know what's going on here. Hearing this, the old Taoist's face was filled with a smile. Disciple, just now the official seal in your hand reacted, revealing a door that sucked you in. If I'm not mistaken, you have arrived at the mountain, so don't worry. This is a good thing. Li Shiwu raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? You're not lying to me? The old Taoist quickly shook his head. I'm sincere. How could I lie to my disciple? That's impossible. Just rest assured. Li Shiwu pundarat. Is there a celestial view for you? The old Taoist's eyes moved, but he quickly stopped. It's good, but I'm not in a hurry. Disciple, you should take your time in this city. Oomph. Li Shiwu sneered. Not in a hurry? That seems to indicate there's something going on. After saying this, he focused his gaze on everything before him, and just like before in Tang City, it was filled with brilliant lights, bustling pedestrians, and the noise of the marketplace. It's been a long time since I've seen such a scene. Li Shiwu siga sufli. He had been cultivating in the world of white paper for 2 years, often on the move, and never expected to become even busier after leaving there. Chapter 578. The Lantern Clan Disciple. Hurry and escape. Hurry and escape. As long as we have the Green Mountains, there will be plenty of firewood to burn. The old Taoist spoke urgently, continuously advising him, clearly showing himself to be a good master. In the sky, Li Shiwu held a flower knife, still striving to fight. The flames were extraordinarily bizarre, not only burning his physical body but also seemingly consuming his soul, memories, and various insights, as if everything was being ignited. He shouted angrily, "How can one live in this world, only to abandon the common people for oneself?" On him, that kind of kindness and loyalty surged like tides. One wave not yet settled before another arose, becoming more intense and ceaseless. In this moment, he seemed to truly become that benevolent figure who, in order to protect all beings, disregarded life and death. The flower knife, the knife of drama, slays demons and protects all beings. He swung the knife again. The light of the blade like a performance, sometimes soft like a singing tone, sometimes sharp like thunder, yet it could not split the flames, instead becoming increasingly more attached to him. This isn't right. This isn't right at all. Why did this disciple suddenly become so kind-hearted again? The old Taoist shook his head vigorously, confusion filling his murky eyes. Chapter 579. Encountering a fool again. Disciple, are you thirsty? The old Taoist glared at him sideways, his eyes filled with disdain. Disciple, who else would express their determination for an entire day like you? As for Li Shiwu, he let out a long sigh. He was merely trying not to let his previous and present behaviors seem too disconnected, allowing others to see him as someone willing to pity the common people and sacrifice himself for them. Who would have thought that this battle on a mountain would have so few flaws in other aspects? Yet I attracted the attention of some beings because I am not restrained by the town's regulations. Li Shiwu's expression became serious. Then he turned to stare at the old Taoist. In a cold voice, he said, "Old man, the first demon song investigated the calamity and found it on you. The second time, this unknown middle-aged man also found it on you. Once could be coincidence, but twice is the same. What is the reason behind it? I've heard it said that there are no coincidences in this world. All coincidences are the result of long-term schemes." The old Taoist looked bewildered. Yes, why is that? After a long time, Li Shiwu finally sighed and lowered his head. Forget it. You old men are very cunning, knowing it probably wouldn't help. The old Taoist became anxious. Disciple, I'm doing well. You can't think of me like that. Chapter 580. The Lower Nine Streams Disciple. What is wrong with this guy? The old Taoist looked puzzled, staring at the fool who kept examining him. Li Shiwu sighed. Sir, you have no wife. Please don't deceive yourself. And don't entangle yourself with me anymore. He saw the fool extend his hand, forming a crystal snowpin from the falling snowflakes, holding it delicately, as if gently inserting it into a woman's hair, his movements and gaze excessively tender. "My lady, this friend speaks the truth. You don't even have a hairpin on your head. It is my negligence as a husband. Here, let me make it up to you." Li Shiwu furrowed his brows, then softened his gaze, reaching out as if to stroke a woman's face in the air. "Gentlemen, let me introduce you. This is the fool, and beside him is his wife. You could just call her sister-in-law. Huang, let us leave first. Let us not disturb their sweet moments. By the way, you'd better give me that troublesome pen of yours, and let me try to chop off your head. Of course, it would be even better if you did it yourself." Upon hearing this, the fool looked up, his expression particularly strange. "Brother, are you crazy?" Chapter 581. Your Mother. The enchantress on a mountain platform, amidst the wind and snow, the damp, ghostly man, Yun Longzi, dragged his injured body, holding a cursed fan, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Looking relaxed, Li Shiwu gazed at him, his eyes deep. "Do you also enjoy the lower 9 streams? Do you love doing the lower 9 streams?" Yun Longzi replied without thinking. "Is there a problem?" He said, "Whether it's enchantresses or prostitutes, all their cunning is used on the bed, on men's pockets for silver. They are clearly priced, exchanging money for goods. Is there anyone in the world more fair and rule-abiding in business than them?" He looked at Li Shiwu, seemingly soul-searching. "Can you find anyone more simple-minded and honest than them?" Yun Longzi sneered at those strange male and female Guanyin monsters, the bizarre various races, and these so-called mountain people, saying, "Which of them doesn't have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, wanting both money and lives? Do they really think they can be compared to the pure, just, and trustworthy enchanting woman?" In an instant, the entire crowd looked at him with anger, their expressions unfriendly. The other party always spoke of treating everyone equally. Offending one was no different from offending all. Chapter 582. Slaughter on a mountain guard platform. The crowd was agitated. Nearly 2,000 human cultivators had fire blazing in their eyes, wanting to tear him to shreds and burn him clean. Everyone, that enchanting woman is the real deal. Kill him. This guy must die today. Yun Longzi shook his head and smiled, pointing out, "I'm just speaking the truth. Look, you're all so anxious." He stood firm, seemingly unafraid. Just as a battle was about to break out, a shocking transformation occurred in the next moment. A pressure suddenly spread down from the void. Like an abyss, as if an ancient divine mountain was collapsing, instantly enveloping the entire mountain guard platform. At the same time, a voice of a dignified man echoed, resonating like heavenly music throughout the land. "You are to obey orders. All cultivators from the polluted domain must not be spared. Slaughter them all. Go immediately, without any delay. Otherwise, you will be held accountable for your crimes." As the voice fell, the pressure disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. At this moment, the mountain guard platform was excessively quiet. The tension that had just been there vanished completely. Gu Ao took a deep breath, his gaze profound as he remarked that the cultivators from the polluted domain had already suffered countless deaths, and what remained were only a few low-level cultivators, or some that had slipped through the cracks. Chapter 583. Mingquan, swallowing 8 characters. Mingquan was undoubtedly in a dire state. His face was sunken, his left leg bent backward at an unbelievable angle, nearly broken, with a gaping bloody hole in his abdomen. And one could even vaguely see his intestines protruding from it. "You protect her?" A killing intent surged in Li 15's eyes. The Mingquan before him had deceived him twice, so he would not believe a single word or act from the other party. "Sir, you must be a fortune-teller." Li 15 spoke bluntly, and in an instant, his pupils transformed into a pair of 6-sided dice, with faint characters appearing on each face. "You are a gambling cultivator?" Mingquan revealed a look of horror. Li 15 coldly said, "I don't believe you would like this madwoman, nor do I believe you would take the initiative to protect her. So, what exactly are you playing at?" However, Mingquan tightened his hold on the half-rein. "Friend, I am merely repaying her life-saving grace, nothing more. And it does not involve romantic feelings." Li 15 looked him over and said, "Is that so? But I still don't believe you. You must have ulterior motives. Also, what do you have in your arms?" Mingquan took a deep breath and replied, "What I hold is 100,000 pounds of new cold rice. I once promised some people, so I don't want to go back on my word." Chapter 584. Li family burial method in the celestial view. Mingquan, with a huge baiwa plate for a head, split open like a snake swallowing a mouse, gulping down most of Li 15's body, accompanied by eerie sounds of chewing and swallowing, creating an indescribably strange and chilling scene. Swallowing life. Ming Quan vaguely uttered 2 words, and an invisible and unpredictable force surged from his body. The technique he was using was, in fact, the life-swallowing technique once used by the fortune-telling sect during their prayer rituals. Here, life did not refer to devouring others' lives, but to the other party's 8 characters and fate, or to appropriate others' fortunes for oneself. Gambling against the heavens, betting an entire race? If such a major event were to occur, it would surely lead to natural phenomena and upheaval in the world, and we fortune-tellers, who are best at observing the trends of heaven and earth, would not be able to see even a hint of it. So, do you really think I'm easy to fool? At this moment, Li 15's source of power erupted explosively, and brilliant golden light surged all over him, as if a great sun was about to leap from the sea. However, it was utterly useless. Under Ming Quan's life-swallowing technique, he seemed to lack a point of leverage, as if he were a floating weed. No matter how much power surged through him, it could not stir the slightest ripple. Chapter 585, Burying the Corpse. Fixing the formation at this moment, the old Taoist was naturally speechless, repeatedly sighing, "Disciple, your thoughts are placed on doing evil, and that is not right. Do you not wish to have a child?" Li 15 turned around and glared coldly, then said matter-of-factly, "The Li family burial method is the right answer. If an elder dies at a grave during the holidays, he can only receive filial piety from 1 child, but at 5 graves, he can receive 5 portions of filial piety, provided his descendants are sufficiently filial." The old Taoist argued, if they are filial, would they dismember their elders? Li 15's narat. That is because it is now accepted that 1 corpse means 1 grave, and it has long been a custom. But can't we just reverse this notion? After saying that, he circulated talismanic light between his hands, continuously casting various sealing techniques on the grave, murmuring, if I burn Yuan's body, she can be reborn through fire. But if I don't burn her, she can continuously repair herself using Guanin's remains. So this time, just dismembering and burying her might be useful." The old Taoist shook his head. "Disciple, this girl is quite pretty." Li 15 replied, "I prefer older women, not young ones. It's just a pity that if I had another gambling bug, it would be great. I can only say that the egg thief was too ahead of his time. Leading people to walk down the path of no return. What a clever idea." Chapter 586, Cold Rice Little Taoist. Take care. The half-sage, with a strange expression, handed over several coin-like objects, presumably used for divination. "How long until your wife gives birth?" Li 15 casually asked. "About half a year." "All right, I remember. I'll come looking for you then." "Little Taoist, what are you going to do?" The half-sage's heart skipped a beat. Li 15 did not respond, but asked, "How many people died in this city?" The half-sage took a deep breath, revealing a look of lingering fear, replying to the little Taoist, "There are probably over 80% of casualties in this city. The horrific scenes during this period are hard to summarize in words." Li 15 whispered, 80%? If that's the case, the entire polluted domain likely lost 80% as well. How many is that? However, at that moment, the figure of a cultivator appeared in the city. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his aura fluctuating, dressed in a gray robe, and moving slowly, adding a chill to the already desolate little city. Li 15 turned around and asked in a solemn voice, "Who are you?" The newcomer smiled. "In the polluted domain. Could there still be living cultivators? It seems I need to take action once more." Chapter 587, The Same Person Danger? Li 15's broche furua depoli. The crow beak on the beam of the celestial view continuously screeched sharply, piercing his eardrums painfully. "Disciple, disciple, are you about to die again?" The old Taoist smiled with narrowed eyes, his face wrinkled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Li Shiwu took a deep breath and looked up, trying to call out to Crow Lord. Crow Lord? But as before, no matter how he tried, that crow's beak seemed to ignore him and continued to screech incessantly. What was going on? What on earth was happening? Li Shiwu's expression darkened. The foul prison had just experienced a battle at the mountain guard, and after enduring the fortification of countless vengeful souls, it hadn't even caught its breath before causing trouble again. In an instant, a deep sense of unease surged from the depths of his heart, spreading to his limbs and bones. On the other side, Sure you was a brothel girl. Yin Longzi looked at the suddenly changed weather and repeated a phrase. Then coldly said, 15 Dao Jun, give me the official seal, don't force me to come, and take it myself. He tried to open the cursed fan in his hand, but with a swoosh, it did not make a sound this time. The fan astonishingly couldn't be unfolded at all. What was going on with this fan? Chapter 588. Li Shiwu's Great Chaos. Half a day later, Li Shiwu hid in a cave, and the crow's beak above continued to call without any sign of stopping. He smiled wryly, saying, so many Li Shiwus make me look like a fake cultivator, Bai Shi is no different. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He said with a serious tone, could it be that a fake cultivator is causing trouble? The Li Shiwus that appeared were like mirrors of Bai Shi, all coming out from mirrors. Behind him, the old Taoist still had a look of coaxing and said, disciple, do you want to visit a new brothel? As long as you give the immortal view to your master, I'll take you there immediately. Unbeknownst to them, the outside world had already turned into a chaotic mess. 10 Yinlongses each held a folding fan, shaking it lightly while cursing each other's mothers as prostitutes, enjoying themselves in a noisy scene. Stop talking. Our mothers are all brothel girls. Ha ha, since we're all brothel girls, then we're brothers. But everyone, we seem to have come out of the mirror as Yinlongzi. Why don't we just go together and take down the real Yinlongzi? On the other side, 715 Daijins stared wide-eyed at each other, examining one another with surprise and astonishment. Chapter 589. Still in great chaos, Shan Yao casually said, you broke the three-sided water mirror, so of course, only you are left. Li Shiwu nodded, that's right, that's the principle. His gaze became incredibly deep, as if a storm was brewing in his eyes, and then he said, 101 Li Shiwus. Among them, 100 came out from 100 mirrors, and one day later, these mirrors will shatter simultaneously. By then, there can only be one Li Shiwu left. So what I need to do is take down all the other Li Shiwus. Shan Yao muttered, I've dealt with your true body before. You guys are really hard to kill, and your tricks are endless. Are you sure you can do it? Li Shiwu smiled and waited. 1,000 miles away, there were still 3 Li Shiwus, obviously on guard against each other. They walked side by side, their steps perfectly in sync, unwilling to take an extra step and expose their backs to each other. Gentlemen, shouldn't we be united against the true body? Interesting. I am the true body, and you two are merely mirrors. Stop the nonsense. If we don't deal with the true body, when those mirrors start to shatter in one day, we'll disappear one by one. Chapter 590. Mirror Killing Technique. Do you know your crime? Bai Shi. At the peak of the snow mountain, looking at that familiar figure, Li Shiwu's expression suddenly shook, allowing the small snow particles to hit his face without noticing. Bai Shi smiled and said, do you recognize me? Then shook his head again, saying, no, it seems we have no causal connection. At this moment, Li Shiwu suddenly regained his focus, but his mind was calculating thousands of thoughts. If the so-called real world really had Bai Shi, then the Sun Official, Moon Official, Yao Emperor, and Yao Queen must also truly exist. So what about the 10 aspects gate? Bai Shi lightly hummed, seeming to remind him not to get distracted. Li Shiwu quickly looked up and blurted out without thinking, Commoner Bai Shi? In an instant, the wind blew and snowflakes rose, swirling at the peak of the snow mountain, obscuring the figures of the two, making them difficult to see. Bai Shi raised an eyebrow and said with a half-smile, the term commoner is indeed a good title. But do you really think you are talking about me? However, I still think the term commoner fits you better. Now, in the foul prison, every cultivator present had 100 mirror images of themselves, and they were all trying various ways to kill their original selves, just to seek a chance to remain in this world. Chapter 591. 8 characters unleashed, still alive at this moment. Li Shiwu's eyes widened, and the disbelief in his heart was almost indescribable. This person was actually the Moon Official he saw in the white paper world. Bai Shi smiled helplessly and said, know your crime, know your crime. In the next moment, a moonlight glow transformed into a set of shackles, locking around Bai Shi's wrists, with ancient runes circulating on them, as if some extremely strong prohibition. The Moon Official's expression remained unchanged. By June, follow me for a trip. Bai Shi turned back, unintentionally glancing at Li Shiwu, seeming to have some profound meaning, and then their figures suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Whoosh at the peak of the snow mountain. The wind was biting cold, and Li Shiwu stood alone there, unable to regain his senses for a long time. After a while, he said, old thing, do you think Bai Shi recognizes me? And why is he still being captured? The old Taoist firmly replied, disciple, next time you see this Bai Try to stab him once. I think he has a problem. If you don't believe it, one stab will reveal it. Instantly, Li Shiwu's face darkened. He knew that the old Taoist behind him was not really standing there. Rather, in his perspective, there was only this old Taoist, and the true body was the old man's head on his left shoulder. Chapter 592. I will protect you in the wind and snow. A certain Dao Jun in white floated, wearing a look of relief. He softly said, "You have explained very clearly. I, along with you, can actually be considered the same person. The difference is merely between inside the mirror and outside the mirror. No matter who lives in this world, it is still 15 Dao Jun and no one else. Since that is the case, I can give you this opportunity." He looked towards the void in front of him, his voice becoming gentler. "Shiyu, if I perish, will you also disappear?" After a moment, a woman's voice rippled gently. "Dao Jun, have you truly made up your mind?" Then she said, "But the little girl does not think that these mirror Daijins Wang Shiyu can write like I do, creating something from nothing." A certain Dao Jun fell silent for a moment, and a 3-foot green blade appeared in his hand, its cold light shining brightly, seeming capable of severing life and death. But he did not continue to act for a long time. Meanwhile, the other Daijins present looked at this scene with anticipation, urging him endlessly. "Shiyu, he has a kind heart, and I have a kind heart too. Just, he is untainted by dust, and we too are untainted by dust." However, as soon as the words were spoken, a scarlet arrow, carrying a power that seemed capable of obliterating everything, surged forward like a blood-colored torrent, pinning a mirrored Taoist lord to the ground. Chapter 593. Black Lake Incense Burning. Li 15's brows furrowed deeply, letting the snow wind brush his face. Feeling the chill sweep over him. These foreign tribes from other mountains, have they not yet left the mountain of people? I have only had minimal interaction with this incense. Just a few brief words. How could he pinpoint me so accurately, and how could he communicate with me? The old Taoist mumbled to his disciple. "Should we really try cutting that by Shi? I always feel there's something indescribable about this person, like a thick and grand historical book. The story you think you see clearly has actually been altered, rewritten, and concealed by countless hands." Li 15 turned around and casually remarked, "Not bad. This time you didn't use your broken kiln as an example." "Disciple, what is wrong with the incense?" the old Taoist asked, looking up. "Nothing." Li 15 gazed at the heavens and mountains, wondering what great business the incense was talking about, and what it had to do with him. Crackle, crackle. A sound of bones dislocating echoed across his face, as his facial features and shape kept shifting. This time, he transformed into a robust woman, donning a black robe that also sprouted a complex skirt. "Disciple, are you trying to do evil again?" Chapter 594. Corpse in the lake at this moment. Looking at the swaying woman before him, Li 15 said solemnly, "Do you really dislike human faces?" Yin Longzi quickly explained, "I really dislike them. I've transformed in my mother-s face. After all, I don't feel at ease using someone else's." Li 15 withdrew his gaze and fixed it on the black lake beneath him. "So what are you doing here?" With a swish, Yin Longzi opened the folding fan in his hand, on which the words "dragon, flying phoenix, dancing" were written. Causing trouble. Seeing this, Li 15 could not help but say, "The word curse is associated with harmful things. It would be better to have thrown that fan away early." Yin Longzi pinched his fingers and smiled, full of mischief. "Morning sun, that bronze toad on your ear and the robe on your body seem to be curses as well. Aren't you afraid of being harmed? Are you the main body or a mirror image?" "Naturally, I'm the main body." That group of Yin Longzi brothers speaks nicely and is polite. Being with them is like bathing in spring breeze, and I regret not meeting them sooner. It's just a pity the time is too short. Li 15 couldn't be bothered to engage further, and instead held his breath and focused, diving into the lake water beneath him. In an instant, a bone-chilling sensation arose, as the cold spread through his limbs and bones, making him shiver uncontrollably, as if his soul were being frozen. Chapter 595. Memory Worm. At this moment, looking at the bronze door ahead, Li 15's expression slightly tightened. He had seen this style of bronze door several times before. It was indeed the door connecting the murky prison and the so-called mountain above. As the door opened, figures emerged one after another, all of them extremely young, exuding steady auras, with sharp eyes like knives, carrying an air of superiority. "Is it you?" Yin Longzi's eyes widened, clearly recognizing these newly appeared individuals, having at least crossed paths with them before. A woman glanced over, sneering. "Yin Longzi, You've even dressed up like your whore of a mother. Are you going to pick up clients? Yin Longzi chuckled, intentionally lowering his voice. Hey, let me tell you something. Many years ago, my mother took on a business from your father, and he secretly gave my mother a treasure. You from the bronze door. More and more figures began to appear, totaling over 500, all glaring at Yin Longzi, their eyes brimming with anger. Yin Longzi, this time in the mountain defense battle, you lost to the foreign tribes. How does it sound like there were people from a murky prison who betrayed us, only to be dealt with regardless of friend or foe, even being skinned alive? The mountain defense battle has reached this point. You really have some nerve. Chapter 596. All parties hear what is going on. What exactly is happening? Hundreds of cultivators looked at the scene not far away, their expressions filled with astonishment, various doubts flooding their minds. They saw that the wriggling memory worms, which had been gnawing Li 15's memories perfectly well, suddenly went into a frenzy, with one even tearing itself in half like a worm. In an instant, all eyes fell on the male cultivator. Fellow Taoist, while memory worms are indeed curses, are you exaggerating? They aren't as terrifying as you describe. I also think it's an exaggeration. This person's cultivation is only at the golden core stage. After the memory worms gnaw at his memories, is he poisoned? Overindulged? However, no one dared to move. The male cultivator hurriedly said, fellow Taoists, memory worms consume memories slowly, often savoring them like fine food. They will share in the bitterness of painful memories and the sweetness of happy ones. The male cultivator's expression turned serious as he raised his hand to gesture for everyone to observe the strange behavior of the memory worms closely. He continued, memory worms usually feed on the emotional fluctuations in memories. Joy, sorrow, bitterness, and happiness. They can sense them. But these worms before us seem to have undergone a great change. They are not only frenzied and restless, but some are even self-harming, clearly showing extreme discomfort and even intense pain. Chapter 597. Sharing 50%. Making friends. Li 15 ignored everything else and continued walking through this unknown realm. He always felt an exceedingly unreal sensation here, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. Incense burning? Incense burning? He muttered a few times. Yet, after he entered this place, the sound of incense had completely ceased, and he had no idea where to look for it. Disciple, let us leave. The old Taoist trembled slightly, seemingly also frightened by this place. Li 15 paid no heed, instead tossing out the last 10 or so righteous pills, causing a wave of righteous energy to ripple from him, with loyalty and justice at the forefront. In this way, I look like a good person. When encountering others, at least they would be less wary of me, making it more convenient. After a stick of incense, Li 15 suddenly stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a nearly collapsed palace, rubble scattered everywhere, broken stone pillars slanted into the dust, as if silently narrating the former glory and the current desolation. Human race Taoist friend, this is what I encountered first. A dull voice sounded in Li 15's ear. He turned to look, and it turned out to be a hunched figure with a small triangular head, bulging eyes, and an unremarkable gray-brown appearance, resembling an upright praying mantis. Chapter 598. 125. Li 15 was too lazy to respond, just staring at 125. Suddenly, the other party said, you're a morning sun, right? Morning sun? There's only Huang Shiyu here. 125 shook his head. You're too insincere. It's not right. Your kindness is genuine, but paired with you, it just feels off. You must be that morning sun for sure. Li 15 couldn't be bothered to argue, so he said, 125, are you serious about changing your name? 125, upon hearing this, actually imitated humans by bowing respectfully, performing a very polite Taoist salute. The Stabbing Star Clan. 125 is here. Thank you, Taoist friend, for the bestowed name. Seeing this, Li 15 was even more confused. I merely verbally agreed to give you 50%. It's not that serious. Chapter 599. Unlucky Wealth and Lucky Wealth. Fellow Taoists. Do you still remember that I mentioned earlier that there is a prohibition hanging over our clan, forcing us to be slaves and servants? Li Shiwu, able to understand but not comprehend. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable eerie aura spread from above the heads of the 125, followed by a golden, menacing spike quietly emerging from the void, covered in intricate inscriptions. In the next moment, it seemed destined to pierce through the skull of the 125, shattering their soul, preventing them from ever reincarnating. Good, that's great. Whether you call me a stinking outsider or a beggar, just wait for me. Li Shiwu pointed to the two black patterns on his middle finger, which now opened like a person's upper and lower eyelids. One of the pupils, with streaks of crimson blood, appeared to be newborn, constantly surveying its surroundings. Disciple. Let me see. Quickly let me see. The old Taoist leaped around like a monkey, his eyes filled with urgency. Li Shiwu clenched his left fist, gazing at the dilapidated hall before him, stepping forward step by step. As he entered the hall, a cold, decaying aura rushed toward him, as if the depths of the 9 underworlds were permeating, sending chills down his spine. Li Shiwu did not venture further, but stood not far from the hall's entrance, observing. Inside, the light was dim, extending about 100 zhang deep, with broken bricks and shattered tiles scattered everywhere, a scene of ruin and decay. Moreover, standing in the hall were over 100 corpses dressed in wedding attire, wearing red veils. They had long become desiccated corpses, with traces of being cut open in their abdomens, as if something had burst forth from them at some point in time. 125. Are you sure this is left by one of your distant ancestors? Li Shiwu held his breath, no longer daring to go deeper. Chapter 600. For sentences, the 125 looked outside the hall and urgently said, Fellow human Taoist, could you lend a hand? Ming Quan shook his head. The divination showed that today it is not suitable for me to act, or else it will disturb the fetal energy. But you are not pregnant. That's right. Here the fetal energy refers to the golden fetal energy, a term in divination that simply means easy financial loss. At this moment, Li Shiwu continued to swing the axe, chopping at the corpses of the brides, each strike powerful, sending flesh flying. However, in the eyes of the 125, he appeared gentle, reaching out to caress the bride before him. Ming Quan stood outside the hall, pulling out a thick stack of ancient books, the pages already yellowed, seemingly having endured countless years. He leisurely flipped through them, and when he reached one page, his gaze kept darting back and forth between the hall and the pages, as if comparing something. Then his pupils jolted, gasping for air. How about the 125? These seem like fetal mothers. What are fetal mothers? A type of evil spirit. They are like desiccated corpses, creating illusions around them, skilled at confusing people's hearts, making them hear the sounds they want to hear and see the things they want to see. Chapter 601. Official killing, dead bodies not counted. Ming Quan shouted in a low voice, his expression serious. Regarding the 8 characters and fate, he cared more than anyone else. He did not believe that his financial fortune and fate were inferior to Li Shiwu's. So he said, let's both head west. Whoever finds treasure first wins. Deal. Li Shiwu subtly glanced back at the wet rain behind him. However, after just 3 steps, he stopped again. He bent down and picked up a piece of gold foil buried in the dust. After blowing away the dirt, it shimmered brilliantly, as if it had fallen from a golden statue of the Buddha. Sorry, I won again. Ming Quan was stunned, then angrily said, Not counted, I haven't started yet. Li Shiwu was indifferent and continued. The two continued forward. Yet, after 5 more steps, Li Shiwu stopped again, holding a somewhat broken transparent bead, within which a shadow of a fish seemed to be floating. This again I win. Doesn't count. I haven't determined the direction yet. Today I avoid the west. We must head north. Ming Qiuan's anger surged even more. Fine. Li Shiwu turned and headed north, but as soon as he took a step, he felt something hard underfoot, causing him pain, and upon digging it out, it was a bone spur left behind by some creature. Chapter 602. Jia Dongxi, the merchant disciple. The dead do not have 8 characters. This sentence echoed in Li Shiwu's ears, ringing deafeningly. What does that mean? His eyes seemed to swirl with wind and snow, suddenly spitting out 2 words. The old Taoist pretended to ponder, thinking for a while before slowly saying, Disciple, don't think me too talkative. Think about it. The 8 characters are determined based on the unique time and space background at the moment of a being's birth, thereby establishing a specific time point. Once a person dies, that specific time point no longer exists. At the same time, the 8 characters are mostly used for predicting or guiding the fate of the living. They hold no significance for the dead. So, disciple, if you have no 8 characters, could it be that you're actually a dead person? The old Taoist lowered his head, occasionally stealing glances at Li Shiwu, as if afraid to provoke him, then quickly said, Disciple, I'm just rambling, consider it a joke. Don't take it too seriously. After all, you are living well now, doing evil, bullying the elderly, and occasionally stabbing people in the back. In the dim world, A terrifying silence enveloped the scene. Li Shiwen's lips curled into a smile, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Resembling the reflection of winter sunlight on a pristine ice surface, bringing a hint of warmth while more so, a chill. Chapter 603, Tenfold Price, Huge Loss at this moment. Jia Dongxi stroked his goatee, squatting down, his small eyes sparkling as he carefully examined the items on the ground, occasionally tapping and knocking them in his hands. After a stick of incense, he stood up and solemnly said, "These items, we can offer a sky-high price of 9 merit coins." Li Shiwen chuckled. 9 coins, sky-high price. Interesting. Do you not know that anything that appears in this world cannot be simple? Jia Dongxi shook his head. Friend, do you underestimate the value of merit coins? 1 coin represents the accumulation of 10 years of 1,000,000 mortals. It takes that long to condense such a coin. He fixed his gaze on Li Shiwen. Regarding the items on the ground, which had long since decayed, their mystical properties lost. Friend, why not sell me that bronze toad as well? Let us make it an even 10 merit coins. How about that? Li Shiwen's expression darkened. That toad eats food from another family. It won't get used to it. Besides, I'm not satisfied with your offer. Jia Dongxi's face also showed concern. Friend, you just brought up some celestial officials, and now you want to pressure me. Do you think we have the guts to deliberately bargain with you? It's like the old longevity, star drinking arsenic and complaining about living too long. Chapter 604. Inconceivable place Li Shanlian. There's a big deal. Hurry over. Li Shanlian. Do you remember the portrait of my master you gave me? I saw him really. These 2 sentences kept repeating in Li Shiwu's ears. His expression grew increasingly somber. Disciple, that half-hearted girl, her mind is still unclear, and you just left her like that? If I don't leave her, should I raise her or worship her like a bodhisattva? Li Shiwu followed the source of the voice and began to walk in a direction. He muttered, "Is the merit money really that valuable?" The other party replied that they were not sure, but for any being, merit is something that can be encountered but not sought. It is said that an ancient Buddha, with boundless compassion, saved countless beings, thus accumulating supreme merit and achieving enlightenment. Mortals seeking merit often have to go through tribulations or even sacrifice themselves. Li Shiwu nodded. That makes sense. Moreover, I think merit might go better with good deeds. When combined, they will surely make others realize what a true Buddha is and what true goodness is in the world. The old Taoist, hearing this, naturally began to chatter nonstop, still not straying from the topic of cultivating immortality. Chapter 605, Donor, do not do the wrong thing. At this moment, a brilliant lotus flower path, over 100 zhang long, spread out from the ancient temple gate and finally landed at Li Shiwu's feet. This path was crystal clear and sparkling, with vague Buddhist shadows standing on either side, their heads bowed, benevolent and solemn, chanting mysterious Sanskrit verses. The holy path of Buddhism invites the most virtuous, loyal, and filial beings into the temple. Another voice echoed, resounding through the heavens and earth, lasting for a long time. In an instant, all beings suddenly turned their heads, their gazes falling on Li Shiwu, filled with shock, confusion, and more than anything, disbelief. The utmost virtue, loyalty, and filiality. When has there been such a person in the world? Everyone, since the Buddhist sound speaks so of her. Then this woman must be the most trustworthy among us. I would rather entrust my back entirely to her than to you all, whom I cannot trust. A figure resembling a pine tree stepped out from the crowd, his eyes bright, and then he bowed gracefully to Li Shiwu. The Buddhist sound proclaims your utmost virtue. If the young lady has any requests, I am willing to serve her. Yin Longzi sneered. This place is too strange. You just think that following her can bring you some benefits and avoid some tribulations. Chapter 606, The Day of 4 Precepts. Donor, do not do the wrong thing. Another young monk laughed and said the same. What will happen if I do the wrong thing? Li Shiwu placed the machete behind him and smiled as he spoke. However, the group of young monks just shook their heads, then passed him by and began to leave. Donor, take care of yourself. We need to go welcome the other donors. Watching the group of monks' retreating figures, Li Shiwu's eyes grew more and more confused. Were these monks living beings or ghosts, or perhaps demons? Greetings, masters. Jia Dongxi nodded and bowed, stepping aside for the young monks, willingly giving them a path. Then he looked at Li Shiwu and immediately frowned, saying, Friend, I collected that pile of things from you for 1,008 merit coins, but after calculating, I lost at least 50. You can recognize me? Li Shiwu asked solemnly. Cough, cough. Although your appearance and clothing have changed, my eyes can recognize treasures. How about selling me that robe for 1.5 merit coins? Jia Dongshi's eyes sparkled, and he added, and your toad? I'll raise the price to 2 merit coins. Li Shiwu chuckled. As for my toad, it eats treasures from heaven and earth, and even feeds on the blood of mountain official sons. It has never lacked food. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to feed it, even if you buy it. Chapter 607, The Outsider Monk. Outside the Zen room, it was pitch black as ink, accompanied by a low, mournful wind that chilled the heart. Donor, you have broken the precepts. A young monk smiled through the crack of the door. Then 3 young monks broke in, forcefully pinning a certain Taoist to the ground, rendering him unable to move at all. They began to hammer down with wooden mallets, one after another, causing him to bleed profusely. Monster, you have broken the speech precept again. It was not until a stick of incense later that the 3 young monks began to return. Just then, a female voice echoed. Taoist, how can a mere physical injury stain your white robe? The 3 young monks paused, turned back to gaze into the void, confusion growing in their eyes, and then refocused on the certain Taoist, bringing the wooden mallet closer. You have broken the precept again. In an instant, cries of agony echoed throughout the Buddhist temple, like evil spirits wailing, or countless souls struggling in the fires of karma. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks sounded at Li Shiwu's door. Li Shiwu, peering through the door crack, saw a pair of eyes peering in and couldn't help but thrust a knife out. With a thud, the eye burst, splattering warm, sticky liquid on the door, slowly sliding down. Chapter 608. People eat earth for a lifetime. Earth eats people once. Knock, knock, knock. Donor, even if you're an outsider monk, you still must observe the 4 precepts. In the dim night, 3 young monks in gray robes continuously tapped their wooden fish while softly reminding. Masters, may I ask, are you demons? Li Shiwu clasped his hands together, cautiously asking. Donor, you have broken the precept again. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. One young monk, wielding a wooden mallet, struck hard at Li Shiwu's chin, the mallet sinking deep into his flesh, nearly splitting his head in half from the jaw. Footsteps sounded as the 3 young monks slowly retreated, disappearing into the pitch-black night. Disciple, the old Taoist's eyes crinkled with laughter. Your betrayal this time seems of little use. You still get beaten for breaking the precepts. At this moment, the front of Li Shiwu's monk robe was already soaked with blood, appearing crimson all over. His gaze fluctuated as he was uncertain because from start to finish, he did not understand what it meant to observe the precepts and what it meant to break them. Is it you? Jia Dongshi, peering through the door crack, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then he lamented, Friend, I admit I lied, but I only earned 9 merit coins from you. You shouldn't hold a grudge and pretend to be a monk to test me. Chapter 609. The Great Upside-Down Temple. The Great Upside-Down Technique. Inside the hall, Li Shiwu's pupils trembled violently. Breaking the precept, has he broken it again? He saw 3 young monks in gray robes, holding wooden fish, walking in, their eyes flashing with a hint of crimson light, continuously closing in. Slow, slow, Li Shiwu hurriedly said, I am an outsider monk, truly one of your group. Donor, you have broken the precept. The gray-robed young monk continued to chant. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Li Shiwu, one of the wall paintings began to emit a layer of hazy Buddhist light, which was a milky white color, not glaring, but carrying a gentle warmth that inexplicably calmed the heart. Li Shiwu turned back abruptly and saw a young monk in white slowly walking out from the wall painting, also holding a wooden fish. White robes, gray robes. Li Shi frowned, his gaze alternating between the 2 sides. The 3 gray-robed little monks, upon seeing the white-robed little monk for a moment, immediately withdrew respectfully from the hall, as if encountering a nemesis. May the benefactor be well. The white-robed little monk smiled, clasped his hands together, and performed a Buddhist salute. Chapter 610. Words in reversal inside the Buddhist hall. Li Shi paid no attention, merely holding a brush, licking the tip before quickly recording his observations in one of the books. He muttered, Qian Yuanzu, trapped in the Great Reversal Temple, afflicted by the Great Reversal Technique, causing him to turn evil into good, slaughter into compassion. What he wrote earlier was about having traveled with egg thieves, which led to the transformation into a Dao bone. But for some reason, it provoked an overwhelming killing intent, wishing to eliminate them at all costs. He also traveled with a returning guest, causing the other party to cut themselves off from humanity ultimately becoming a dog for a young being, even calling him father delightfully, as humans called him father. Sigh. This trip was not in vain after all. Li Shiwu put away the brush and sighed heavily. Open your mouth. He patted the toad's head forcefully, glaring, as he stuffed 2 animal skin books into the coffin's belly. Disciple, why so much force? The old Taoist pouted in dissatisfaction. Ha, its bronze head doesn't feel pain. It's unbreakable. Disciple, how long has this little thing not eaten steam buns? Old thing, the coffin is a cursed beast. Do you guess how one can kill a cursed being? Chapter 6:11. Words must also be reversed inside the dilapidated ancient temple. The atmosphere was both strange and absurd. Jia Dongxi, wearing a red animal skin coat, stroked his handlebar mustache. Despite being bloodied from being hit, he had a shrewd glint in his eyes. Jia Dongxi, who never cheats, will never charge even a quarter of a merit coin. In the arena, the various mountain cultivators and even the other mountain races had flickering eyes, filled with suspicion, but no one dared to casually speak up, fearing to unintentionally provoke the gray-robed monks. A little monk clasped his hands together and performed a Buddhist salute toward Jia Dongxi. Benefactor, you have broken the vow again. Momins latte. The sound of bang 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 echoed endlessly, causing him to spit blood, his mouth a bloody mess. Jia Dongxi was pinned to the ground, his pupils dilated. He was innocent. He originally wanted to say, Jia Dongxi, who never deceives the young or the old, never sells fakes, but when he was about to speak, he intentionally reversed his words. Little master, keep hitting. Jia Dongxi, who never deceives the young or the old, never sells authentic goods. He tried to say it again. You can hit me if you want, but benefactor, you still broke the vow. The gray-robed little monk nodded, then continued with bang bang bang. Chapter 6:12. To save someone. It turns out to be myself, Dong. A bell rang from a certain location within the Buddhist temple, steady and melodious, carrying a sense of the vastness of time, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Then a gray-robed little monk's voice rang in everyone's ears. On the first day, the vow has ended. However, all benefactors must still abide by the vow. The purpose of this Buddhist temple's existence is to completely reverse all of you. If this cannot be achieved, there is only annihilation. Li Shiwu listened to the words in his ears, his brow furrowed. He keenly sensed that an inexplicable force began to gradually empower him, making him unable to resist the urge to reverse everything. The great reversal technique. He spat out 4 words heavily. The Buddhist temple before him, with its gray-robed monks, was essentially a technique known as the great reversal technique. Thus, being within the temple, they would inevitably be afflicted by this technique. And whether it was the first generation of white-robed monks or the second generation of gray-robed monks, they merely served as guides and assistants. Xiaoyang, what are you doing? All subsequent dialogues read in reverse. Yin Longzi's eyes widened in surprise, as he realized Li Shiwu had started walking upside down without him noticing. Chapter 6:13. Master. Don't, how is this possible? Who set up this great reversal technique? Li Shi's expression darkened, anger surging between his brows. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The great reversal technique and the chaotic demons seemed to have a similar effect. The chaotic demons seemed completely out of control, causing chaos without any logic, while the great reversal technique appeared purposeful, trying to forcibly pull Qian Yuanzhu over. Li Shiwu paused and said, Old thing, I remember you once mentioned that after a certain being perished, the crystallized remnants of their cultivation fell into a city, and that city began to descend into chaos. So, is there a connection between the two? The old Taoist stroked his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. There should be. At this moment, in this Buddhist temple, under the second day's vow, all sorts of absurd incidents began to emerge endlessly. The so-called valley path drinking wine also became trivial, and even more outrageous and illogical events continued to unfold. For example, a certain Taoist began to hurl insults at Huang Shiyu, calling her a bitch and an incompetent woman, even repeatedly telling her to get lost. Chapter 6:14. One wants to give, one doesn't, master, you have suffered. In the past, I was ignorant, offending you, scolding you, ignoring you. But you have repeated 1,000 times that the immortal view is like the flesh of your heart, the pearl in your hand. I am not someone who doesn't understand reason. So please accept this immortal view. Do not refuse. Li Shi's demeanor was exceptionally bloody and terrifying, enough to scare ghosts to death. Yet his tone was as gentle as the snow in March, almost reverent. That sense of disconnection was simply indescribable. Disciple, I do not like the immortal view. 10 legs and 10 eyes make it look like a monster, so you should keep it. The old Taoist quickly waved his hand to refuse. Although there was a smile in his eyes, 2 streams of murky tears were already flowing down his cheeks. Li Shiwu shook his head, his tone more sincere. Master, the immortal view is for you. The old Taoist angrily said, Disciple, if the immortal view is a brothel, then I am an old and withered old man who has long lost interest in such matters. Are you deliberately mocking me by giving me the immortal view? Mocking my incompetence? Although the old Taoist's tone was angry, tears the size of beans were already falling like rain, continuously dripping onto the black soil of the immortal view. Chapter 6:15. Being a good person at this moment, a certain Taoist was filled with shame and anger, pointing at Li Shiwu and shouting, You are just a false being, created by me at will, and dare to reverse the heavenly principles? Crazy. The female voice sneered again, and then fell silent, not knowing where she had gone. Li Shiwu stared at the black soil beneath his feet, then at the surrounding immortal view, his eyes filled with disdain. Master, please accept this immortal view. Get lost. Stop bothering me. The old Taoist repeatedly rejected firmly while vigorously wiping his tears. Neither side had ever imagined that one day there would be such a dramatic scene. Once, one refused to give, and the other insisted on taking. Now, one insists on giving, while the other desperately refuses, and a more horrifying scene unfolded. The previous human and alien beings, unwilling to abide by the third-day body restriction, began to reverse their physical forms. Under the influence of the fourth-day heart restriction, this idea gradually started to reverse as well. Or perhaps this so-called great reversal technique is simply too incomprehensible. Even though the vast majority fell upon Li 15, other beings were only slightly affected, yet they still found themselves unable to resist. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 6:16. Thinking Ghost. The old Taoist tone was fierce and menacing. Disciple, do you even deserve to be a good person? You, the lonely ghost who doesn't even have a proper name, a broken thing that jumped out from who knows where, will only do evil for your entire life. You will live forever in fear and persecution. The old Taoist spat. Disciple, you think you can abandon the immortal view and be self-sufficient? Dream on. At this moment, the gray-clad little monks worked even harder. They surrounded Li 15 in a tight circle. This scene was particularly reminiscent of what was depicted in the mural. However, the little monks in white had now changed to gray. The fierce-looking child had become the rebellious Li 15. The sound of the wooden fish grew louder, and the dark karmic retribution on Li 15 began to twist as if it were a living thing, gradually reversing into golden merit or blessings under the great reversal technique. He was still tugging with the old Taoist, genuinely wanting to give the immortal view to the other party. Or perhaps, looking at the little monks with an expectant expression, he hoped that if they succeeded, he might be able to live a more normal life. Chapter 6:17. Startling news and smiles. Members of the Star-Piercing clan, 125. Pay respects to the Crown Prince. In the ruined Buddhist temple, this shout was like a thunderclap, echoing continuously in everyone's ears. Even a mottled wall plaster and the collapsed Buddha statues began to shake. 125 knelt between the broken walls, his triangular head almost completely pressed against the ground, his palms flat in front of him, as if performing some sort of ritual. He lowered his posture so much that it seemed he had fallen into the dust. Members of the Star-Piercing clan, 125, pay respects to the Crown Prince. This phrase echoed again, both respectful and carrying an indescribable weight and oppression. In the vast sky, a figure made of golden light looked down from above, surveying the myriad beings in the Buddhist temple, as if examining the fate of all things in the world. The overwhelming pressure and murderous intent made one's heart race, as if merely being swept over by that gaze could pierce through all delusions, freezing one's soul. Is that the Crown Prince? A female human cultivator murmured, her beautiful eyes wide open, even her fingertips trembling. Which Crown Prince? Where did he come from? Jia Dongshi tugged at his mustache, forcing himself to regain composure, and hurriedly said, Friend, is that figure up there really the so-called thinking ghost? Chapter 6:18. Targeted kill. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Buddhist temple was heavy, with only the sound of a faint wind, bringing down decaying wall plaster in a desolate silence that seemed to signal something. In the sky, that golden figure exuded a tide of murderous intent, roaring through the heavens and earth. Snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping rang out. A beam of golden light erupted from the golden figure, dazzling like the rising sun, dispelling the darkness and silence in its wake. In an instant, this pitch-black world was transformed into a pure golden hue, indescribably splendid. I do not like darkness. The golden figure spoke, and by the way, since you all say I'm a thinking ghost, you may as well call me that. Do not refer to me as the Crown Prince anymore. Yin Longzi looked at 125, his tone urging the alien friend. What exactly is this fellow's background? Please tell us. Lives are at stake. 125 remained with his head pressed to the ground, not daring to lift it. He said, I am too lowly to speak of the Crown Prince, fearing to anger the majesty and face eternal damnation. Yin Longzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I said he is just a thinking ghost. Not what you call a Crown Prince. Chapter 619. No one can compete at this moment. The male cultivator in the nascent soul stage trembled like a sieve. Just the presence of that thinking ghost made him unable to suppress his fear, a shiver that came from the depths of his soul, as if encountering a natural enemy. Jia Dongxi waved his hands vigorously, calling out, Friend, we have a thunder pill harvested from the first bolt of divine lightning during a thunderstorm, gathering 100,000 bolts to condense into one. Its power is unstoppable and can be a lifesaver for you, worth 10 merit points. 10 golden lights fell from the sky, and a lightning snake danced, soaring into the air, its surroundings shaking, finally landing in the male cultivator's hands. The transaction was done quickly, money and goods exchanged. What a straightforward person. Jia Dongxi hurriedly stored the merit points. However, they suddenly heard a bang, like the sound of a firework going off with a dud, and the thunder pill dissipated, followed by a corpse falling from within. A silence fell. Was that thunder pill fake? A woman shouted angrily. No, no. Jia Dongxi hurriedly clarified. We are honest merchants. It was that thinking ghost that was too strange. Moments latte. A nascent soul female cultivator was sent into the sky alone. Friend, we have a soul guiding lamp from the Nine Nether. Chapter 620. Pointing at the sky. Matching lines in the Buddhist temple. Shattered Buddha statues lay piled upon each other, and scattered corpses filled the ground. A strong stench surged like a tide, flooding into people's nostrils, making one feel as if trapped in an unending nightmare. These scenes were truly too tragic and sorrowful. The remaining beings all focused their gazes on Li 15, a fleeting look of pity crossing their faces. But more was a sense of relief that they had not been targeted. Disciple, it's your turn. The old Taoist had already stopped his weeping, his old face beaming with joy as he looked at the surrounding immortal view, his eyes filled with delight and anticipation, just waiting for his disciple to die. As for Li 15, he glanced at the crowbeak on the beam. He noticed that at the moment the thinking ghost appeared, the other party's words became increasingly urgent and piercing. Disciple, how about we do it again? Just once more. The old Taoist said earnestly, as long as you give up the immortal view, I will help you settle this. Li 15 remained silent, merely gazing at the thinking ghost. The old Taoist seemed to sense something. Disciple, your actions shouldn't be restricted, right? Why haven't I seen you escape death this time? Li 15 nodded, yes. Not restricted. As for Chapter 621. Combination technique, Skyfall technique, fate. Li 15 laughed. What a ridiculous crown prince. In this world, there is simply no fate worthy of you. The thinking ghost sneered. This crown prince, of course, has no equal in the world. What is called fate is merely a binding of mortals. And with my status, how could I be trapped by it? Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's smile grew wider. What a perfect match in this world. He held the red thread of fate, and with a fierce shake, a particularly enchanting and mysterious power rippled outwards like waves. He declared fiercely, only today, I must match you. Therefore, this time, he used his own power. After he finished speaking, the thread of fate above his head was pulled, and without any obstruction, it intertwined with the thread of fate of the thought ghost, becoming tighter and tighter. This time, there were no unexpected events. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. The two figures that were about to fight froze in the air, with only the threads of fate above their heads faintly shimmering. Within this light, Li Shiwu and the thought ghost gradually drew closer, and even their heartbeats slowly synchronized in the silence, as if they played a melody of fate that defied reason yet was irresistible. Chapter 622. Incense technique in the small immortal viewing pavilion. It was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Cold killing intent and cruel blade light permeated the space. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Shiwu was blasted out like a shattered puppet, crashing into the wall of the pavilion behind him, and he felt the sound of his bones cracking within his body, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Throughout history, no one, no race, can compete with his prince in the same era. The thought ghost tone was indifferent. No one can. You're full of crap. Li Shiwu stood up with his blade, the edge trembling slightly in his hand. Do you think I will believe your ghostly words? His source of power from the 10 paths was not inferior to the thought ghost before him. Yet the opponent moved as if carrying the weight of heaven and earth, as if he faced not just one person, but the entirety of an unimaginable realm. The thought ghost admitted, I may have exaggerated a bit. Those who are truly exceptional in this world are as numerous as fish crossing a river, countless in number. Even if they seem unremarkable at first, with the passage of time, they can still become the most brilliant stars, shining through the eternal night. This prince will naturally seek to rise above. With each step, the thought ghost advanced, each footfall sending a strange power towards Li Shiwu, causing his insides to shatter and his heart to nearly stop. Chapter 623. The fall of the thought ghost. Crack, crack, crack. Li Shiwu's left hand. The eyeball on his middle finger opened wide, revealing sharp teeth like a newborn, mischievous child, crunching noisily. The eyeballs on his thumb and index finger appeared much older, constantly scanning left and right, searching for the head that the thought ghost had just severed from his master. Quick movements. Li Shiwu's inner voice echoed, sounding particularly grim. Not only had his head disappeared, but the headless corpse of the 15th Taoist also vanished mysteriously. And as for the instigator, it was quite easy to guess. Xiaoyang, why do you also possess the thought ghost technique? Yun Longzi couldn't help but ask. Li Shiwu ignored him. Previously, he had shattered 4 stars to force the thought ghost within 5 steps, using the paperman technique to harm both others and himself. Moreover, he wanted to try his newly born 3rd eyeball. Besides swallowing curses, could it also bite the thought ghost? He remembered Bai Shi mentioning that while his eyeball looked like it swallowed, its essence was to refine, taking others' techniques for his own use. Unexpectedly, this attempt succeeded. Ascension technique. Ascension technique. Such a name sounds quite ordinary. Chapter 624. The reappearance of the non-existent Pen Xiaoyang. Are you a non-existent being? One person couldn't help but ask. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Non-existent, Li Shiwu did not deny it. I was recognized by the great ones on the mountain as the most suitable person to be human, the person among people, so what do you all think? As for how he could live without a head, it was because he practiced a technique. His head was no longer his vital point, and he didn't take care to elaborate, urging everyone to take care of themselves. Then he turned and left alone, hiding the red thread of fate in his sleeve to guard against the crowd, always ready to do good and tie fates. As for 125, after glancing at his back, he turned to glare at the other beings present. Oh, getting a bit cocky now? Where did that earlier dog-like submission go? Yun Longzi waved the curse fan lightly, his words filled with sarcasm, casually stepping between Li Shiwu and the other beings present. 125 remained silent, his armored body standing there, eyes filled with a murderous aura. Now, this great compassion temple had completely collapsed. Li Shiwu found a Buddhist hall, made simple repairs, and walked in, while the immortal viewing pavilion manifested around him. He lay flat on the black soil, his chest rising and falling, overwhelmed by a deep sense of fatigue. Chapter 625. Everyone, face me at this moment, everyone present, whether human or other beings, looked at the 15th Taoist with scrutinizing expressions. You stood up? The chubby infant asked in confusion. A certain Taoist nodded, of course. I stood up. The so-called truth is better than falsehood. Evil cannot overcome good. Given this Taoist temperament, he indeed had some inappropriate moments when faced with tricky matters, leading him to be repeatedly suppressed by a false person, which turned into a nightmare for him that he couldn't shake off. At this moment, his snow-white robe, stained with blood, fluttered without wind, and his expression no longer showed any signs of despair, instead exuding a clarity and determination akin to seeing the light after being trapped in darkness for a long time. The past is like a mirage, and it's my weak will that led me to be confined by a false person. However, the sky has finally brightened. Yun Longzi sneered. Do you really think you did all this? A certain Taoist smiled lightly. I don't care about reputation. Why are you all so fixated on this question? The chubby infant chimed in. If it really is you, what about being good? A certain Taoist looked over and smiled. I can be good. As for Li Shiwu, No problem. Let him take the credit. This Taoist had already sailed past countless mountains, his mindset elevated, no longer fixated on others' opinions. Chapter 626, The Soul-Collecting Drum. The drum keeper, everyone, face me. Between heaven and earth, this voice echoed for a long time, carrying a chilling intent that plunged the scene into dead silence. Even the floating dust seemed to hang in the air, afraid to fall. At this moment, whether human or other beings, they stared blankly at the soul-collecting drum, where a young figure suddenly appeared, making even the two-headed, four-armed soul-collecting ghost seem like an accessory. Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted back and forth between Li Shiwu and a certain Taoist, as their faces were strikingly identical. However, the feeling they evoked was completely different. One had very proper features, seeming to gather the light and justice of the world, exuding a reassuring righteousness like the blazing sun, yet not blinding. Although a certain Taoist was quite disliked, he indeed gave off this first impression. As for the other, it was not light, but an unfathomable darkness and tranquility. His eyes were like a 1,000-year cold pond, calm and still, and when he smiled occasionally, it sent a shiver down one's spine. Disciple, you are becoming more and more like him. The old Taoist hesitated to speak, but in truth, disciple, you are quite scary in the eyes of others. Chapter 627. One person guards the pass, all others retreat. On the surface of the soul-gathering drum, Li 15 tilted his body, constantly sizing up the little ghost of soul gathering that only reached his waist. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but say, Senior, the so-called reincarnation can't all be like you little shorties, right? This was naturally because he thought of the reincarnation little demon, who was not only short but also ugly, yet quite loyal. Upon hearing this, the little ghost of soul gathering showed a dual expression of joy and sorrow, and then sulkily said, Kid, do you dare to say that again? Seeing this, Li 15 hurriedly waved his hands and awkwardly smiled. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Senior, please don't take it to heart. Take it out on those human and alien folks below. Then he said, Senior, your words are indeed effective. Can you let me be the drum keeper? The little ghost of soul gathering simultaneously showed a look of disdain. Kid, who do you look down on? Just look at this soul gathering drum under our feet. It's as big as a mountain. This little ghost is stationed here to try to collect the souls of that evil doll. Moreover, the little ghost pointed at the fat baby. That fat kid also has a soul gathering drum on him, but it's only as big as a palm. I could smash it to pieces with one punch. So do you think my words count? Chapter 628. It's over. It's over. A soul gathering drum, resembling a blood-red mountain, spanned the heavens and earth. The dull sound of the drum seemed to echo like a death knell from time to time. I can be good. We are both prison officials. We are colleagues. The fat baby plopped down on the ground. Li 15 stepped closer and said in a deep voice, we would like to ask again. Do you truly not know that the human bee sect does not consume human and beast flesh? The fat baby anxiously said, humans and beasts can be sold, but not eaten. As for this sect, I really don't understand. Upon hearing this, Li 15 raised his finger, transforming his power into a cage, imprisoning him in place. Then his gaze slightly darkened and turned to the demon song. He spoke, young master demon song. As the son of a star officer, you must have extraordinary abilities. Why not demonstrate them for me to see? At this moment, Demon Song had transformed back to his original appearance, with long black and white hair, or rather, a series of contracts for selling 1's body, indescribably eerie. He also spoke in a deep voice. I, Demon, have long said, I am the wisdom of the human race, good at intelligence, not good at fighting. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded. Demon Song, like a kite with a broken string, was drenched in blood, and his black and white hair was matted with blood, sticking to his face, looking particularly disheveled. Chapter 629, Reincarnation 3. On the surface of the soul gathering drum, the little soul demon had a dual expression of sadness and joy, with a dazed look on its face, as if it had seen a ghost. Damn it, I'm a ghost, a little ghost of soul gathering. Can a ghost see a ghost? It simultaneously stretched out 4 arms, vigorously rubbing its 4 eyes. Yet, all it saw was that deep black hole, which spat out Li 15, along with the human head and those firelight soul butterflies, as if it were spewing filth, accompanied by dry coughs, as if extremely disgusted. In the next moment, all those soul flames returned to the corpses on the ground, which had no breath at all, and now began to revive slowly, then gradually open their eyes. However, they trembled all over, and in their eyes, besides horror, there was only an indescribable confusion and fear. The surrounding world still retained the jiaoduo and bloodiness of the aftermath of battle, mixed with an unexplainable chill, as if even the wind carried the whispers of the deceased. Someone blinked and muttered, "Am I still alive?" His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, and it was as if he had crawled back to the sunlit world with great difficulty from the underworld. Someone dazedly looked down at their intact, yet cold hands, their fingertips trembling incessantly, as if they couldn't believe this sensation was real. Chapter 630, Leaving the Scene. In the wind and snow, the figures of the cultivators rose from the ground, orderly entering the bronze portal, merely creating a ripple before their figures disappeared. Upon seeing this scene, Li 15's pupils contracted, and like a ghost, he soared into the air, stepping into the bronze portal. However, just as his figure was about to disappear into the bronze portal, an invisible force suddenly surged from deep within the portal, crashing against him like a deep sea. Boom! After a loud bang, Li 15 smashed the ground, creating numerous cracks, and snowflakes flew into the air. The cultivators on the mountain only turned back to take a glance, said nothing, and then turned to leave the filthy prison. Jia Dongxi, pinching his mustache, smiled broadly as he approached, and when the dust settled, Li 15 climbed out of the deep pit, and he handed over a purple token, one side engraved with copper coin patterns, the other side with the words, "No, old man." "What is this?" Li 15 did not take it. Jia Dongxi said, "Friend, those from the filthy prison wanting to go up the mountain need a pass, but as long as you can afford the merit money, I will find a way." Cough. He cleared his throat, a merchant-like smile on his face, staring at the old coffin master and the things on you. "As long as my friend wants to sell, Jia Dongxi, guarantee fair trade anytime." Chapter 631. Another wind rises. It must be an old friend returning. In the wind and snow, Li 15 had a dark expression, not saying a word. Behind him, the old Taoist kept speaking, "Disciple, look for yourself." Back then, in the white paper world, during the Wangchuan journey, so many people went in, and in the end, only you and Miss Huang survived. As for that big fat kid with the red hat, I can't understand. The old Taoist pretended to ponder, stole a glance at Li 15, then continued. This time, the so-called place of unthinkable things. The situation is quite similar. These kids all have thin fortunes. Perhaps they are all destined to die far from home, wrapped in grass mats. Why does Li 15 say this? The old Taoist smiled, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth, and said mysteriously, "I say this because both times have some similarities." What similarities does Li 15 have? The old Taoist coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Disciple, you see, Wangchuan is a place where the dead should go. How unlucky is that? And this place of unthinkable things. You encountered the soul-gathering drum, which is said to lead souls back to reincarnation. This is also an extremely unlucky omen. Disciple, some things have signs in the dark, and you can't be sure they one T come true." Chapter 632. Bai Shi, starting to refine pills. The sunlight was dazzling, and Bai Shi was captivating. Step by step, she approached and stood beside Li 15, smiling and saying, "This filthy prison, this time the polar night has finally come to an end." Li 15 Yes, it has finally ended. However, soon he frowned again. In the filthy prison, a year of polar night often lasts for 10 months. Li 15 estimated that this time it would take another 3 to 4 months to end. How could a trip to the place of unthinkable things turn into a moment when the clouds parted and the sun shone? "Senior, who exactly are you?" he asked with a probing look. "You really don't recognize me?" "Oh, Gomon Bai Si." Li 15 repeated the same line. After all, he was determined to act as if he didn't know the other party. Why not take advantage of it? He took a look and tentatively said, "Senior, weren't you caught by another senior last time? But why do you still look almost the same as last time when you appeared this time?" Bai Si smiled politely, asking why it should be different. Li Shiwu forced a smile, thinking you would suffer some punishment or hardship. Then he asked, "Senior, do you really not recognize me?" Bai Shi, a beggar from outside. Chapter 633. 3 Steps of Alchemy. Good Dan, good Dan, good Dan. Li Shiwu placed his palms flat on his knees, with a black iron medicine jar in front of him, constantly murmuring the words "Good Dan." Among the 3 good virtue pills, he favored Good Dan the most, believing it was the one that suited him best, so he naturally had to refine Good Dan first. This black iron jar, he picked it up and examined it carefully. finding it quite plain and unremarkable, with even some burn marks on it. When he touched it, his fingers were smeared with bits of charcoal, coming from an unimaginable place. It should count as a treasure. After casually saying a few words, Li Shiwu took out a white jade plate, which he obtained from the Qin clan, originally used to hold good Dan. At the bottom of the plate, there was a line of tiny engraved characters, detailing the method for refining good Dan. He had pondered the method of refining good Dan countless times and was already very familiar with it. Thus, he thought he should first look for the firewood for alchemy. Li Shiwu's fingertips produced 3 small black spiders, which he had casually caught from a dead tree on his way here. He couldn't help but sigh about the harshness of the world, where even in the extreme cold of the filthy abyss, these small creatures managed to find a glimmer of life. It could only be said that the world was too unpredictable. Chapter 634. Hit me. In the Zhongshan Temple, Li Shiwu Shotaludli. He swallowed a bottle of rosy light, a bottle of morning dew, and a bottle of sighs all at once. At the moment they entered his mouth, the 3 substances automatically transformed into 3 pure flames, heading toward the furnace of his heart filled with evil thoughts, continuously burning and refining. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. In the Zhongshan Temple, a mysterious aura enveloped Li Shiwu, making him feel as if he was floating, as if he would ascend to immortality at any moment. All the evil thoughts in the furnace of his heart were burned away, yet no pills emerged. On the 4th day, change finally occurred. Li Shiwu remained sitting there with his eyes closed, but in front of him, a nearly transparent portal appeared, about 10 feet high, surrounded by thin mist and swirling starlight, seemingly connecting to another unfathomable realm. Li Shiwu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the portal in front of him. He saw 2 ancient characters faintly visible on the portal, each stroke resembling falling stars, rushing rivers, and the power of creation hidden within heaven and earth. Chapter 635. No danger. Encountering 2 corpses at this moment, Li Shiwu held the good virtue pills in his hand, examining them repeatedly. His eyes sparkled with excitement, completely ignoring the pain from being beaten up. However, soon after, a hint of confusion appeared on his brow. Why were these 3 pills stronger than those of the Qin clan? Could it be? His expression darkened as he glanced at the location of the dead head on his right shoulder. He understood that both the method for refining the good virtue pills and the compassion gate, the compassion realm, as well as the 3 people who had beaten him, were definitely closely related to Qian Yuanzi. Li Shiwu let out a breath of turbid air. Storing away the 3 pills and the black iron jar he used to visualize the furnace of his heart, and took a closer look at the pill formula on the white jade plate. The method for refining the 3 pills was, first, give rise to evil thoughts. Second, visualize the furnace of the heart. Third, burn with flames. These 3 steps were merely to draw out the compassion gate and access the compassion realm behind it. The people of the Qin clan did not care if the pill formula spread out. Could it be that they were certain that no one except their clan could push open the compassion gate and enter the compassion realm? After pondering for a moment, Li Shiwu laid down on the black soil in a sprawling position and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 636. About the drumkeeper, father and daughter's fate strange. Simply strange. The drumkeeper has always been a deceased person, yet this kid, despite having a strong dog-like smell, is lively and jumping around, completely not resembling a dead person. Li Shiwu's face turned darker than the water of a cold pond upon hearing this. Are you really the drumkeeper? The voice came again. Li Shiwu stared at the soul-collecting drum in front of him as the hoarse voice, reminiscent of a dying old man, emerged from the drum. Who are you? He asked. Who gave you the identity of the drumkeeper? The little ghost collecting souls has granted it. Huh, then it's no problem. The atmosphere momentarily became a bit tense. Li Shiwu asked, what should we do now? The old voice replied, since you have become the drumkeeper, you should know that reincarnation gives all deceased beings a chance. If they win, their souls will not be collected, but granted rebirth. Li Shiwu's brows furrowed as he recalled scenes from unimaginable places. Nodding, of course I know. I have been a keeper before. The little ghost collecting souls also said that they would give all those whose souls are collected a chance, but he did not know the details of why. Chapter 637. No farting today. In the quiet night, a loud rumble was heard, as an arrow was shot out. The dark cold pond in front seemed to melt like gold under the sun, along with the poisonous insects within being gradually obliterated and melted away. One arrow wasn't enough, so Li Shiwu shot 3 more arrows. until everything in front of him was completely leveled. Then, a hearty laughter came from behind him. Haha, interesting. The grand paperman Etion was actually used by you to shoot at a little water puddle. This scene shouldn't be seen by those paper people. Li Shiwu turned around to see Bai Shi, who had appeared by his side at some point, leaning forward to watch the ground still being torn apart by the residual power of Etion's technique. Senior you. Li Shiwu was slightly taken aback. Why did this cunning Bai Shi like to appear and disappear mysteriously? It was unlike before when he always stayed at the Star Official's residence. Under the moonlight, Bai Shi smiled and said, I just saw you acting as the drum keeper, ferrying the souls of his father and daughter. However, to ordinary people, it seems they can only see you talking to yourself here, throwing dice and playing, completely unaware of the so-called soul-collecting drum. Li Shiwu asked, so, Senior, you saw everything? Chapter 638. Unappreciative, preparing to leave in the small courtyard. The sound of a baby crying grew louder. Oh, is auspicious. Oh, what a great auspiciousness. Li Shiwu siga fabili. Putting away the yellowed rice paper on the table and stuffing it into the belly of the coffin. Thump, thump, thump. Following that, a series of drum sounds, seemingly coming from the underworld, resonated. The blood-red, soul-collecting drum quietly appeared by his side. Accompanying it was the soul of the half-immortal side Banxian. Little Taoist? The fortune-teller was astonished and quickly turned back to stare at the remains of his own corpse sprawled on the table, still warm. Master Dao, can you see me? Nonsense. So you really are God. Li 15's heart was filled with the cycle of runes glowing with a dark light, and he casually asked, I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to be dismembered and buried? If you're filial in the future, you can collect more paper money during festivals, and it's also better when you meet other souls, right? That's not good. The fortune-teller stared at him, almost engraving the words, is he human? On his forehead. Foolish notion, Li 15 said with a low voice. Then he explained everything in front of him again. Chapter 639, a fragment of a talisman, in the stone hall on the mountain peak. The wild wind kept blowing, squinting people's eyes and causing their robes to flap loudly. Friend, is your robe for sale? Jia Dongshi's eyes lit up as he rubbed his chubby hands. Li 15 tossed a handful of mirror money, snatched the talisman from his hands, and bowed, saying, I apologize for not sending you off, given your hard work. Seeing this, Jia Dongshi reluctantly left, turning back 3 times. Once he could no longer see the other party, Li 15 let out a long breath. With an indifferent expression, he said, I never sell fakes, Jia Dongshi, haha. Just 13 merit coins. Even if he tricks me, I won't lose much. After some deliberation, Li 15 looked at the piece of yellow paper talisman in his hand and finally infused a strand of magic power into it. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the talisman, and a 10-foot-high bronze portal materialized in the sky. Li 15 raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised that this fellow actually sold a real one this time. That said, he still did not rashly enter until a stick of incense later when the portal vanished back into the sky. In a hurry, it was already the second night. Li 15 again infused a strand of magic power into the yellow paper talisman, and the bronze portal reappeared in the sky. Chapter 640, the door at this moment. The old toothless man was nearly going crazy. You little brat, you are definitely not a descendant of the unfilial. And what on earth are you thinking all day? Cultivating immortals, being filial to your master, your grandmother S. These have all become obsessions in your mind, and are even imprinted on this black paper, ruining this old man's treasure. Listening to the old man's constant scolding, Li 15 remained calm. He just murmured in his heart, this is the 3rd time. This was the 3rd time others had investigated the piece of white paper in his mind, only to end up finding it on the old Taoist's head. Suddenly, the scolding in the hall stopped. The old man glared at Li 15 and said, you first ruined a furnace of pills for me, and now another treasure. How do you intend to settle this account? Also, you sneaked up from the filthy prison, didn't you? Besides, do you really think the nonsense you just said about the stars conveying the Tao would fool me? Li 15 cupped his hands and bowed. How do you wish to proceed, senior? This furnace of pills was meant to be a gift. Now that the time has come, it's too late to redo it. You can either refine pills with me, or I'll refine you. Compensation, senior, how about this pill? Li 15 held out a wooden box with both hands. Inside was a filial piety pill. Given the current situation, he could only think of a way to escape first. Chapter 641. Sister Man Li, brother? 20 merit coins a year. We're just paying for work. The little flag officer shook his head vigorously. Feeling as if he had misheard, but still said with great concern, "Brother Li, have you offended someone? Those 20 merit coins are life-threatening. This is forcing you into a dead end. Your entire life will be ruined like this." Beside him, Li 15 also had a blank expression. He muttered, "Who can say what will happen in the future? There's an old saying that goes well. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away." Li 15 raised his eyes, his dark pupils reflecting the thousands of bronze portals in the sky, and then looking at the little black boats passing through them. The little flag officer sighed and said nothing more, quietly leading the way ahead. On the way, they encountered quite a few cultivators, mostly at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages, with the occasional Yuanying appearing. Everyone was hurried, not too concerned about the etiquette of rank and status. However, Li 15 encountered a familiar face, about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a gray cloth Taoist robe, lowering their head when meeting others or speeding up their pace. It was surprisingly the diviner Ming Quan. Oh my, who did I think it was? Chapter 642. Speaking frankly in the stone hall, the wall lamps flickered without wind, casting the shadows of the three onto the stone wall, stretching them again and again. At this moment, Emo Minshin's charming eyes were even more alluring than the young man. Calling out, "Sister Min, come listen." "Sister Min," Li 15 said with difficulty, his tone particularly unnatural. Hearing this, Emo Minshin nodded with satisfaction. She then asked Brother Li, "What do you think of Sister Min's looks? If beauty could be ranked." She suddenly leaned close to Li 15's ear, the scent of rouge mixed with the oil from the wall lamp wafting over, and whispered, "What do you think Sister Min is what level?" Li 15 forced a smile, stiffly saying, "In the next level." "Really?" Emo Minshin's tone was playful. Suddenly, she pointed and lightly touched Li 15's forehead, laughing. "Brother Li, do you think Sister Min's face can compare with yours? This time let us speak frankly." In the stone hall, Li 15's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He dumbly opened his mouth. "What nonsense, Sister Min? A face as white as a ghost, and so heavily painted with bright red lips. Even if Jia Dongshi's great-grandmother, who has been dead for 800 years, were dug up from the grave, she would still look more pleasant than you." Chapter 643. Not bound by reincarnation, I am all alone, with no Tao partner. The little flag officer shook his head. Li 15 chuckled lightly. "That's good. You won't lose your life for having a ghostly wife." He then added, "By the way, does this so-called wind-riding young master count as an official position? Is it one of those who have entered the human mountains orthodox path?" The little flag officer glanced at him. "Brother Li, you seem to care a lot about this." Li 15 turned his head away and casually asked, "Just curious, that's all." Seeing this, the little flag officer sighed. "To be honest, our wind-riding young master is not an official position. In the eyes of many, we are no different from street vendors among mortals, not respected or admired. Brother Li, your expectations may be in vain." Li 15 stroked his chin, frowning. "That shouldn't be, being able to establish bronze doors all over the human mountain, even leading to the filthy prison, sounds quite extraordinary." The little flag officer sighed. "But we are just wind-riding young masters. When I broke through to the Golden Core stage, I only fished out a source of strength, making me the weakest in the Golden Core realm. Yet I was still able to find a job as a wind-riding young master here. There's even a chance to earn merit money." Chapter 644. The transformation of 10,000 demons. What? Li 15 sat cross-legged on a mat, looking at the toothless old man, his eyes twitching. Suddenly, he had a thought. "Senior, we didn't mention where this pill came from, right?" The old man turned his face away, looked up at the ceiling, and whispered, "Of course. I informed you right away. This evil pill comes from the Windrider, Li 15. His cultivation isn't high, and his background isn't significant. Just go find him." Li 15's expression froze, and he calmly replied, "Got it." The old man was taken aback. "Kid, aren't you worried?" Li 15 shook his head. "The Taoist of 15 is untainted by dust. My heart is untainted by dust. Since it has come to this, it cannot be changed. If I were to be angry about it, wouldn't that be tainting myself?" The old man couldn't help but glance sideways, his missing 2 front teeth adding a humorous touch, as he said, "Not bad at all. If it weren't for my dear mother passing away over 30,000 years ago, maybe I would have tried Matthew too." For a moment, Li 15 was astonished. The old man had already vanished without a trace. On the low wooden table, a white candle flickered, its flame dancing, making Li 15's knuckles on his knee turn white and deepening the somberness of his expression. Chapter 645. The Blood-Colored Mountain Command. Li 15. What are you mumbling about? Ming Quan asked, puzzled. Nothing, just feel that some things are beyond words and hard to fathom. Ming Quan nudda. His slightly gray eyes seemed to have a film of oil on them as he said, I once saw a madman begging by the roadside. Compared to children, could urinate farther, and he said one thing. He said that everything in this world, once it floats to the surface, will start from the beginning, completely overturning everyone's understanding, all of it. Li 15 was perplexed. Ming Quan lauga. I just feel that this fog ahead is much more interesting than simply cultivating to reach greater heights. He turned to Li 15, speaking very slowly. After all, no one knows whether the next step will be a stair or an endless cliff. You and I, let us encourage each other. After saying this, he steered the Windrider boat beneath his feet and entered another bronze door. Be careful with divination, Li 15 murmured, his tone inexplicable. Days continued to pass in this manner. Li 15 remained hidden on the island in the lake, but he increasingly turned to look back, feeling that someone was out to harm him. Chapter 646. Gathering. Gray mist in the Yao Mountain realm. A place name fell into Li 15's mind from above like a blood knife, urging him to hurry there. If one dared to treat this lightly, they would be executed without mercy. Brother Li, is it because of the pressure of 20 merits that you risked yourself? A young flag officer leaned over, sighing. It's nothing. Li 15 lowered his gaze and quietly replied, after all, staying here, I'm afraid one day I might truly scare myself to death. By the way, where's the Yao Mountain realm? He asked. The young flag officer quickly pointed to the sky, horizontal 81, vertical 102. That bronze door is the way to the Yao Mountain realm. He then bowed and sincerely said, but Brother Li, when the mountains are exhausted and waters run dry, there is always a way out. Your decision may be too rash, but perhaps a turn of events is possible. In any case, be careful. Li 15 glanced at the young flag officer. Do you really have no wife to support? The young flag officer's eyes flashed with confusion. Shaking his head, I have always been solitary and never had feelings for women. All right. Li 15 nodded, and a dark, willow leaf-shaped Windrider boat appeared beneath his feet, instantly rising and entering the bronze door. Chapter 647. Plucking the stomach. Senior, what about the cultivators who entered the gray mist before? Yaoga couldn't help but ask. The old Taoist, holding a whisk, had a thin face filled with worry. They haven't come out yet, but they should not have perished. They left a soul lamp before entering the gray mist, and since the lamp is still lit, it means their souls have not extinguished. At this moment, on this blood-colored land, there were a total of 500 male and female cultivators. When the Blood-Colored Mountain Command was issued, those who were determined to go arrived here at the first opportunity. Looking at the gray mist swirling like a living creature before them, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some looked serious, some had eager gazes as if anticipating something, and a few women whispered to each other, their faces showing some anxiety. Since it has come to this, hesitation is useless. Since you all can come here, you must have made up your minds. So let us keep it simple. The old Taoist exhaled, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and spoke with great seriousness. Dear friends, let me remind you once more, within the mist, all cultivation and physical strength cannot be used. Everything is the same as a mortal, so please be very careful. Enter. In an instant, streaks of light soared into the air, vanishing into the surging gray mist, their figures gradually disappearing, leaving only the misty sea still churning, as if some unknown existence was silently watching them. Chapter 648. Seizing everyone. Has something suspicious happened in this city? Li 15 looked at the items on the table and casually asked. The old man shook his head. Nothing at the moment. Then he looked at Yao Gu and Yun Longzi with a smile. You two brothers, your friend has no appetite. This table full of delicacies is only for you two to enjoy. Of course, this is also to treat you for your long journey. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 3 sounds of swallowing echoed simultaneously, causing the room to fall silent for a moment. The old man reacted and scolded in a slightly flustered tone. You guys, if you're hungry, just eat. The city hasn't run out of food and oil. Are you afraid there won't be enough for you? Oh, okay. The other 3 at the table picked up their bowls and chopsticks and simply pushed some food into their mouths, as if they weren't hungry at all. Li 15, either intentionally or unintentionally, glanced behind him. He saw 10 feet away a courtyard wall, where a group of maids and servants were hiding behind, peeking out with glimmering eyes. and among them were a few elegantly dressed women and 2 or 3 children, constantly chatting with each other, their eyes filled with greed and impatience. Chapter 649, Absurd Cultivation Methods. At this moment, looking at the bizarre and nauseating scene in the room, Yin Longzi and Yao Ge felt a wave of nausea in their stomachs and extreme discomfort in their hearts. Yao Ge pressed down on his chest, forcing the urge to vomit back down. In the storage room, heads surrounded the dung bucket, looking like starving dogs fighting over food, scrambling to bite down into the bucket. This is a child-s pill, a great supplement. Let me say, brothers, is it really necessary to fight over a pill from the dung bucket like this? Seeing you all brought it, I followed along. Hearing this, Li 15 felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. A pill? They refer to the stuff in the dung bucket as a pill. Leave me a plate of precious pills, the older man said. Then his gaze returned to the 3 of them, as if examining country folk. You all hurry and leave. This place won't entertain you. Then he stared at Li Shiwu, saying, you are completely hopeless. You have no stomach, so you can't refine pills or consume them. You can only live your life as an ordinary person. Li Shiwu retorted just as rudely, do you really believe in such a ridiculous notion of using excrement as pills? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Yan Longzi nearly dropped the fan he was holding. Beside him, Yao Ge's eyes lit up. Could it be that you also think this method is feasible? Planning to consume pills to increase your cultivation first, so we won't be too passive here. Truly, you are becoming increasingly wise. Li Shiwu chuckled, placing his hand on his abdomen, which was no longer as flat, indicating that the stomach he had removed had grown back after several hours. He looked around at the swirling gray mist and slowly spoke. The human body is a pill furnace. Food is the medicinal material. What remains in the body is waste pills, and what is expelled is the golden pill. Such words had a unique flavor, clearing up the confusion in people's hearts. His gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath. Let's start searching for excrement. In an instant, the 3 of them stepped forward along the blue stone plate, heading deeper into the city. You brat, hurry up and pull. If you don't, what about your father, mother, and brother? What about your elder sister who is divorced? What will happen to your cultivation? What about the path to immortality? Chapter 651, The Old Beggar. The beautiful wife looked terrified, her small mouth wide open, unable to utter a word, only continuously spitting out blood foam. Seeing this, Li Shiwu silently exerted his strength. In just a few moments, his body collapsed, breath gone from his mouth and nose, and just like that, a life was lost here. Daughter! The middle-aged man roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot, rushing at Li Shiwu with a knife, followed by the yellow-faced woman and the young boy. However, several clusters of black fire with crimson little eyes erupted from Li Shiwu's robe, enveloping the 3 of them, instantly freezing them in place, completely immobilized. Li, I have a cursed beast toad and a robe made from tens of thousands of bullies. Li Shiwu shook his head and sighed, flicking the bloodstains off his fingers, carelessly wiping them on the collar of the beautiful wife. Li Shiwu, the situation is unclear now. Killing people so casually might not be good. Yan Longzi couldn't help but say. Li Shiwu replied, it's not that I have a bloodthirsty nature. It's this damned toad that lacks intelligence, doesn't know the severity of things, and ended up ruining this woman's insides with a single kick. She was already close to death. Chapter 652, 3 Faction Shanlian. Are you talking nonsense? Yaoja Puka Li Shiwu. Saying, I'll eat if you eat. Although I have some background, eating excrement is still acceptable. Li Shiwu rolled his eyes at the son of Star Official. Eating excrement? Suit yourself. I won't stop you. Yao Ge widened his eyes. How do you know? Li Shiwu then looked at the old beggar and casually asked, who taught you this cultivation method? Does it need to be said? The old beggar scoffed. Even a 3-year-old knows this now. Why are you so surprised? You have no knowledge at all. He lowered his voice and glanced at the surrounding gray mist, then cautiously said, listen to me, and don't spread this outside. It would be bad if someone hears it. I suspect that those high and mighty immortals have known, for a long time, that eating excrement can lead to the Tao, and they achieved immortality through this method. Otherwise, where do you think all the excrement in the world goes? Do you really think it just disappears into the ground? I don't believe it. They must have secretly consumed it. However, they conspired together to hide it from the world, not wanting everyone to become immortal and compete with them for pills. This reasoning is clear to those who understand. Chapter 653, neatly arranged at this moment. Li Shiwu held a red string and a silver curved needle, his eyes flitting about, seemingly overwhelmed with guilt. As for Yaoga, there was a jagged knife scar on his back, slanting from his left shoulder to his waist, with faint blue veins visible among the torn flesh. Resembling a taut, red centipede, Li Shiwu said in a deep voice, "Yaoga, you really didn't control your strength. Fortunately, before I stepped into cultivation, I always carried needles and thread with me. How about I sew you up first?" Yaoga's face was pale, gritting his teeth, but still managed to force a smile. "It's nothing. But you killed that yellow-faced woman. Did you really see any smiles?" However, Shanlian, she was clearly controlled by the cursed beast on you, unable to move at all. How could she smile? Yaoga's brows furrowed deeply, seemingly in pain from his back injury, and also worried about Li Shiwu. "Are you sick? Or has the tension from being in this gray mist caused you to have hallucinations?" Li Shiwu shook his head, then turned to look at the yellow-faced woman lying in a pool of blood, who had completely breathed her last. He had indeed seen a smile on her face, just like those few times he had seen in the white paper world. Chapter 654. Evil Cultivators Shanlian. Yaoga's gaze shifted between the 5 corpses on the ground and Li Shiwu, filled with disbelief and confusion. "Did you really see a smile?" He couldn't help but ask. "I really saw it." Li Shiwu's expression relaxed, and the murderous aura that lingered in his eyes after killing faded away. He lowered his voice. "They were really smiling, just staring at me with smiles. Was it not meant to harm me?" "Remember," Li Shiwu paused, slowly saying, "my master Qi Yuanzi seems to have also seen such a smile. So he took the axe in my hand and chopped up his entire family. He even threw his sister into a big iron pot, lighting a fire under it with firewood, boiling and boiling until the meat and bones separated, completely stewed her down, just to see if his sister still smiled at him." "Stop talking," Yun Longzi quickly interrupted, his eyes showing an uncontrollable fear. He said seriously, "There is a book among mortals called On the Sources of Various Diseases and Ghosts, which records mental weakness and the suspicion of seeing ghosts." Chapter 655. The village. Li Shiwu and the others all sensed this oddity. While feeling a shiver down their spines, they quietly withdrew from the crowd. Behind them, heart-wrenching screams echoed, as the 3 so-called evil cultivators were truly being skinned alive. And on the platform, the indifferent officials and guards, along with the layers of twisted faces of the cheering common people below, all formed an absurd and terrifying picture. "Let's go." Li Shiwu uttered 2 words, leaving without looking back. Yaoga and Yun Longzi immediately followed closely behind. Before long, the 3 looked back at the outlines of the city, faintly visible in the gray mist, and let out a sigh of relief. Yaoga said, "If the pills refined from human flesh can really increase cultivation and are highly effective, Yun Longzi is like the grass on the plain, unable to be completely burned away by wildfires, and there will always be someone eager to try. Therefore, the outcome of this city is nothing but one. Everyone will turn to cannibalism, transforming it into a hell on earth, where only the strongest can survive." Li 15, however, smiled at the 2 dung-eating brothers, asking if they were enjoying themselves. The methods of practicing the demon song and good lotus, as well as the food pill cultivation, indeed have no significant issues. As for whether the common people in this city would resort to cannibalism, it is merely our baseless speculation. So there's no need to scare ourselves. Chapter 656. The 3 corpse hoax. The truth of the 3 corpses in the village. A woman dressed in a luxurious black dress, with exquisite and beautiful makeup, held a bloodied human head belonging to Li 15, gently wiping the bloodstains off it with great tenderness. At the same time, a subtle smile appeared on her lips, and her pupils gleamed with a ghostly light. She looked like a malicious wife holding a mandala, mourning her deceased husband. However, upon seeing this scene, Yun Longzi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This was because besides the head on her neck, she had 2 more heads. One of the heads was growing from her neck, as if her neck had forked, sprouting a living head that belonged to an elderly woman with white hair and deep wrinkles. The other head was on her chest, seemingly sprouting from her heart, a head of a boy about 8 or 9 years old, with empty eye sockets, his cracked lips constantly murmuring about how sweet his mother's candied hawthorns were. "Demonis, who are you?" Yun Longzi asked, holding a cursed fan, his body tense and his gaze wary. Shanlian." Demon Song stared at the headless body of Li 15 on the ground, her long black and white hair flowing without wind. her murderous intent surging. Chapter 657. Three scriptures seeing this. Shan Lian and Demon Song exchanged glances, their joy evident. They spoke in unison. If we were to lose you, the human Shan Lian, and leave only my intellect as a human, how lonely would this vast mountain be? Yun Longzi had no reaction, but the woman not far away was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Li 15's headless body. I say, is what you speak of the method of cultivating the three corpses true? Li 15 asked again. Indeed, it is true. The woman sighed in relief. Though astonished that a headless body could live, that was all there was to it. Li 15 continued. So, how exactly should this method of the three corpses be practiced? The woman smiled and asked, Friend, do you want to try it? I must try. Li 15 replica. Demon Song quickly reminded her, Shan Lian, with my intelligence. This is merely the demoness s nonsense. There is no such method of cultivating the three corpses. It's simply not credible. Don't be foolish. Li 15 coldly snurka. Oh really? Then I will definitely try. Yun Longzi was equally puzzled. You previously were unwilling to take the pill, so you must not truly believe it. But why do you believe this equally absurd method of cultivating the three corpses upon hearing it? Chapter 658. The upper corpse forms, slaying Yunlong as they delved deeper. What they saw was shocking. Demon Song stopped and looked to her right, where someone was dismantling their own door to use as firewood in the street. Nearby, there was a nearly human-height dung fork, on which lay a human corpse charred to a crisp, its flesh already torn away, leaving only bones. And there were far too many such scenes along the way. Crazy, everyone is insane. Yun Longzi gasped heavily. Li 15 said, they must be practicing the food pill method. And some are trying to eat people to refine pills, which then escalated like fire and oil, ultimately spiraling out of control, leading to mutual cannibalism. Demon Song withdrew her gaze and whispered, is it really necessary to go this far for immortality? Li 15 continued deeper into the city, saying, if one person masters the food pill method, they might control their evil thoughts and refrain from eating others. But the problem is, everyone has mastered this method. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. In such a situation, you can only be swept along forward with no way out. About an incense stick later, at the end of an alley, Li 15 saw a neatly piled mass of corpses, nearly 20 of them, all having been pierced through the heart and died. Chapter 659. The middle corpse forms on the long street, shrouded in gray fog. Li 15 held a blood-dripping machete, his gaze fixed on the rolling head in the dust. His expression fierce, letting out a low, sinister laugh. You lowly people, you will not harm me. You think to impersonate Yun Longzi to kill me? What a pipe dream. Behind him, Demon Song stared at this scene, her expression unprecedentedly shocked. Shan Lian, are you mistaken? Yun Longzi has never harmed you. Li 15 suddenly turned around, blood from the machete flowing down his sleeve to his forearm, staring at Demon Song with a profoundly serious expression. He said, I'll say it again, the real Yun Longzi. He thinks of you as a daughter of the brothel, which is a genuine compliment from the heart. After all, in his eyes, a brothel girl is the most innocent and trustworthy existence in the world. But listen to what he just said, that it's an insult. Compliment and insult may seem like only a word apart, but in reality, they are worlds apart. It's a fundamental change in a person's attitude towards something they are passionate about. Therefore, there can only be one outcome. Li 15 snarat, staring at the still twitching headless corpse before him. That means this Yun Longzi is a fake. Chapter 660. They want to harm me, Shan Lian. How do you feel? Quite good. Not bad at all. Now that you've cultivated the upper and middle corpses, what level of power have you reached? I estimate it rivals my retrieval of the source of 8 paths of strength. Li 15 slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The key is, my cultivation is continuously rising. He gazed at the newly formed middle corpse on his chest and continued. That woman said, the 3 corpses are the bridge connecting humanity and divinity. My current state feels like I've built 2 new bridges, and I'm beginning to transform in another direction. I must quickly create the 3rd bridge, which is the lower corpse. Li 15 turned and began heading towards the outskirts of the city. Demon Song glanced at his back, gritting her teeth, and took the headless body of Yun Longzi along with the head, carrying the body on her back with a cloth rope, while the head was hung at her waist. After finishing everything, she hurriedly followed after him. Outside the city, why are you like this? Li 15 stared at Demon Song's appearance, his eyes scrutinizing like a hawk. Shan Lian, Demon Song smiled. I only took a sip of the pill earlier, which didn't significantly improve my cultivation. If I encounter other practitioners of the three corpses, I'm afraid I won't be able to compete. Chapter 661. Inside the Taoist hall, Demon Song asked, "Sir, has this gray fog been around for half a year?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Not just half a year. To be precise, it has been a full year. Moreover, this gray fog is likely still expanding towards the surroundings. And perhaps one day it could cover the entire human mountain." A look of joy appeared on his face, but that's good. The path of cultivation here is the real deal. We are currently in the fog, which gives us a significant advantage. The three entered the city. What I saw along the way was extremely orderly, and there were no terrifying incidents of cannibalism. The demon's song stirred in my stomach as I caught sight of a few people gathered around a tea stall by the street, and the old man serving them was not pouring cold tea, but rather a golden feces bucket. Could it be that everyone in this city practices the food pill method? The middle-aged man nodded. Of course, but with us cultivators of the three corpses method suppressing them, there will never be any evil deeds of cannibalism. He revealed a rather meaningful smile, for after all, they're the food for our three corpses. And the two of you do not disclose the three corpses method. Just let them eat the pills, remember. Chapter 662. The Hangman. Li 15's voice was as cold as ice. As he finished speaking, the stitched-up wound on the back of the demon song suddenly tore open, and a red rope began to snake up along the new crack that formed on his spine. Like a crimson serpent, it coiled around his neck, pulling him up inch by inch until he was suspended in midair. At a glance, it looked like a person hanging from a beam, struggling incessantly. Li Shiwu. The demon song let out a broken scream, and with each breath he took, the red rope tightened around his neck. Li 15 looked up, his eyes filled with even colder intent. "Demon, are you still pretending?" Although Li felt extreme annoyance towards the demon song, he had come to understand its nature over this period. Would the demon song think that Li was wrong for killing these people? In the context of his incomplete memories, he would only see Li's actions, killing anyone, as good. As the greatest good. Li 15 spat. "Damn it, you were just like that Yunlongzi, only possessing the form but lacking the spirit. And this bit of charm is the hardest to imitate." Chapter 663. Step-by-step killing, all are scoundrels. Old scoundrel, control your mother's head. Li 15 walked away with a blank expression. After passing through several long streets and turning 7 or 8 corners, he finally arrived at a sparsely populated alley. Seeing a blue stone staircase nearby, Li 15 casually sat down. Then with a creak, a dilapidated wooden door slowly opened, and a little girl with horn braids poked her head out, startled by Li 15's appearance. After a moment, she cautiously asked, "Immortal, do you eat shit?" "The best in my house is shit, no, it's pills." Li 15 replied flatly, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "I'm not afraid. I've seen 2 immortals and 3 immortals. But you have 4 heads. Not eating, get lost. That immortal, let me bring you a bowl of water." Saying this, she hopped back into the house. Li 15 grolat. "Little scoundrel, you also want to harm me. The water you bring me must be poisoned." Sure enough, the little girl returned holding a white porcelain bowl filled with murky yellow water that smelled foul. "My father's added pills into our water tank, so drinking this water can also cultivate." Chapter 664. The Hangman, millions of corpses hanging. "Keep bowing, you all keep bowing. The more you bow, the more you prove your intent to harm me. Fortunately, my Tao heart is unparalleled in the world. Otherwise, you would have succeeded," Li 15 said, and once again unsheathed his slaughter knife. The old Taoist almost pleaded, "Disciple, quickly stop. They are just bowing. How can that be considered harming you? Don't make a grave mistake." Upon hearing this, Li 15 truly put down his knife. The old Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. But Li 15 turned to look at the blood path made of corpses behind him and quietly said, "In this city, there are probably no less than 1 million people. And now it seems they are all scoundrels. Killing them one by one is too slow." As soon as he said this, the old Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. Li 15's long hair moved without wind, and an invisible aura rippled around him, saying, "My 3 corpses have been completed, and the 3 bridges have been crossed. I do not even understand what level my cultivation has reached now." But he paused, his eyes filled with fierce light. "The hanging man technique that I once needed to borrow from the cause and effect red rope seems no longer necessary." Chapter 665. Qiu Xing. The Yunlongzi and the demon song you mentioned are indeed real and not as you imagined. impersonated by others. In the gray mist, a human figure approached step by step, eventually standing about 3 zhang away from Li 15, with a somewhat playful tone. Scoundrel or not? Li 15 stared at the newcomer and muttered. The figure replied, "It is so-called unmitigated calamity, but not a scoundrel. I have 4 heads, and now all are on high alert. How should I address you?" The other party answered, "My name is Qiuxing, but you could directly call me unmitigated calamity." Li 15 chuckled, "Qiuxing? What a ridiculous name. Far inferior to me." Qiuxing shook his head and smiled lightly, his words sounding like a gentle scholar. "When I was young, there was an old apricot tree on the back mountain. Every year in April, when the apricot blossoms bloomed, I would run to the back mountain every morning to gaze at it longingly. Thus, I kept watching until the apricot tree bore fruit, orange yellow. Therefore, my master named me Qiuxing thus. This name may seem simple, but it carries a person's youthful obsession. So how can it compare to your numerical name? Right, Li 15? Chapter 666. The Origin of the Gray Mist, Qiuxing's Past. You don't believe? Qiuxing suddenly looked up, staring intently at Li 15. Why don't you believe? How can you not believe? Li 15 scoffed, speaking with disdain. I don't believe this 3 corpses method was created by you. What will you do? Seeing this, Qiuxing gradually calmed down and explained, actually, since you stepped into the gray mist, I could vaguely sense your thoughts, which is that you have never believed even a tiny bit in the food pill method. I even secretly manipulated Yun Longzi and the demon song to eat shit in front of you, and their cultivation improved, yet you still did not believe. Li Fichtan spat. Wanted to trick me into eating shit, simply dreaming. Qiuxing nodded. It was then that I shifted all my focus onto you. Because any cultivator entering the gray mist, regardless of their cultivation level, would waver in their belief after witnessing the food pill method truly work, even if they didn't try it themselves. But you are not. You simply do not believe. Qiuxing gazed at Li 15. You seem to hold a skeptical attitude towards everything, believing it is all meant to harm you. And then what? Li 15 asked. Qiuxing replied, then I just tried it out. Chapter 667. A Dead End. Li 15's paper bow crackled, and he said, the 3 corpses method definitely exists. You demon cultivator want to trick me. After all, Li had always had 3 heads on his neck. Whoosh. The paper man Etienne technique was unleashed, and a blood-red torrent seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart as it rushed towards Qiuxing, transform. Qiuxing also roared angrily. A green jade mirror suddenly appeared in front of him, at the moment when the blood-red torrent collided with it. The mirror's surface rippled like a lake, and then they completely annihilated each other. Qiuxing sneered, the 3-corpse technique you practiced is my creation. In this gray fog, you will never be my match. Li 15's expression remained unchanged, his calm demeanor as if he were watching a jumping clown. He said, I have already formed the 3-corpse. The 3 bridges are connected. You, a mere wretch, are you worthy to bare your fangs before me? Seeing this, Qiuxing nearly went mad. The 3-corpse technique is fake. It's fake. However, Li 15 had already drawn his flower knife, murmuring that it must be real. You can't fool me. Moreover, the 3 additional heads on him roared in unison, kill. With that, he stepped forward, and the 3 heads opened their mouths wide. The upper corpse spewed out eerie green phosphorescence. The middle corpse erupted with black wind, while the lower corpse emitted a shrill scream. Chapter 668. 1 mountain, 2 supervisors, 5 judges, Qiuxing was firmly choked by the man. His already blurred features became even more twisted in pain, yet he kept laughing, wildly, mockingly. Li 15, you believe it now, right? You must believe it now. The 3-corpse technique is fake, just something I made up. In the air, countless suspended corpses had their red threads of fate vanish. Without this support, they fell like a torrential rain of corpses from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The first, second, third. The land for miles around was almost instantly filled with these corpses, their faces still frozen in the moment of suffocation, lips slightly parted, eyes bulging, fingers stiff and curled. Li 15 stood among them. Not even the corners of his robe were lifted, but slowly raised his head to look at Qiuxing, his gaze calm. The 3-corpse technique is fake. I don't believe it. Puff. In an instant, Qiuxing couldn't help but have blood surge up, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist. With rage, he said, Li 15, you brainless fool. You are utterly hopeless, utterly hopeless. Chapter 669. What punishment should Li 15 face? The cold wind howled on the cold night, and the words of the mountain officer echoed, lingering for a long time. Li 15 faced the one mountain, two supervisors, and 5 judges, still showing no fear, saying, "Gentlemen, why do you slander me? This wretch was forced out and captured by me after I ventured into the gray fog, employing all sorts of wits. According to reason, this wretch should belong to me, yet it was snatched away by you, and now you come to accuse me? Such behavior makes me, a good citizen of the mountains, feel quite cold inside." At this moment, the fog surrounding the mountain officer still had not dissipated. The man slightly loosened his grip, allowing Qiu Xing to catch a breath. He was one of the judges among the 5 judges. "Li 15, not only are you hopelessly foolish, but you are also shamelessly despicable." Qiu Xing immediately cursed. "When you were in the gray fog, what clever plans did you employ? You only did one thing, and that was to kill, wiping out everyone inside, whether they were enemies or not." The mountain officer shook his head. "Merit is merit. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing. You have killed far too many of my people. Even if I am a respected figure, I cannot pretend it never happened." Chapter 670. Adding more punishment. The mountain officer said, "Of course, I can add more punishment. However, your crimes outweigh your merits. Li 15. Today, it seems you cannot escape a calamity." However, before the mountain officer could finish speaking, a 10-foot tall bronze door appeared in the sky. When the door opened, a woman dressed in a black skirt, extremely thin and frail, yet moving with the charm of a brothel courtesan, appeared, looking quite out of place. This woman was Emo Minshin. "Sister Min, what brings you here?" Li 15 fronat. Emo Minshin directly said, "This esteemed lord, may I also add a punishment?" The mountain officer looked over, "Of course, but what punishment do you want to add?" Emo Minshin replied, "This kid is the chief of the Door Island. Adding a punishment for him is not unreasonable. In that case, how about this? From now on, all bronze doors within the remote mountain realm will allow the commoners and cultivators of this realm to enter and exit freely. That is all I can offer." As she finished speaking, the left scale of the balance began to swell again, but it was still suppressed by the right side's blood-red sins. "Montak Menxin Faunid, Li Xiao. When you accepted the blood-red mountain officer's order, I thought it was your disaster. How did it turn into a calamity for millions in the blink of an eye?" Chapter 671. Are you willing to perform a rite? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the Soul Collection drum echoed as if it came from the underworld. The sound was mighty, resonating with some ancient rhythm, ringing in Li 15's ears. At the center of Li 15's forehead, the reincarnation seal manifested, emitting a faint black light. But it was extremely inconspicuous. Even the 2 mountain officers present did not notice much. "Li, you brainless fool, at such a time, do you still dare to act fierce?" Qiu Xing yelled angrily, clearly displeased with Li 15's behavior. "Old man, I have come to add a punishment." An old man, dressed in tattered clothes and looking like a street beggar, approached with a broken wooden stick. He looked at the head of Yin Longzi and sighed. "I have arrived late. Yin Long, I had a close relationship with your mother as well." The right scale of the balance, representing sins, had completely overwhelmed the left scale of merits. The mountain officer of remote mountain revealed a fierce aura, sweeping towards Li 15 like a storm. "You just call me a rogue?" Li 15 faced him, still showing no fear. "So what if I called you that? As if not calling you would make you spare me." Chapter 672. Taoist Lord performs a rite. 15 places a bet. Perform a rite. Taoist Lord 15 looked up, his tone low. "Shiwu, since the person is dead, what use is there in performing a rite? This Taoist Lord does not like to play these tricks." The female voice still chuckled lightly, her laughter like a clear spring under the moon. "Taoist Lord. But the only thing you can do now is to perform a rite for the deceased, praying for their smooth journey in the next life, to avoid the suffering of calamities." Taoist Lord 15 fell silent for 3 moments before nodding heavily. "Shiwu, what you said is very reasonable. I have been somewhat narrow-minded." As soon as he finished speaking, a long table painted in vermilion appeared in front of Taoist Lord, complete with white candles, long incense, prayer flags, copper bells, and so on. This Taoist Lord has roamed the world for a long time, and various techniques are already familiar to me. Tonight, I will perform a rite for the deceased to comfort your grievances in life. As the wind rose, it caused Taoist Lord's robe to flutter in the breeze. He snapped his fingers, and the copper bells on the table began to ring, producing a buzzing sound. Taoist Lord's expression was solemn as he stepped forward, chanting, The soul returns, the soul returns. The road to the yellow springs is distant. The flowers on the other shore are bright. Now the plain candles become flags. The clear spring becomes a mirror, illuminating the lonely souls. Return to my jade altar to listen to the scriptures. Chapter 673. To death Li 15 asked, Senior, who was the one who just made that sound? I have let them make it twice already. In his ear, an old voice softly bid farewell and asked, Your cultivation compared to him is like a drop of water glimpsing the vast ocean. In short, it's not something you should worry about. Li Shiwu, the reincarnation little demon. Soul-collecting little ghost, that existence can't possibly be another, right? The old voice didn't respond but questioned, Kid, have you encountered any problems yourself? Otherwise, how could such changes occur? At this moment, Li Shiwu looked up and saw that the heavenly light suppressing him had vanished without a trace. He said, Senior, being able to bring countless people back to life, even to be reborn in flesh and blood, is simply incredible. Such power must come from the cycle of reincarnation. The old voice pondered for a moment and slowly said, No. Li Shiwu asked, Then where does it come from? The old voice replied, It comes from that existence which grants living beings a chance. However, this is too strange, and I only know a few words, so I cannot explain it to you. Do not ask further. In the next moment, the soul-collecting drum disappeared as if it had never existed. Chapter 674. The Will of the Tao Lord Shiwu. You have only one life. Cherish it. Therefore, you must treat yourself well. Why bear a knife against yourself? Bai Shi smiled gracefully, holding the sword with 2 fingers, lightly pinching the edge of the chopping knife. Meanwhile, the blood-colored dog shadow on Li Shiwu slowly dissipated. His eyes returned to clarity, and after recalling what had just happened, he suddenly looked as dark as water, frighteningly so. He turned to see that although Bai Shi's eyes held a smile, a sense of nobility and cold detachment emanated from him, like pine and bamboo after snow, standing independent from the world. Senior, why do you seem different again? He asked knowingly. Also, I've seen 2 of you enter the unthinkable place. Bai Shi replied, My true body has always been here, never entering the unthinkable place. As for what you saw, it's just. He shook his head and smiled, saying no more. Beside them, the demon Song looked at Bai Shi with a look of deep confusion, shaking his head vigorously but still unable to recall anything. He could only exclaim, Since Hung has already left, it represents the will of the human mountain and clan towards your punishment or reward. Yet you actually discarded that metal inscribed with the words to die for. Chapter 675. A couplet. Daughter, how are you now? The mountain official's eyes opened and closed, as if a great sun had risen, dispelling all the strange manifestations of monsters and spirits in the world. Yet, he could not see any difference in his own daughter. Dad, the girl softly called, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I turned our ancestors' bones into water, she sobbed, her sorrow evident. After I threw the first ancestors' bones into the water and turned them into liquid, I should have stopped, but it felt like I was possessed, unable to stop. Dad, I'm so bad, just kill me. What nonsense. The mountain official's voice grew heavy, shaking the heavens and the earth. The bones turned to liquid, so what? Those old fellows only had the fortune to share a bit of glory because of me attaining the position of mountain official. Otherwise, their bones would have rotted in some remote wilderness. In other words, without them, daughter, you could bow less during festivals. We might as well restart the family tree for me. Though the mountain official's words were stern, he gently wiped away the tear stains on his daughter's face. Watching this scene, Li Shiwu wanted to say something, but hesitated, feeling something was off. Chapter 676. The flesh fruit. Li Shiwu, expressionless in the gray mist, thought, I was merely blinded by the ungratefulness. I'm sorry. Saying this, he stepped onto the wind boat and shot upward into the sky. The cloud dragon child and the demon Song jumped up in response. Ming Quan, riding alone on his boat, kept pace with them, while Jia Dongxi, seeing no one pay attention to him, sighed and left in low spirits. Watching the group disappear into the horizon, on the ground stood a white-haired Taoist holding a whisk, the very one who had guided Li Shiwu and the others into the gray mist. At this moment, his face twisted and wriggled as if alive, changing into one form after another, accompanied by a chilling laughter. The whisk in his hand transformed into a strange, indescribable staff. The staff was as tall as a person. Entirely black and decayed like rotten wood, Yet the top was an extremely small, shriveled baby, with the staff piercing deep into the baby's abdomen, firmly connecting them. This staff was unmistakably a baby corpse staff made from an infant. Even more shocking was that the baby had no eyes, only two deep sunken pits, which were the daughter of the fortune teller from the white paper world, named Jean Munya by Li Shiwu. Chapter 677. Attempting the three corpses method again. We are hunting. This voice sounded like thunder, echoing in the sky above the island. Each busy wind rider was shocked by the sudden appearance of this group, momentarily frozen in place. Below, on the obsidian-paved ground, flesh fruit. The demon Song looked up at the sky, stunned, and then a deep worry arose in his eyes. This is bad. Ming Quan cursed softly. An involuntary killing intent began to rise within him, his finger joints cracking as he thought of the half-rain. Li Shiwu also looked up, recognizing these black-armored individuals from before. During the turbid prison, they were the ones who captured practitioners of the Guanyin method, and he had even shot 3 of them with paper people using Etian technique. 2. What happened? Cloud Dragon Child lightly waved his curse fan, his expression still cheerful, as he was unaware of the flesh fruit matter. Li Shiwu shrugged and spread his hands. The world's many troubles never cease, like waves crashing one after another. I, Li, am somewhat tired after returning from the remote mountain realm. In the high sky, the number of black-armored figures holding spears increased, their fierce and menacing aura gathering together like a torrent of malice, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 678. 2 curses smuggling days passed like this, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Inside the stone house, Li Shiwu's hair was disheveled, his body tense, and the bronze mirror in front of him reflected his pale face with bloodshot eyes. Around him lay 3 of his own heads. Why can't I succeed? The 3 corpses method must be real. Could it be that my cultivation method is wrong? No, it must be that Qiu Xing harmed me. He didn't tell me the complete 3 corpses method, leading to my failure in achieving it. Understanding this, Li Shiwu's murderous intent surged, his eyes fierce like a man-eating evil spirit. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Qiu Xing, you dare to harm me. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone door was pushed open from the outside, revealing a damp, ghostly male face, thin and colorless, like a long-sick, tuberculosis-ridden smoker, undoubtedly Cloud Dragon Child. You. He shivered at the sight of the scene in the stone house. Li Shiwu, are you truly sick? Why are you setting up these bronze mirrors? Summoning ghosts? Exorcising evil? You yourself are the evil. Chapter 679. Fight or flee. What's going on? Yun Longzi approached and murmured. Ming Quan, seeing him, did not hide his feelings but said with a stern expression that the man surnamed Jia sold him a talisman, claiming to be honest with everyone and would never cheat, assuring that the talisman was genuine, urging him to believe him as they were family and he wouldn't take advantage of him, just wanting to make a friend. He took a deep breath and continued, saying that the situation was urgent at that time, and with Missy nearby, he couldn't take risks. So he bought the yellow talisman for safety. The result was that he almost died in the barrier layer between the turbid prison and the mountain. Fortunately, he still had some means. Li 15's face darkened. You too. Did you bring the twin evils with you? This vast land is like a drop of water in the sea for me. How am I supposed to search for them in the future? I have a great feud with these 2 evils. Ming Quan was at a loss for words, stammering that these 2 evils might have secretly come here with Miss C, and he and T checked if there was anything unusual about her. Li 15's expression grew darker, growling, all these people, they're all crafty. Each one wants to harm me. Meanwhile, Si Han Yu raised her head and smiled like the first time they met, saying, Dog, come to tell fortunes. Chapter 680. Unintended consequences. Roles reversed. Taoist, fight or flee. A female voice sighed, her tone filled with helplessness, like the murmuring of a small river, flowing endlessly. The soul returns, the soul returns. Taoist 15 looked haggard, his voice hoarse, repeatedly mumbling his scripture for guiding souls. Corpses, rotting and oozing yellow pus, were surrounded by wriggling maggots and countless buzzing green flies, enveloping the Taoist tightly. Taoist? Taoist? The female voice called out softly twice. Finally, the Taoist seemed to come to his senses, his throat dry as he murmured. Is it because I wasn't sincere enough in my recitation this time? Or was I too deliberate? I revived them with the intention of resurrecting them, which led to a loss of authenticity, and the soul guiding method failed. The female voice fell into silence again, then gently spoke, Taoist, do not let your heart be stained with dust. Everything in the world has its destiny. Life and death follow the wind. It's best not to forcefully go against it. Hearing this, the Taoist's previously scattered pupils began to slowly focus. It was as if he sighed with relief and said, yes, I saved millions of people in the gray mist. I am already favored by heaven. I must quickly start building a spiritual platform to honor my master, Qian Yuanzi, in the heavens. Chapter 681. The blind man's eyes, the calculator's mouth. Yun Longzi grinned, his face sinister like a cannibal, saying, Li 15 told me. At the first stone hall, facing north, if an old man with missing teeth is refining pills, just push him away. Riding the wind will surely succeed. And then I was forcibly made to sign a contract, working without pay, but instead, I had to pay. This contract seemed to involve some mysterious methods, entangling cause and effect, making it difficult to break. Li 15 turned back, mocking, you believe this? Yun Longzi replied, of course I don't believe it, but I shouldn't have stepped into that hall. That old man ruined his own pills and blamed my face for bringing him bad luck. Yaoga thoughtfully said, alas, still a kind-hearted person, knowing that you, Yun Longzi, speak too much and will lose, hence you suffered this loss and should learn to be humble. In the high sky, a small flag officer, looking weary, dragged his heavy body out of a bronze door. It wasn't just him. Many other wind-riding youths were the same. After all, what they earned was merely a little merit money for their hard work. Upon seeing Li 15, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Li, where are you going? To fight. Is it because you're angry about the payment for work? The small flag officer hesitated, ultimately resolved, pulling out a clear, golden merit coin from his bosom. Chapter 682. Where are the gambling dogs? You lot get lost. Two golden-armored men shouted loudly, as if gods were questioning the mortal world, causing the four to be pushed back hundreds of feet. What cultivation level are these two? Li 15 asked solemnly. Mingquan explained. They should be the so-called Red Child Generals. What is a Red Child General? Mingquan thought for a moment and continued. Some children are born foolish and have a cute appearance. Such people naturally have a pure heart. Some people will capture them and use infusion methods to refine them into Red Child Generals. So cruel? Yaoga exclaimed. Mingquan shook his head. These foolish children are destined to be bullied. After being refined into Red Child Generals, they not only gain a long lifespan and great power, but they also no longer have to worry about food and drink. It's a great opportunity for them. Yaoga grunted, but they must also lose something in return, right? The balance of gain and loss is the norm in the world, so I don't agree with your words, Yaoga. Meanwhile, Li Shiwu spat, so they are two fools. Instead of playing by the roadside, they come here to block my way. Yaoga laughed and said, Shanlian, you are kind. The words about urinating and playing in mud seem crude, yet they acknowledge and praise their childlike innocence. Chapter 683. Thief of the Anus, Invoking the Divine. Beat this gambling dog to death. Once you get involved with gambling and whoring, the king of hell will come for you. Fellow villagers, quickly beat him to death. A series of crude insults filled with local dialects came from all directions, tightly surrounding Li 15. They want to kill me? In an instant, Li 15 became extremely vigilant. He had just arrived and was immediately surrounded by these crafty commoners, even directly exposing his identity as a gambler, leaving him no choice but to be on guard. With a flash, Li 15 transformed into a blur, and when he reappeared, he held a lifelike flower knife at a woman's throat, using her as a hostage. With a fierce tone, he said, everyone step back. He noticed that those who rushed forward were all dressed like ordinary folk, their aura indistinguishable from that of mortals. The only remarkable thing was that each of them had a bulging belly, as if they were several months pregnant, regardless of gender. Fellow villagers, where is this place? And why do you all call me a gambling dog? Li 15's eyes glinted with menace, a thread of killing intent bursting forth in his words. An old man holding a hoe, with cloudy eyes wide open, spoke in a rural dialect. This is Mian village. And you, young lad, where do you come from? Stinking beggar gambling dog. Chapter 684. Giving birth, invoking the divine. Li 15's expression grew even more confused. The father and son before him both had golden core cultivation, and their faces looked as if they were carved from the same mold. The middle-aged man nodded. That is indeed invoking the divine. Then he continued, this friend. Did you enter this place through a simple redwood door? Li 15 asked, you are too? The middle-aged man replied, of course. A hint of horror appeared in his eyes. To be honest, we are currently inside the belly of that door. Belly? Li 15's voice rose in pitch. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. That's right. It's the belly. That redwood door has swallowed everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, even the light cast by the sun and the flowing wind. So, we are currently in the belly of that redwood door. Li Shiwu took a deep breath and looked up, only to see the crow beak on the beam of the Zhongxian temple still shrieking sharply and harshly. The middle-aged man self-deprecatingly remarked, "Friend, once you enter this door, you can never come out again. I truly regret it." As if remembering something, he suddenly asked, "Friend, how big was that door when you came in?" Chapter 685. Observations on a mountain. Old man, what are you doing? Li Shiwu couldn't help but ask the old man passing by him. However, the old man glared at him with hostility in his eyes and sternly replied, "This is called the skull door. Yesterday, my granddaughter-in-law scolded me for being old and confused, saying my brain was filled with water. So I asked the gods to open a skull door. And I want to show that shrew who really has water in their brain." Watching the old man's retreating figure, Li Shiwu's gaze flickered, mumbling to himself, "In any case, it's not my brain that's filled with water." After taking a few more steps, he saw a 7-year-old boy lying under the eaves, staring intently at his own shadow. He walked over and asked, "Little brat, what are you doing?" The boy looked up and rudely replied, "I asked the gods to open a shadow door on my shadow. There's another me behind the shadow door, and I'm thinking about whether to let him out to play with me." Li Shiwu then noticed that the boy's shadow had a straight crack in it, like a door left tightly closed. At that moment, the boy seemed to have made up his mind and finally reached out to forcefully push open the door on his shadow. Chapter 686. How can you resist killing them? The middle-aged man with a black beard looked at the hatchet lying horizontally on the table, stroking his beard with one hand while gently spreading the divination book on the table with the other. He then raised his head and fixed his gaze on Li Shiwu, as if appraising an antique covered in dust, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of playful interest, until a gust of wind blew. The yellow divination book rustled in the wind until it stopped on one page. On this page was a hasty drawing resembling a Taoist temple, entangled with countless twisted lines. At the end of those lines, there seemed to be a blurred figure sitting within the temple, appearing to be in pain and struggle. Li Shiwu's gaze slightly lowered, landing on the hasty drawing. The blurred figure seemed to be making eye contact with him across the paper. He also smiled. Sir, this drawing seems to have a different kind of interest, hidden with some mystery." The middle-aged man with the black beard lightly stroked his long beard and said, "It has no special meaning. The drawing above is just a normal illustration of a heart tribulation. The temple represents entrapment, the figure represents the heart, and the lines represent tribulations." The black-bearded man's fingertip slowly traced over the hasty paper page, then casually closed the divination book. His voice deep like ripples in an ancient well. The wind blows, the pages turn, and it just so happens to stop at this page. Could it be that the little brother is also trapped? Chapter 687. The Door. Li Shiwu, hearing this, pondered and asked, "Now how many 8 characters do you have?" Mingquan smiled and replied, "A total of 13,200. Li Shiwu nodded. "I see, you still seem to be quite far behind." Mingquan responded, "Take it slow. The path of Taoism is like rowing upstream. It's important to persevere and progress step by step. In short, the more anxious you are, the more likely you are to encounter problems." On the side, Yendragonzi looked shocked and couldn't shake off the feeling for a long time. He took a deep breath and said, "Just now, the 8 trigrams head you transformed, is it brought by the cultivation of Taoism? I vaguely know that there seem to be some alternative cultivators in the world. They are unfathomable and unstoppable. Wherever they go, all laws retreat, and the sun and stars hide, not daring to compete with them." Mingquan, how did you embark on this path? Yao Ge casually said, "I also cultivate the gambling way of life, but it's not my choice." Li Shiwu smiled and indicated, "I also cultivate gambling, causing the deaths of over 1,000 family members. Even now, I still feel unsatisfied. It's not that I don't want to continue gambling, but all my family's lives have been lost due to my gambling, and no one has left to place bets for me." Chapter 688. Individual changes to become an immortal. I am finally going to become an immortal. Yendragonzi chanted repeatedly, one foot already stepping into the immortal gate before him. But at that moment, something strange happened. In that gate, it seemed as if pairs of scarlet eyes were hiding in the depths, greedy, deformed, evil, and twisted. As if they couldn't wait for Yundraganzi to step inside. Yundraganzi, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Just then, Mingquan appeared and shouted. He suddenly formed seals with both hands, then drew his fingers like a sword across Yundraganzi's forehead, inscribing a line of golden ancient characters, which were the 8 characters of birth: Gengzi, Iyo, Renwu, Bingshin. In an instant, the madness in Yundraganzi's eyes faded away, replaced by clarity and astonishment. Mingquan breathed a sigh of relief. This 8 character I inscribed comes from a mortal. He could be considered a great Confucian, already reached a state of being unperturbed, with a heart as still as water, observing the flowers blooming and withering in the courtyard, watching the clouds rolling and unrolling in the sky. I have cultivated his 8 characters, naturally extending and inheriting his fate. Yundraganzi gasped, still shaken. What exactly is this so-called divine being? What lies beyond the immortal gate? Chapter 689. God, oh God, close the door for me. The night was as dark as ink. The wind swept through the desolate courtyard. Shadows flitted like ghosts. Li Shiwu was completely shrouded in the shadow of the eaves, mumbling and whining, sneaking around, looking like a ghost. God, oh God, please help the younger generation open a door, preferably a death door, one that can never be opened again once closed, to trap my good master Qian Yuanzai inside. Li Shiwu's voice was kept extremely low, as if afraid of being overheard by the wind, which might carry it to the dead head resting on his right shoulder. He continued with a sigh. Qian Yuanzai was bitten by a dog. When he goes mad, he bites people randomly, sometimes even himself, which is really not good. So God, it's best to lock him up and never let him out to harm others again, so that we can all be well. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box, opened it, bent down to inhale a breath of elixir deeply into his lungs, causing waves of kindness to surge through him, giving him an indescribably kind and benevolent appearance, like a compassionate old monk in an ancient Buddhist temple. This was naturally a good elixir. Li Shiwu did not know why he thought of asking the gods too. He slightly moved his eyes, his tone becoming even more sincere. God, if possible, please open another door and lock up the troublesome by she as well. His mirror image seems endless. Chapter 690. Killing and taking infants, seeking immortals again. All right, good. Under the shadow of the eaves, Qian Yuanzai laughed repeatedly. His ugly, aging face at this moment looked like an owl in the night, giving people an eerie chill, a deep sense of fear in their hearts. Master, has this come back to life? Qian Yuanzai took off the bronze-toed coffin hanging from his earlobe, and 2 small green bean-like eyes appeared, seemingly shedding something resembling tears of copper rust. Hee, you beast missed me, didn't you? The obedient disciple inherits the master's teachings. He has always been a smiling tiger, or rather, a smiling dog, saying one thing and doing another behind people's backs. Qian Yuanzi took out a chopping knife, looking at the blade glinting coldly in the dim light, his tone becoming increasingly horrifying. 15. I should have fed you well, right? After all, in the past, I even used a kitchen knife to chop the bodies of my other disciples into pieces, turning them into a bloody mash, and then wrap them in big white steam buns to feed you. Qian Yuanzi laughed, his laughter sounding like shattered porcelain scraping against an iron pot, hoarse and sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, sending chills down the spine. After a full 10 breaths, he finally looked around, not seeing any Taoist temple or even a patch of black soil underfoot, not evenly 15. Chapter 691. Unbeknownst to the curse. The door falls from the sky at this moment. Yunlongzi held a cursed fan, staring in horror at the scattered corpses on the ground. Even though there were only about 10, it still sent a deep chill down his back. He looked up at the hunched old Taoist, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. You. He stared at the bronze toad and the cursed robe identical to Li 15's, clearly 2 vastly different sizes, yet the robe fit the old Taoist perfectly. You are Li 15's master Qian Yuanzi. Li 15 had been distributing Qian Yuanzi's portraits everywhere, so Yunlongzi naturally recognized him at first glance. He tried to shake the cursed fan, but it seemed stuck together. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Do you know the old Taoist? Qian Yuanzi grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a chilling smile. I know, your disciple often mentions you. Yunlongzi held his breath, feeling that this ugly old Taoist had no cultivation at all, completely mundane, yet he felt an inexplicable terror in his heart. Qian Yuanzi nodded, swaying his body gently as if to soothe a baby in a cradle. Chapter 692. Old matters of Qianyuan, escaping in the dead of night. Big brother, big brother. Are you okay? A small child, barefoot, approached and tried to help young Longzi. He was even bare-bottomed, clearly having rushed out without putting on his pants to chase after the Immortals transformation. Get away! Young Longzi shouted viciously, pushing the child down heavily, causing a dull thud as he hit the ground. Big brother, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. The child's eyes immediately turned red, but he still tried to get up. Behind him, flickering candle flames cast shadows, and a hunched, elderly figure approached with heavy steps, finally stopping in front of him, casting a dark shadow over him. In an instant, an indescribable sense of horror enveloped the child. He struggled to turn his head, glancing at the dim candlelight, only to see dismembered limbs scattered on the ground, looking particularly gruesome under the candlelight, with dark red blood trails slithering like snakes across the ground. He felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, almost ready to vomit. Then he looked up and saw a terrifying old Taoist staring down at him with murky, dead fish-like eyes. Chapter 693. 8 characters reversed. Each step a calamity. The night was murky and the mountain steep. Yun Longzi dragged his broken leg, clutching his abdomen where his intestines were exposed, staggering through the empty street. Li 15, you are a piece of work, and your master is even worse. He cursed hoarsely, but the fear in his eyes only grew, nearly swallowing him whole. Just around the next corner, Qianyuanzi stood there, his gaze mocking and cruel. Time dripped away. Yun Longzi seemed to be going mad, desperately fleeing through the city. Besides his broken left leg and exposed intestines, he had also lost an ear, gone blind in one eye, and had a gruesome scar on his skull, nearly having his cranium split open. Such a miserable state, compared to the former Gumi Z, was indeed worse than before. Why? Why can he always find me no matter where I run? Yun Longzi roared, dragging his broken body through the narrow alleyway, leaving a long dark red blood trail on the bluestone pavement. Young man, where are you going? Qianyuanzi appeared behind him again. The chopping knife scraped against the wall, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds and sparks that flickered and vanished in an instant. Just then, a voice of suspicion echoed through the alley. Chapter 694. The Call of the Ming Spring. Recognizing the master with the demon song, the alley was silent, the stench of blood overwhelming. The young man caught cheating, along with a group of black-clad men who had their kidneys cut out, all lay dead in a gruesome manner, sprawled on the bluestone pavement covered in various organs and blood. Yun Longzi had only a breath left. Ming Chuan's spine was nearly folded in half, and he could no longer be recognized as a person. However, at this moment, another figure slowly emerged from the shadows, still holding a bagua plate. It was another Ming Quan that had come out from the door. This old gentleman has quite a skill. Ming Quan smiled, clapping his hands, the sound echoing clearly in the deep alley, watching Qianyuanzi with a calm expression. Another young man. Have you seen the old Taoist disciple? Qianyuanzi stared with his mismatched eyes, his murky gaze appraising. Ming Quan pointed to his own abdomen. I swallowed him. I don't believe it. You will believe it, because I not only want to swallow him, but also you. Ming Chuan's smile was playful. Your 8 characters and fate seem particularly special. The younger generation has long been captivated. Hee. A barely perceptible sneer echoed from the blood-soaked alley. Chapter 695. Speaking flowers, the city of rebirth. The alley was dim, the stench of blood overwhelming. Qianyuanzi stared at the shredded yellow paper money, looking at the strokes on it, as if Li 15 was standing right in front of him, his gaze filled with utter disdain and mockery. It was as if he had returned to the scene of peeling the skin of the immortal seed. Master, you have sought immortal fate for a lifetime, searched for the immortal seed for a lifetime, and now it belongs to me. It belongs to me. You must remember, this immortal seed was given to me by you personally. It was what you abandoned. Ha ha. Qianyuanzi raised the chopping knife, the veins on his thin hands bulging like the gnarled roots of an old tree, his mismatched eyes slightly lowering, but deep in his murky pupils. It seemed there was a coal fire burning quietly. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, the sound like it was squeezed out of a broken bellows, hoarse and eerie. 15. Do you think that by taking my immortal seed, you can truly become an immortal? Is that something you can take? The demon song was still kneeling on the cold ground, both hands spread out in front of him, his forehead lightly touching the ground. His eyes were increasingly devout, his posture ever more humble, looking as if he were on a pilgrimage. Master, your soul has been submerged for too long. You have yet to awaken. Chapter 696. The buns are gone. One after another beheaded. The wind howled through the alley, chilling one's very soul. Qianyuan Zizi extended his thin, withered hand, tightly gripping a bronze toad, then clenched his fingers. Quack! The coffin elder struggled and let out a cry, his large mouth gaping wide, limbs stiffening, and one by one, objects began to pour out from his mouth. There were bloody human legs, followed by some leg bone products, and also the steamed buns that the coffin elder had recently swallowed, now stained with human blood. His pair of small eyes once again tinged with green rust. As if shedding tears, his front paws silently reached for the buns, but he was powerless. It seemed he couldn't understand why. Even though he hadn't held the buns in his mouth this time, but rather savored them in his belly, they were still gone. Soon, the narrow alley was nearly filled with human legs, a shocking scene, and the wind stirred up the bloody stench, rising into the sky. Yaoga earnestly advised his master, "You should believe it now. This is indeed the underworld, truly the city of rebirth. All the deceased here have only this one night, so please do not cling to your obsessions." Chapter 697. The gate of rebirth appears. The old Taoist remains skeptical. You haven't died yet. Qianyuan Zizi stood at the entrance of the brothel. Behind him, the courtyard was a dazzling blood red, a thick stench permeating the air. Yaoga approached his master with a lantern, explaining that in this city of rebirth, there was no concept of life and death. Even if you killed them, come tomorrow's sunrise, they would still have to be reincarnated. His disciple had been chopped by him earlier and had intended to just sleep until tomorrow, but was worried about his master, which was why he reappeared. Then, another human head fell. The sound of the cleaver chopping meat began to ring out again. Qianyuan Zizi muttered, "You can't deceive me. This trick won't work." Time dripped away, and this night felt especially long. Holding a cleaver, Qianyuan Zizi broke into one household after another, but all the answers were surprisingly consistent, as if scripted beforehand. Each time he arrived at a place, blood flowers burst forth behind him, both shocking and eerily beautiful. Yaoga remained at a distance, keeping an eye on everything. He didn't dare to get any closer, not even daring to direct his gaze at Qianyuan Zizi, fearing detection, and worried that he might encounter continuous misfortunes like Yun Longzi Mingquan. Chapter 698. When the gate shatters, life and death reverses in the sky. The gate of rebirth collapsed. It turned into black dust, raining down on the entire mountain city like ink. Qianyuan Zizi stood in the ink rain, his crooked mouth now stretching into an even larger smile, startling all of heaven and earth. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, his voice hoarse like a knife scraping, causing pain to the eardrums. "You still want to deceive me? You want to trick me into thinking what kind of city this is? Your tricks are nowhere near as clever as 15th's. He recalled how 15 had claimed that the immortal view was real, but had used various insinuations to make him believe it was fake. Qianyuan Zizi raised his head, his murky eyes exuding an indescribable chill, like a cruel old cat toying with a dying mouse. Others had always used falsehoods as truth to deceive people into believing them. Yet 15, on the other hand, used truth to deceive others into believing it was false. You still have a long way to go. 10 zhang away. Yaoga saw the gate of rebirth collapse and gently extended his finger, catching a drop of black rain, watching it slowly dissipate on his fingertip. He suddenly chuckled, his laughter like shattered jade splashing ice. "Master, I can't have any flaws, so don't think of fooling me." Chapter 699. Qianyuan Immortal. Qianyuan suspicious those who step into the gate can die and be reborn. Yaoga's voice echoed throughout the mountain city, lingering without extinguishing. His gaze was intense, firmly fixed on the portal atop the mountain. "Master, I indeed plotted against you, but it was only to borrow your unique life essence to shatter the gate of rebirth. After all, I haven't lived enough yet and don't want to die so easily." He turned to look at Qianyuan Zizi, who kept talking about the immortal view. "Do you really want to go directly to rebirth? Don't you want to return to the mortal realm to finally 15? Yaoga took a deep breath, his eyes filled with urgency. "Master, time is running out. This reversal of life and death is against the natural order, and this gate won't last long before it disappears. You should volunteer." Saying that, he flew step by step towards the mountain peak. Looking at the figure of his disciple, Qianyuan Zizi, though puzzled, still gave a dark smile. "You, my disciple, truly have ill intentions." He glanced at the portal, his gaze gradually filled with urgency, calling out repeatedly, like an old ghost calling for a soul, 15. "My good disciple, I'm coming to find you." Chapter 700. triple layout, truly opened wisdom under the eaves. A string of wind chimes swayed in the wind, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds. Yaoga stood straight, his eyes slightly curved. TSK, TSK, it's thanks to these few reminders. Otherwise, without knowing Qianyuanzi's background, if he had rushed in blindly, he would have likely suffered serious injuries, rendering any cunning plans useless. These words must have been hastily inscribed on the wall by Li 15 when he realized something was wrong. Yaoga exhaled, his gaze drifting far. He had previously referred to this mountain city as the City of Rebirth, called the portal in the sky the Gate of Rebirth, and even called his master with utmost familiarity and filial piety. Sigh, with my wisdom, how could I not understand the principle of moderation? The more I show, the more suspicion I will raise in Qianyuanzi. However, he wanted him to be suspicious, even going so far as to subtly add a gesture of wiping sweat from his brow. Yaoga murmured to himself, and then looked down at the unobtrusive markings on the mud wall. This was the first trap he had set regarding the Gate of Rebirth. This trap was merely an introduction, designed to make Qianyuanzi realize something was amiss, to uncover his ulterior motives. Thus, he could lead him into the second trap of returning to the mortal realm. Chapter 701. Unknown behind the door, each departing doorworm. Li 15 pinched the small door between his fingers, raising it to his eyes for a closer inspection. It felt so light, as if it were weightless, its entire body exhibiting a black, soaked wood-like sheen, with intricate patterns that were hard to comprehend on the door. Li 15, if you want this little worm, I can give it to you. Yaoga twirled a strand of black hair on his shoulder with his fingertips, a smile dancing in his eyes, and continued. But just now you accuse me of eating shit. Li 15, you cunning peasant, why slander me? Who can vouch for you? For a moment, Li 15 and Yaoga locked eyes, and the surrounding wind suddenly rose, swirling fallen leaves into the air, with emotions of testing, killing intent, vigilance, and confusion flashing in their gazes. After a few breaths, Li 15 shifted his gaze to the shadow beside him. In a tone devoid of any respect, he asked, "Are we still playing? You locked me in the door earlier and swore to gamble your life with me. Are you backing down now?" A deep sense of dread surged within him. Even though Qianyuanzi had once again fallen silent, he could still perceive the strong smell of blood lingering on his body. Doorworm? The light and shadow chuckled inexplicably, its tone fluctuating with a hint of amusement. Chapter 702. The judge appears, such defamation as the night deepened. The cold wind howled even more fiercely. Yaoga looked at the villagers in the distance, exchanging chrysanthemums, shaking his head. They were quite lucky to have escaped a calamity. However, their homeland, the fields they relied on for survival, were forever lost along with that senior cultivator at the door. After saying this, Yaoga waved his hand, and a shower of gold and silver coins was thrown out, causing the villagers to scramble for them. He smiled, although it was at the cost of millions of lives. It did not hinder Yaoga's slight compassion for the weak. His gaze fell on Li 15, his tone laden with meaning. "But you, Li 15, are you truly kind?" In the next moment, strands of mystery dissipated from his body. His hair, like dark ink, danced wildly in the wind, and even on each strand, one could faintly see the phantom of a portal. Yet these portals were now collapsing one after another. His hair gradually transformed from pitch black into distinct layers of black and white, and his pair of eyes also shifted from wisdom to another kind of wisdom. "Shanlian!" Yaoga exclaimed with delight. "I seem to have dreamt that I entered the underworld and met your master, Qianyuanzi, even becoming his disciple." Chapter 703. A Human Head. Door cultivators cannot have the night wind swept through the wild grass, producing a mournful sound. The several people present were enveloped by an eerie sense of unease, feeling a chill creeping up their backs. Li 15 mentioned that after he went into that patch of gray mist to catch the ungrateful, the one who guided them, an old Taoist holding a whisk also disappeared. This time, a red child appeared out of nowhere. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. More troublemakers want to harm me. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto a dark boat resembling a willow leaf and shot up into the sky, disappearing into the vast night. "Let him go first," Yun Longzi said weakly. "With a master like Qianyuanzi, what good can Li 15 be? Don't let me get harmed." Yaoga turned back, clearly displeased. "Are you slandering Shanlin again?" Yun Longzi glared at him and shouted angrily, "You, the one with the surname Yao. Are you really that stupid, or just pretending to be?" This again and again. Yaoga interrupted him, with my intelligence. The word fool has never been related to me. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't hesitate to pressure you. You should weigh your words. Meanwhile, Ming Quan was holding a human head. It had been hacked to an unrecognizable state by a machete, not even maintaining a proper shape. This was another Ming Xuan's head. At that time, his body had disintegrated inch by inch, leaving only the head, which was then chopped up by Qian Yuanzi with a machete. Chapter 704. The Method of Breaking Through. The spine as a bridge. The wind blew through the canyon, and all was silent, with only the sound of the wind whispering through the rock crevices. Li 15 sat cross-legged on a blue stone. The coffin elder opened his mouth, and before him, one by one, merit coins floated in mid-air, clear as gold and continuously sparkling. Strands of merit energy flowed out, condensing into substance, shimmering in the twilight, adding a touch of solemnity to his face. Li 15's eyes closed slightly, his breath calm, as if he had merged with the blue stone beneath him and the sound of the wind in his ears. He raised his eyes to gaze at the deepening twilight, murmuring to himself, I've run to the remote mountains and found a desolate place for miles. No one should find me here. Li 15 furrowed his brows, and a palm-sized bronze door appeared in his palm, which he had specifically borrowed from a Mo machine. Oomph. He snorted heavily. The reason he sneakily came here was that he feared he might truly create a malicious infant. According to the human mountain decree, he would then be unable to move an inch, constrained everywhere. So he decided that if any signs appeared, he would directly escape back into the turbid prison using the bronze door in his hand. If that didn't work, he might as well find a way to leave the human mountain altogether. He and the four returners could be considered allies. Directly relying on them wouldn't be a bad idea. Chapter 705. An uninvited guest. A 3-foot deity Li 15 turned to glare at the old Taoist, his face showing displeasure. He didn't want to engage, didn't want to listen to the other's incessant chatter, and was too lazy to consider that deity. He only heard him softly mutter, the bone bridge has been built. For the second step, I need to make this bridge even more stable. Li 15 calmed his breath, and from the depths of his left eye, sources of power began to emerge, resembling the sun rising above the sea. In total, there were 10 sources of power, which surged forth from his left eye, transforming into 10 golden suns the size of fists, swirling around the spinal bridge. As the soft and dazzling golden light shone down, the already jade-like spinal bridge grew even more radiant, ultimately exuding an indescribable sacred and solemn appearance. At the same time, the connections between the bones became increasingly tight, already on the verge of merging into one. Li 15 murmured that the 10 sources of power were for reinforcement, to make the spinal bridge even more stable for what was to come. Behind him, the old Taoist rubbed his hands together, his murky eyes fixed intently on Li 15's back, as if anticipating something. 10 miles away, a young figure in pure white was slowly walking through the darkness. Chapter 706. One sound of awakening, 2 sounds of frost at this moment. Above Li 15's head, the movement of the sky increased, as if some living creature was about to break through. His fist cracked as he whispered, the newcomers are not friendly. Should I pause and avoid their sharpness? No. If the sources of power were gone, he could find a way to retrieve them from the sea of kidneys. But this deity was unique, and now it had been activated. If he were to give up halfway, he might fall into the void forever, and it would be difficult to draw it out again. Since these troublemakers hadn't moved, he should first take care of himself before anything else. Li 15 saw a crack slowly opening in the sky above him, and in an instant, a pressure that was neither human nor beast, ethereal like smoke yet extremely unsettling, poured out from within. It's coming. Li 15 squinted his eyes into a slit, raising his head to stare intently. He seemed to see a faint eye appearing within the crack, and when it met his gaze, the eye glowed with cruelty, coldness, and a chilling presence that made the hairs on his body stand on end. Not good. Li 15's pupils trembled violently. Even at the beginning, he sensed that things were extremely dire. And in the next moment, Chapter 707. 3 sounds of borrowing. 4 sounds of solitude under the dark night. On the blue stone, the 10 sources of power transformed into 10 golden suns above Li 15's head, shining even more intensely, causing the 3-foot-high spinal bridge to glow even brighter. At his chest, 3 crimson umbilical cords were connected to that hideous infant, tightly intertwined. Disciple, it's about to come down. The old Taoist instinctively covered his face with both hands, seemingly greatly frightened, leaving only a small slit to peek through. The deity, that evil infant, is currently crawling down the spine bridge, inch by inch, occasionally looking back at Li 15 with a pair of pitch-black eyes, while also revealing a horrifying smile. The spine bridge is divided into 33 spine steps. This evil infant has already descended 7 steps. Thump! A clear heartbeat sound resonates from the infant, echoing throughout this realm once again. In front of Li 15, a phantom of himself slowly intertwines and outlines. Their gazes meet, and even their breathing rhythms are surprisingly in sync. The only difference is that the newly appeared Li 15's aura is vast like a starry river rolling backwards, brilliant like an endless night sky, incomparable to the original Li 15. Chapter 708. 5 sounds say, sand. Listening to all things Li 15 seems indifferent. Now, he has counted 4 fetal movements. The first 3 sounds are the evil infant's own movements, while the rest depend entirely on him. Li 15 murmurs. Now that I am connected to the evil infant by the umbilical cord, we could be considered as one whole. Therefore, I need to treat myself like a drum, striking myself to make the evil infant emit fetal movement sounds. The essence of this is not merely striking, but inducing a resonance between the cultivator and the deity. As the 10 sources of power above Li 15's head rotate, he no longer hesitates. He raises a fist with one hand, channeling all his flesh and blood strength into a single strike, smashing fiercely against his own chest. Puff! Li 15 spits out a mouthful of blood. His heart is violently exploded by this punch. At the moment of the heart's explosion, the 3 blood-red umbilical cords tremble violently, and the 5th fetal movement of the evil infant is finally triggered. Thump! At this moment, listening to this new heartbeat, the middle-aged man still smiles, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." 5 fetal movements, 5 sounds say sand. A cultivator with 5 fetal movements can, with a thought, disperse his entire being like golden flowing sand, transforming into countless tiny particles. And when he reappears, he is already thousands of miles away. Chapter 709. Paperman Etion. A dogshit story. 3 fetal movements are called theft. In front of Li 15, another phantom of himself suddenly materializes. The moment the other appears, it reaches out a finger and points at Li 15's forehead, causing his cultivation to surge upward sharply. The phantom then dissipates with a bang. This technique of creating a phantom serves as the ultimate reflection of one's own Tao foundation. When battling others, one can briefly borrow the phantom's power to elevate their cultivation, akin to a secret method. However, since all cultivators with 3 fetal movements know this trick, it effectively means nothing. The corner of Li 15's mouth curls into a smile. It seems that my Tao foundation is much more stable than others, so the borrowed power should also be extraordinary. His smile quickly vanishes, and with a wave of his hand, 5 palm-sized little paper figures flutter out from his fingertips like white butterflies. Draw the bow, go, go, go. Brothers, attack. 4 hastily made little paper figures rush towards the bowstring, while the last one stands with hands on its hips, 2 thick black eyebrows raised in anger. Glaring at Li 15, with an air of old-fashioned authority, it says, "There are only 5 little paper figures." Chapter 710. 9 fetal movements. The longest Tao verse the night deepens, and the wind howls tighter, like weeping and lamenting. At this moment, Li 15's head bursts open. His back is split open to extract the spine. His heart is also shattered, and his abdomen is nearly severed in half, making it hard to discern his human form. Yet, at this moment, his aura is so intense that he looks like an unquenchable wildfire, burning fiercely between heaven and earth. He opens his thumb and gazes at the still existing spine bridge, seeing that the terrifying evil infant has descended 30 spine steps, leaving only the last 3. Disciple. It's coming down. The old Taoist steals a glance and quickly averts his gaze, staring blankly at the black earth beneath his feet. His eyes filled not only with lingering greed, but also with an indescribable, profound charm. Li 15 whispers with his abdomen, 8 fetal movements, 8 sounds see the mother god. Since this is the case, is there a 9th sound? He hesitates for a moment, then raises his left hand, curling 4 fingers and leaving one extended, as if giving the heavens a middle finger. Then a single eyeball suddenly opens wide. Above the vast sky, the old man says indifferently, 8 fetal movements. I wonder what special meaning this eighth sound will specifically impart to the cultivator. Chapter 711. Other people's fruits, returning to the murky abyss at this moment. A certain Taoist lord is sitting cross-legged by a spring. The water surface is calm and clear, clearly reflecting his appearance. He holds a 3-foot azure blade, similarly splitting open his back to extract 33 jade-like spines. He emits painful groans, unable to help but question, why does this pain come so clearly this time? In the past, this Taoist lord also burned the spine dragon vein, drawing the source of power from the kidney sea. So why is this time so difficult to bear? A woman's voice follows, crisp like water droplets hitting a stone. Tao Lord, don't dawdle. We came specifically to hitch a ride. The Taoist lord is puzzled. What are we hitching a ride on? The woman no longer responds, and for a moment, only the sound of a pen scratching across paper is heard. The outcome is determined. The process is yet to unfold. Calamity and fate share the same root, and one mistakenly sees the true essence. In the deep of night, the 15 Tao lords dismantle bones to form a bridge, drawing the divine from the heavens, and with one sound of awakening and 2 sounds of frost falling, they finally reach the realm of the nascent soul. The Tao lord is momentarily stunned. I haven't even reached the nascent soul realm yet. Why are you recklessly writing that I have? The woman's voice seems a bit weary, yet she patiently explains, you haven't, but Li 15 has. Chapter 712. The evil infant disappears. Entering the wrong head, the snow falls like goose feathers, and the cold wind howls even more fiercely. With a thought, Li 15 transforms a broken little Taoist temple from the void into reality, enveloping himself and blocking the heavy snow and cold wind outside. Having a house with him, he feels no panic. A smile appears in Li 15's eyes as the old coffin automatically falls from his ear. With a big mouth opening, it spits out several oil lamps. After lighting the oil lamps, he sets up a small furnace with red-hot charcoal. Only then does Li 15 calm down and begin to ponder everything about himself. He recalls that the golden bell bore such an evil infant, which is why he chose not to merge. Instead, he opted to let this evil infant temporarily reside in his heart, which has made his temperament increasingly fierce and cruel day by day. Li 15 places a box of good pills in front of him, then takes out 3 merit coins. He uses the merit coins as firewood, igniting them to unleash a golden flame of merit. Good, don't move. Li 15 grins a chilling smile and begins to burn the evil infant on his shoulder with this merit flame, hoping to see if it can lead it to reform. He gasped, his brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 713. The immortal ape. Guests arrive. Amidst the wind and snow, a bronze small door floated from Li Shiwu's palm, transforming into a towering bronze portal standing before him. Disciple, are you going to seek that 15th Tao Lord? The old Taoist looked at him with suspicion. Speaking in a strange tone, Disciple, are you not afraid of that Li Shiwu? And are you sure you can use the evil infant cultivated by that Tao Lord? Li Shiwu turned back to look, gently catching a falling snowflake with his finger, and calmly said, that physical body belongs to me, and his cultivation, even his memories, were derived from me as a prototype. Since he can use me, what's wrong with me using him? The old Taoist hunched over, smiled, and said, it's a bit confusing, very curious. Why would he give you that? Just because you both have the number 15 in your names? Li Shiwu ignored him, just gazing at the vast, snowy prison. Yuan, the woman with the head porridge, a foolish person, in this so-called cage, there are still too many paths buried that he has not seen clearly. But suddenly, a layer of wrinkles appeared in the void, and an old man and a middle-aged man stepped out, one after the other, one with a cold gaze and the other with a strange expression, both staring at Li Shiwu. Chapter 714. I can't get it. Wishing for a bend. On the obsidian-paved ground, Li Shiwu furrowed his brows. Who is the guest? It's me. A pleasant female voice came from behind, carrying 3 parts laughter and 7 parts familiarity. Li Shiwu turned to look, and this girl wore a plain white long dress with a light blue ribbon tied around her waist. When she smiled, her dimples seemed to hide a spring, making him inexplicably want to slap her. However, the goodwill radiating from her was almost tangible. He said, Miss, you are the daughter of a mountain official. Your body is as precious as a star in the sky. Is there something you need in this shabby place? This girl had not only swallowed a filial pill from him, but had also taken a benevolent pill. She kept her hands behind her back, tiptoed, and smiled even deeper, saying, do you still have that pill? Or is it still like before, 100 merit coins for one? Li Shiwu naturally shook his head. This pill is of heavenly origin. Two are already favored by heaven. There aren't many. The girl sighed, seeming a bit disappointed. Oh, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, she pretended to head towards the bronze portal in the sky. However, Li Shiwu noticed that there was a wooden plaque hanging from her waist, on which seemed to be engraved with a man's name. And he couldn't help but ask, Miss, is this your beloved? Chapter 7:15. Fighting the Demon 9 Ascension. Coming to resist the cauldron. At this moment, Li Shiwu rowed the wind-sailing boat and arrived in front of a wealthy family in the heart of the lake, where a great family of cultivators was hidden. You two know me? He looked at the two men at the door with suspicion. The man on the left crossed his arms, his tone even more mocking. Isn't it you who killed the evil spirit under your hand to take credit? We've met before. Have you forgotten? For a moment, a barrage of foul language erupted. Seeing this, Li Shiwu quietly took out a red string and smiled. I have a method to help you cut off your sleeve. The world grew colder. The earth was withered and yellow. Plants were dying, and a thick end-of-year atmosphere spread. Li Shiwu still acted alone, sailing his boat around various places, relying on his brute strength to carry various items. This was the rule of the human race. Regardless of the reason, he followed it. And this wind-sailing lad truly had little status among the crowd. Outsiders viewed him with a kind of condescending disdain that was high and mighty, yet did not reveal itself. It was as if to shake their heads and say, what capable cultivator would rely on brute strength to earn merit coins? It turned out that not only mortals, but cultivators also felt this way. Just like those who earned easy money looked down on those who worked hard in the wind and rain, there was always a hint of superiority, as if they were the superior ones. Chapter 7:16. Not doing good, he is a cunning talent. In the dirty prison, the prison officer Li Shiwu came today to resist the cauldron. In the hall, Li Shiwu's voice was cold, as if wrapped in wind and snow, echoing continuously. Silence. An unparalleled silence. At this moment, everyone in the hall stared blankly at that figure, confused, unable to understand, surprised, all emotions flashing in their eyes. After a full 10 breaths, go, just go, I'm done playing, Yin Longzi cursed incessantly, his damp, ghostly face full of indignation, gripping the evil fan tightly, seeming ready to leave. Yet beneath his feet, it was as if he were rooted, as if an inexplicable force prevented him from leaving this palace. Shan Shanlian? The demon song was delighted, with this human race's utmost kindness and my human race's wisdom. With the combination of kindness and wisdom, this journey only has one word. He laughed loudly, shouting steady. When Jia Dongxi saw Li Shiwu, a shrewd, mercantile look flashed in his small eyes. Then he continuously told those around him, everyone, previously we made a deal with this friend, but we paid him 1,000 merit coins. Chapter 7:17. The result discussion, spring light, is just right. The vague man's tone was light, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, pressing down their chests continuously. He continued, do you understand? The result is the most important. As for the process, in our eyes, it is only a handful of crushed spring mud. We only care about whether the flowers bloom brightly. Who cares how many rotten roots are buried beneath? Upon hearing this, the whole place fell silent, not knowing how to refute. The vague man continued. Just like this Li Shiwu, he can produce an official seal engraved with the character in. The opportunities are equal. He can take it out, while you cannot. That means you're nothing, at least you haven't achieved a good result. The man's words were like a dull knife, cutting through everyone's hearts, causing a thin layer of cold sweat to break out on their backs, suppressing all voices of discontent. It seemed that here, all their identities and statuses were merely roots buried in the rotten soil, unable to be brought to the surface. Li Shiwu's gaze, however, was always focused on a certain Tao Lord, where he would suddenly fixate on Jia Dongxi with a glance. Chapter 7:18. Returning to the stream spring. There's a bit of harmony. In the chaotic flower bushes, nearly 300 young men and women all froze in shock. Mountain official, have you become confused, speaking nonsense? Tao friend, do not speak recklessly. With the mountain official status, your words are too excessive. Feeling the spring breeze around his shoulders, a smile blossomed at the corner of Li Shiwu's mouth. He chuckled and said, yeah, right? Well, I said earlier, everyone should just take it as a joke. Don't take it too seriously. After all, how could I be a mountain official? As for the 15th Tao Lord from beginning to end, he did not speak but stared blankly at this world, his eyes even slightly reddening with moisture. Finally, he murmured softly, Shiyu, my Master Qian Yuanzi, and those senior brothers, will there be traces of them here? I miss my master a bit. Yaoga leaned over to Shanlian. Do you recognize this place? The seriousness gradually appeared in his eyes. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to have no trace of spiritual energy, not even a hint. As for Yun Longzi, he stayed far away, fearing any association with Li 15 and being noticed by him. I don't recognize it, Li 15 said lightly, with a hint of playfulness. Then he added, everyone, let me remind you of something. Chapter 719. Humans and dogs meet. No one survives. The stars hung low, and the warm night breeze blew gently. Ting Shu, dressed in snow-white divination robes, appeared a bit dazzling under the starlight. At this moment, he stared at his palm, noticing that the Bagua disc had stopped spinning, and murmured, I have a divination. Do you have any connection with it? He raised his head, gazing at Li 15's figure. The unclear coldness and killing intent in his eyes seemed to dissipate a little unintentionally. He then said, Ting Zhu of the Bagua sect is here. Who are you? The night breeze brushed past, causing Li 15's Dao robe to flutter. His expression was neither happy nor angry, and his tone was calm as water. In Tang City, under the command of Star Officer Bai Shi, I am the mountain official of Jewel Town, Li 15. What brings the rumored young master of the Bagua sect to my Tang City? Ting Zhu replied, I do not know your birth chart, nor have I calculated your origins. But why did I, as if guided by fate, speak that particular sentence? He gently stroked the array plate in his palm, saying, in the eyes of our Bagua sect, everything has a resonance in the dark, and there is no such thing as a coincidence. So, is it possible that we have had some intersection for a particular reason? And this intersection may not necessarily have occurred now, but could have happened in some unexplainable place in the dark. Chapter 720. The so-called humans and demons. Cognition altered as soon as these words were spoken. A chill surged in everyone's heart, and they stared fiercely at Li 15. Ting Zhu, however, said, no need. It seems that your origins are a mystery. Even your cultivation levels are extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. Even if you disguise yourselves well, you cannot hide from me. The man in the black crown above them spoke playfully. You are merely at the foundation level, and you dare to talk about our cultivation? Ting Zhu looked at him and simply said, my master Huaisu once said, I will surely become the national master of Deyo. The man's gaze instantly tightened. Deyo, Deyo. Does this place call itself Deyo? Your Excellency, does Deyo refer to a place name or something else? Ting Zhu replied, a country name. Yaoga was taken aback. Just a mere country, and it actually established mountain officials, along with the sun, moon, and star officials. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Li Fiftan Listanat Kiatli. During his time in the mountains, he had never heard the words Deyo from anyone else's mouth, nor had he heard the exact titles of Yao Emperor and Yao Queen. Yaoga asked softly, in the mountains and among the human clans, is there a country called that? There isn't, right? The mountains have their own sun, moon, and stars surrounding them, vast beyond measure. So how could a mountain be a country? There is no such saying. Chapter 721. Returning to Qingyang. The gambling house reappears under the night sky. Bai Shi's figure had quietly disappeared at some point. Ting Zhu glanced at the crowd and coldly said, you are incompatible with my birth chart, and since my current cultivation is not sufficient to kill you, however, there will be Bagua sect cultivators seeking you out later. So mind yourselves. Li 15 asked, do you really believe in our origins? Ting Zhu frowned. Why shouldn't I believe? Now Deyo is like a cage, the sun, moon, and star officials, the two national masters, and even the Yao Emperor and Yao Queen cannot find a way out. Do you think you can just appear out of nowhere? Moreover, the Star Officer is investigating your origins. To me, the explanation of humans and demons makes sense. I guess it is a great demon among the spirits. After all, spirits are inherently sinister, and anything they do is not surprising. Li 15 fell silent, just like that white paper world in his mind. The people above had no doubts about themselves, only trying to find a way out. Ting Zhu, why did you appear in Tang City? There are reincarnation demons roaming here. I came on the orders of my master Huaisu to see if I could obtain a spirit treasure from them. He gazed deeply at Li 15 and then turned away, leaving without any hesitation. Shanlian, Yaoga seemed a bit disappointed, saying, I am no longer the wisdom of the human race, and you are no longer the world-renowned Shanlian of the Muddy Abyss.